Rain-X Ceramic Car Shampoo.
Hello. Hi. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. How are we? Hello. Hi, Jazz. Hi, Law. Hi, Yanni. Hi, Ricky. How you doing? How's your weekend? Oh, I guess Thursday, Friday? What day are we on? Saturday. Oh, shit, it's a Saturday. Hello. I don't normally see you guys on a Saturday. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We have got a fucking banger today. Oh my god, we have got some banging series for you. Hopefully. What's up, Rico? This song's so depressing. I love the band Camino, but that song is so depressing. Hello. What's up, Outfrost? Did you see the Rivals concept leaks? Is this to do with Jean Grey? Is this the Jean Grey leaks? How you doing, Rico? Just a minute to say hi. Hope the game is exciting. Mental's up. Mental is up. I've not slept very well, but that should be no surprise to anyone. And I'm very, very far behind on any kind of content. But apart from that, I'm doing well. I think we're going to have some super, super good games today. So I'm hoping it's going to be really fun. I think you guys are going to enjoy it a lot. Well, I hope you will. How you, if you need to go, Rico, all good, but I hope you're doing well. No, hero skin concept leaks. No, I don't think so. Where's that posted, Frost? Played a few rounds of Outlast Trials. Is Outlast Trials the, is that the multiplayer one? We were robbed. It's on Twitter. From Rivals leaks, I guess. Oh, is it these, the concept art leaks? Is it these ones? Wait, is that null? Oh, fuck off, ad block. Is that null? Dr. Doom? Iron Fist skin? An Adam skin, maybe? Thor skin! Yeah, love it. Love it. That's cool. That's cool. Hi, Lena. How are you, lovely? Thank you for the 15 stream streak. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. That's my #1 Rivals caster right there. Damn right. Yeah, I think for today, I think we're just going to watch party mostly. I think I've come to the conclusion that I think it's better to just watch party these games. And I will... me and Robbie are going to do a bunch of casting anyway. And if I can get Robbie for some of the finals and stuff, then we'll do like a proper cast for some of the finals games. But when it's just me, I think it's just kind of nicer to just chill and watch party vibe it. So I think that's what we're going to do mostly. Yanni, thank you for the 3 stream streak. I appreciate you. Thank you. We're getting ready to play some Thunderfolk with a friend. Oh, good. No worries, Lena. All good. Look at the Emea concepts. Is there more here? Oh, is this Black Widow? Nice. Very similar, though. This one's cool, though. Obviously, because it's goonery. Pretty samey for Warvy. Don't we have a skin like this already? Or are these... Is this like concept art for skins that are already in the game? For some of them? Interesting, Iron Man. Yeah, these are already the skins that are in the game. Okay. But they've done Emea without the cape, obviously, in this one. Okay. That's a cool magic vibe, though. Yeah, these are already... Yeah, we've seen all these. Yeah, we've seen all these. Right, we got 5 minutes until the first game kicks off. We are... I'm sorry I'm late. I would sit and chat for longer. I was trying to finish a video before I started today, so I am a little bit behind. The video is posted, but I've not had time to do any thumbnail or anything. So I guess I will try and do that later on in between the 2 games. I can't keep up. So we'll see. The first game today is Schmungus BBP. BBP. That's our first game today. What's up, chill guy? How you watch the esports? I mean, there's a live stream from Marvel Rivals, which is what we're going to use today. I also have access to a clean feed without the casters, just in case I want to do some casting myself, which we might do. We might do for some of the games if I feel up to it. But for the watch party vibes, I'm just using the main Marvel Rivals stream. And just chilling and watching it over that. Yeah. They're also live on YouTube, I'm pretty sure, as well. You've been talking like 10 hours a day. Yeah. It's more like... It's more just timing, Yanni. Like, if there wasn't a 4-hour gap in between the EMEA and the America games, it'd be so much easier for me. Because I could just... Like, I could just do it all in one go and then sit and edit for a few hours afterwards and I won't be nearly as tired. But, like, stopping, then having to, like, restart at midnight is kind of fucking me up a little bit. I'm on Twitch, yeah. Are you asking about the Rival stream is also on Twitch? Yeah. But obviously, I am also live on Twitch watch partying it. So, first game is Schmungus BPP, which should be super fun. Obviously, Schmungus is the content creator team with Necros, Andrew, Boga, etc., etc. It should be a fun game. I don't know how serious they're going to take it, but that could be a proper banger. VP Rad, the second game today. This one. I think VP Rad is going to be a fucking great game. If Rad step up to the plate, this could be a super good series. If not, VP are going to walk all over them. Right? Zero All Business. All Business gave us a really good series. That's the one I've just put on YouTube. In their first match. I don't know about this one. This could go either way. So it could be pretty competitive. That could be pretty good. And then Insomnia and Peps, I think, will also be a bit of a banger game as well. And then later on tonight for the America games in the second stream this eve, we have some dope games. I think the America ones tonight are going to be sick as fuck. We're going to have 100 Thieves Jobless. Both of these guys looked great. So I think this is going to be a great series. Ego Death Envy. Ego Death Envy is going to be a goddamn fucking banger. We loved watching Ego yesterday against FlyQuest, and Envy didn't look as dominant as we were expecting. So I think Ego can give them a good run for their money tonight. Sentinel Citadel, I'm kind of expecting this to be a bit more of a Sentinel stomp. Sentinels looked super strong. And then Team Nemesis against Team Shroud as well to finish off the day. So we got some big orgs, we got some big names, and we got some big games. It's going to be a good day, I think. ZT was dominating yesterday. Yeah, I mean, they did play really well. But that's why I think it could be a bit of a banger, because like if All Business step up to the plate, because they struggled to like get into it quickly. It took them a little bit to get into it yesterday or the day before for All Business in their first series. So if they come in strong, it could be a really competitive, great series. It could be a wash if they're not stepping up pretty quickly. And you've got to ban that fucking Human Torch. You have to ban that fucking Human Torch. I'm going to expect, in terms of like picks and bans today, I'm expecting quite similar priors. So I'm expecting a lot of Wolverine, a lot of Punisher prio, a lot of support focus. So continuing to ban out those Lokis, those Lunas, maybe even some Cloak and Dagger. I would love to see some adaptation. We saw Rescomp be quite good yesterday. We saw Mantis being picked up quite a few times in the America region. Emea has a much higher focus on Punisher. So for the Emea games, I would expect Punisher mostly to be very contested. We're probably going to see very similar tanks. Mag, Emma, Strange, Groot are probably going to be the go-to tanks. With some little spicy picks, maybe. Some little spicy Cap and Venom thrown in there. Maybe some Penny on some desperate defense. But sadly, no Thor. Sadly, no Thor. NLE Chopper being on the face was not what I expected. What do you mean, sorry, Yanni?
To round out in terms of the dates. Those are the 10 teams going through from the open qualifiers. The invited teams are split 3-3 between MRC Season 1 and the Marvel Rivals Invitational.
We might see some spicy BP, Jazz. Yeah, we might see some spicy BP.
Well.
I would love to see
some
BP.
We expect to see make it into Wave 1. Didn't make it into
I
Wave
would
1.
expect,
Were able to make it into
if
Wave
we're
2.
going to get
Some teams
any...
that we expected to see didn't make it at all.
If we're going to get any BP, it'll be from Schmungus in this first game. Because we know Necros really likes BP,
well
Spider, these dive champs.
The
That's his kind of speciality, so I would expect...
Really good matches coming on
I would expect BP to come in
even
first.
through the open qualifiers,
if we get it
going to show that they've been doing a lot of work behind the scenes, having to be able to see everything that came out from
so I'm
the
sorry,
championship
I've not
and
had a lot of time to sit and chill with you guys and chat away. I apologize.
Their own personal team identities to try and either challenge the meta or
time
further
management
push
is
it
not the
along.
best currently.
Oh, we certainly have some big team identities to show off today, because of course it's going to be a humongous day. And when it's a
We'll just make sure the audio is synced. Oh, fuck it. Oh, I shouldn't have done it. My bad, chat. My bad. My bad. I got advert slammed. I'm going to try and be better about ads today as well. Make sure we're running ads in between the games. I realize I've not really been doing that at all.
Neither of these games is going to be an elimination game, so even if your favorite team loses today, they still have another chance.
Yeah, and I mean, these
both of
matches
these,
are
that
gonna
is a
be
good point. Both of
amazing
these are
for-
upper
like you
bracket
said,
games.
Chungus is going to be having Necros. It's
no
also going to be
Elim games
Craggy,
today.
Scarlet Witch Shenanigans, Berber
No
Patapon, a
Elim
team that
games.
is touted as being the closest in level against Virtus Pro, having one of the star players of Tanuki that they were able to pick up from Yonkanda.
Dude, I'm
after
so
we saw
up for
them
this
in the
VP
Invitational
Rad
and the
game.
Championship, and then
I
we
think
get to
VP
have
Rad
look
is gonna
into
be
the
a hell of
teams
a
in
fucking
Group
series.
B, because we
stoked.
also have a lot of really
Both of
good
them looked
matchups
really
here.
solid
Virtus Pro
yesterday.
versus
Day
Rad
before.
is going to be one
Thursday.
to keep your eye on, because this is essentially a rematch of a rematch of a rematch, as Rad have gone through
That's hard.
a
Woke up
couple
with a
of name
headache and
changes,
walked
but
uptown with
have
all of us about
kept the
sourdough.
same roster throughout every
Love
single
sourdough.
iteration. So this is going to be
I
a rematch
took a
of
little walk to the
Virtus Pro
shops
against
before. I
Luminosity,
just wanted to kind of get up and
essentially,
get
in
around a little
its
bit before
Yeah, the
starting
Rad
today.
roster and
So I took a little
VP
walk
have
to the
been
shops.
these titanic rivals,
Pretty much
essentially
just for ice
since
and a
modern
monster.
Marvel Rivals esports.
And I know what you're
after
thinking.
MRC
Nick,
Season
Monster
0, we
doesn't
got
work
Season
for you.
1
Why are
and
you drinking a
Marvel
Monster
Rivals
again? You haven't had one in
Invitational. That's when
ages.
Team
Why
One
have you
really
suddenly
stepped
decided
into
to
their
drink
own
one?
and
Well,
started
here's the
becoming their
thing.
roster. Virtus Pro, they
I'm
previously
hoping that
could
it
be
might
one of the
help
main
me
team
sleep in
cats.
between the
And
two
they've yet to lose, really. It's been
in between
absolutely
the
dominant
two
thus far from
sets
Virtus
of
Pro, currently
series
24-0
between
in regular
Emea
season
in our
matches,
break.
so
So that I can have a little
someone's gonna
nap
beat
for
them
a couple of
eventually,
hours.
sure. But is it going to be in
It might
a
not work.
incredibly impactful match, or is it going to be like, oh, this is a lower bracket for VP to come through?
If Rad
And are they
loses, they
more
go lower
dangerous when
bracket.
they're
Yes.
angry?
All the
I
games
mean,
today
Virtus
are
Pro
upper bracket
definitely more
games.
dangerous when
Tomorrow
they're
is all the
angry,
lower bracket
especially
games.
if Squirm bugs are
And
nothing
then
to go
next
off of.
weekend,
But no,
so
the
just to
meta has
explain this
been
to you guys,
changing
because
and adapting. We've been
it
seeing
takes
a
a
lot
while
of
to figure
teams
out.
coming on through with
I
their
think you were
own
there for this, Yanni,
ideologies
last
of
night,
that
no?
meta too. So I think this is definitely
So
the
today is all
closest
the upper
that we've seen
brackets.
the EMEA
Tomorrow
region
is going to be the
be,
lower
where A lot of the
brackets.
time, it does feel like Virtus Pro still the
Here.
favorites, but we don't know
And
who's going to
then
be picking up
next
those either
weekend,
podium finishes or
we're
if they're
gonna be
finally going to be
doing
able to topple
the,
Virtus Pro. So we can have a look to see how the overall schedule
like
for
the
today is
semis,
going to be
finals,
panning on
upper bracket
out.
finals,
We've talked
lower
about
bracket
it, we
semis,
bigged it
and
up.
all of these will be done
Schmungus
next
versus
weekend.
Berber
Into the grand
Patapon
final.
to open up the
These
day, and
four
this is
teams that hit the
truly
grand
going to be a
final, the
test
two
for
for
Berber
each
Patapon,
group,
because this has to be
then move on to
an
the
eternal, like,
playoffs,
just
which is then happening on the
blanket shutdown
29th,
against
so in
Schmungus,
2 weeks'
if
time.
we are to believe
So we're going to
that
be doing
this
this
is
for
the team
3
that can
weeks,
take down Virtus Pro.
Thursday to Sunday.
Yeah, Berber Patapon,
We have got a shit ton of games to go.
Team, many would say, in
The
terms of power rankings
playoffs
here in
is
the
then
EMEA, but
obviously
for
where
this
all the money
match,
comes
let me
in,
hold
right?
you up
So
one
this
sec.
is just for
If there was gonna be a
seeding
match
into the
where you got a
playoffs,
Black
whoever these
Panther
top 4
mirror,
teams are.
this is the most likely one.
True.
Nuki is a bit of a Black Panther
I
merchant. Necros loves the Black Panther. We saw
click
it in their
playoffs here.
previous game up
So,
against OGC.
the top
and we even saw it in
teams,
North America.
the top 4
yesterday as
teams
well.
then
We
go
saw
into this
Victorious
playoffs
Black
bracket,
Panther,
into another double
upsetting a team, I forget
elim,
which one.
and then obviously the grand
Ego
final winner
Death
here
played
is,
it.
Ego
takes
Death,
it
yeah.
home.
They upset FlyQuest.
So-
Yes, they did.
We got quite a few
Black
weeks of
Panther
games.
demolished that backline.
Yep.
So it's starting
We got
to
quite a few
creep
weeks of games to go.
into the pro meta. It has its use cases, you know. It's not a cope pick. It's coming out as a truly viable choice, and both of these teams have noted
We
experience
have someone that does a few
and
different flavor
predilections
combos.
towards that explosive
sourdough?
hero.
Yeah, but Schmungus
I
get
don't know
away
about
with
flavored
it for one
sourdough.
particular
I
reason,
don't know
and
about
that's
that
that if Necros is on either the Black Panther or the Spider-Man, he has really high mobility, so he can go between
If
the
I do
health
feel like
packs
doing some
across
casting,
the map,
we
and it
will.
allows
I might just cast
Schmungus
like
to
a
put all
game
of
or
their
something rather
resources
than a whole
into
series.
that other duelist, Craggy,
I'll see
who's
how I
on the
feel
Scarlet
today. We'll
Witch and
probably
gets
do mostly
literally
Watch Party
every single
vibes
resource
like
known to man.
this.
I'm talking Doctor Strange Shield, Emma Aegis, and the Guardian Shield coming on out from the
but
Invisible
I'm down
Mist,
for some
all
spicy
being
picks today.
stacked on top of him every single time
I
he
think one
wants
of the
to go for
things
that
about
reality
tournaments like
erasure
this,
ultimate. And in the meantime, you've got Berber
is
Patapon,
as
you have Tanuki,
the tournament
and
goes
Tanuki gets
on,
every single
people
resource
adapt
himself,
and people
even
change,
when they're
right?
running
And
the
they
Starwood
adapt their
and the Psylocke
picks.
at the same time.
So we could see
Tanuki
some
is the
like
one
super
who gets
interesting
the
spicy picks
aura
today.
so that he can go in and play as aggressive as possible, because Berber
Hi,
Patapon
Phoenix. Are you
understands
calling me
what
Dick
an
Rider
amazing
123?
duelist player Tanuki
Or was that
is,
a
and
mistake?
They want to put the resources in to make sure
Schmungus
that
is
he can find the
Necros.
impact
Yeah,
he
is
should be.
Necros' team.
I
Yeah.
feel like Tanuki has has aura, whether it's given or not. Let's take a deep dive into our rosters here for
I kind of want them to lose, if I'm honest.
We might call this a content creator team, but there are so many storied pros on this
What is
roster.
happening?
So many have come. They've built a lot of their content creator careers not only off of being carried.
Sorry, I don't know what just happened then.
Competitive players who you see on ladder, who you in tournament games. You're like, you know what? I'm gonna go learn from them. I'm gonna go talk some smack.
I'm Dick Ryder.
Game.
Okay, well I don't know where you got that name from.
Experience as a Vanguard player.
The last one I got was Rosemary.
Titles.
I love
Craggy,
Rosemary.
I've cast
As a
Craggy in
flavor, I love
championships
Rosemary.
before. And like we have Desley as a
I love watching Andrew. Andrew's good.
Has been such an important backbone as well. It feels like Desley
I think listen, again, I'm trying to be really conscious of like not shit talking people too much. I actually like everyone else on the team. I like Burger, he's fun to watch. I like Andrew, I like Craggy. I think they're an enjoyable team to watch, but sorry, I think Necros is a penis, so. But anyway.
One falls out, and then immediately afterwards, the rest of the entire team of
this is the now infamous TP play from Burger. If you missed that one, hoping we get to see more masterclass on Strange today from Burger.
Wouldn't happen to me. I'd win. I'm built different. Maybe at that point they just had a little bit of a reset after their portal. You know, okay, this one's chalk, this one's cooked, lads. We'll just call it there.
Tanuki is the one that I'm looking at here for BBP. He played like a demon yesterday, on Thursday. So, and Polly as well, actually. I think Polly played really well. Enzio on this Hulk, you've got to be so careful. Enzio was styling on people on this Hulk. Honestly, this is a pretty stacked team. Like PKY also gave us a hell of a Psylocke performance on Thursday in their first series, so they've got some fucking gamers on this team.
Yeah, Polly and Pokey being able to time the Captain America and Psylocke dash lambs coming on through, but Tanuki is going to be the highlight
just
of choice coming on through. Galactic Legend
styling.
And he's getting all of the resources. Look at the amount of healing that
oh good, Phoenix, all good.
Gives him as we're going to be watching Pokey now on the Psylocke. He's being able to take down Isidore before it's back to Tanuki with the Supernova. Just
I would expect some Psylocke prio today. We've seen Psylocke be quite hit or miss though, comparative to a lot of the other DPS. I mean, we've seen Punisher be pretty dominant in Emea, a bit less so in Americas. But I mean, just mainly because I feel like Psylocke's so dependent on the team build around it and the enemy team comp, because if you're going to leave a Loki in, Psylocke just feels completely useless. But then we've seen some like just crazy comeback performances from Psylocke, right? What was the game? Was there a game last night? Was it one of the Americas games last night where Psylocke just completely came back and carried the game on their back?
Over on All Business, who love to pull out that aerial hero with the huge damage output.
Heard of Polly? I don't know where from. I believe they're like one of the best demos when she came out.
Yeah, I mean, anything that has the potential to burst through strategists.
Yeah, what do we see Polly on Thursday?
Strong. And as we're seeing Supernova being able to just entirely flatten out any...
I don't know, I'll be honest, I have watched a lot of fucking Rivals over the last 2 days, so I'm trying to keep everything straight in my head. But I might get some little things mixed up here and there, because there is a lot of... We've watched a lot of games over the last couple of days. So, and a lot more to come as well. It's been super interesting though. I hope you guys are finding it interesting as well. Just to kind of, you know, figure out how pro teams are looking at the state of the game, what heroes they're valuing, strats they're coming out with.
Also further strengthens the torch pick.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Mox. In our
I got tournament tonight with my team.
We'll be able to take you guys through in just a second. It's a little bit different from what you've seen in your comp games. It's a little bit different from what you've seen in
You can show up on that Thor.
A lot of prevalence is placed on.
I don't know the relevance behind their name. I just call them BBP.
Getting rid of meta strategists like Loki,
because that's the acronym, but I don't know the relevance of their name, to be honest.
There's just such a wide pool of duelists that we rarely see the investment of bans towards that larger pool.
I might just call them BR because it's easier than saying BBP.
Yeah,
BBP is a bit of a
we do
mouthful.
tend to see, like you said, the vanguards go immediately.
All right, it's time, Chad. It's time. Let's get into game number 1 of the day. Schmungus versus BBP.
So it's going to be insta bans for both teams.
This is the first of 8 BO3s that we're going to be doing today.
Are now going to be able to secure a hero that is going to be safe from Schmungus.
Pretty standard so far. Mag, Emea, Cryo.
Decide not for the Emea, but for the Magneto, because
Mag
Schmungus went
ban
for the
into
Emea
Mag
first.
save for BBP.
Likely means
I would
that
expect a
Schmungus
Loki ban
probably
into a
gonna
Mag
ban
save,
Loki or
probably, or an
Loki
Emma
Luna
save.
here, and then secure the Emma
They
for
might-
themselves. We're yet
They
to see
might,
any,
or Venom maybe,
any
actually, because
pivots
it's
in the bans
Andrew.
towards getting rid of Punisher, who has kind of become the
It depends what
de facto
Burger feels
meta
like
duelist
playing.
at the moment, often
But
being
Venom
used
for
as a last
Andrew would make
protect.
sense. Yeah,
Oh,
there we
great
go.
prioritization for Andrew here.
Makes
Trying
total
to make
sense
sure
there.
Andrew's
Probably
Venom is
looking into a
available, given he
Luna
is a
ban, a
Venom
Loki
enthusiast.
ban here.
Yes, and I mean,
There's
that's
the
going
Luna,
to
probably a
further
Loki
strengthen
to
Necros as
follow.
well on the Spider-Man. And so Patapim on that attacker side now can
I
transition
would
into
maybe
3
Schmungus might ban
back-to-back
Invis if they're
So now
looking
they're
for a
going to start
Strange
shaving
here.
down the
If
strategist
Burger
lineup.
wants to go on the Strange,
Luna
they
is
might
the
look for
first
an
to go,
Invis ban.
Then the Loki is going to follow suit.
Okay, Luna
and now
ban.
They have one more ban,
Pretty
but before
standard.
they can utilize it, Schmungus have the opportunity
Wolvie
of protecting,
save?
and they're
Oh,
going to
okay,
save
straight
the
prio.
Wolverine, which means that
The question is,
can
does
now
Craggy
target
take that,
another
or does
strategist
Necros
if they
take
so
that?
choose.
Because I think
Yeah,
both
if you
of them
haven't
play
played,
it.
if you haven't watched the advanced ban system for tournaments before, the bans are only
Cloak
for
ban.
the opposing side. So you're trying to
Makes
craft
sense.
or remove
Support
options
prio, we've been talking
from
about
the
this the
enemy
whole
to play
time, right?
against you, whereas the enemy is doing the same to make sure that you can't play the heroes that they do not
Question
want to
is,
see.
what did BBP go for the Punisher save?
For the side of Burber.
Cap save?
Sure that Schmungus have very few
Oh,
options.
is Polly
Like, they're
feeling
gonna have
themselves
to
on the
rely
cap?
On the invis, maybe even something like
Okay,
a rocket
okay,
with
okay.
three of these
I vibe
strategies
with
on. You
it.
could pivot into
Makes
something like
sense
a
into
triple res
Wolverine
with
as
Adam and
well.
Mantis.
I fuck
The
with it.
protection here, though, of the Captain America is going to make sure whatever's in that back
And they
line
banned the
is
Hulk
going
from
to be
Enzio.
very
Yeah,
heavily
makes
harried.
sense.
Yeah,
We saw this a lot from BPP. Enzio just like going so fucking crazy on that Hulk in their first series. So
backline position with a 2-2-2 composition, or they're forced onto the triple
is
strategist with
Tanuki gonna
something
lock
like
in
the
this Human
Ultron
Torch?
in the mix, as it looks like Desley will still be able to play that Invis woman.
Get your
but with
predictions in,
KG
yo.
Probably having to go over
Spend
to
your
the
channel
Mantis.
points.
There it is. There's the force of the Ultron.
Who you
that
think
Boba
is gonna
Patapim
pop
were wanting
in
to
this game?
secure.
Okay, triple strategist. Two of them.
I'm
less
starting on
raw output when it
Krakoa.
comes to healing, at least less
We have
burst
seen
from the
so
Ultron.
much Krakoa.
And the Mantis is gonna
I
require
wonder if
proactive
this is
reading
like
of
just a
engages in
conscious
order to
choice from
set
all
up
the
those
teams
healing
because they really
resources
like
in
playing this
advance
map first.
and avoid a squishy mirror being
As it
burst
can be
down.
quite an even
Yeah, this
state
is actually
map.
really smart from Boba Patapim, because by denying the backline strategists that everyone on the side of Schmungus wanted, they've been able to take away the resources that could potentially be put towards
Craggy play
Scarlet Witch
Punisher and
pick.
then
So it's
Necros
not
play
going to be
Wolf.
the Doctor Strange,
Maybe.
it's not going to be the
Don't
Scarlet
be
Witch.
baited
They
right
don't
now
have
by
means,
the Rocket
tools
Penny. We've
of
been
being
talking
able
about this
to
all day
keep that
long.
hero
PKY
alive.
going on
And
to
so
that
it is going to have to be that triple
Psylocke.
strategist
We did talk
composition.
about
I mean,
PKY
Ultron
Psylocke.
does build rate of Ultron really quickly off of the burst damage
Tanuki looking at
potential
the
that is
Star-Lord.
available,
Okay,
but
I
it's
like
not
it.
on the same level of some of these other strategists.
Are they?
In terms
No,
of
there's no way they were
survivability or
sticking with
even
the Strange.
pressure
That would have been
it puts out
crazy.
onto
So they're
the
going
opposing
triple
team.
support
Well,
strat
Boba
Schmungus.
Patapim being able to secure both the Psylocke and the Captain America. They have a
Let me know
lot
if the
of
volume's
dive
okay for the
potential
game
to just
and the
continue
casters.
bothering this back line.
Oh yeah, Pokey and Polly, this duo that was picked up for the former.
Yeah,
OG
so we've got this
roster to really strengthen their
Necros
core.
obviously on the
They are
Spider-Man.
going to be absolutely marauding
This is kind
in
of to
the
be
backlines when we
expected.
get out here
They
onto
have the
our first
Wolverine in the
matchup.
back
Ultra
pocket,
Color
but
here on the
interesting that they're
carousel
not
already.
going with the Wolverine
Forcing out
straight
the
away.
diamond form of Emma Frost is going to make her a little bit less
Necros
threatening.
getting a little
Necros needs
poked
to find
out.
a health
Stop.
back, and indeed we'll be able to dodge away onto that. Poker's going to be able to play the
Polly
margins
just
here
trying to
and
hold
make
this
sure
site,
Necros
not
is
give it for
continually
free for
zoned
these
away
first
from
points.
this. It looks like Schmungus do have a little bit of capture on the
I mean,
point,
there's
but
a
Burber quickly
huge
taking
amount
all
of
that
dive on
space away
both sides,
once
so I
again.
mean,
Yeah, Tanuki
I
on the
like the
off
triple
angle,
support idea
keeping
from
up the pressure
Schmungus.
onto the back line, sends them right into the
PKY getting that early pick on
Loki's able to
Necros.
take out the Spider-Man. Craggy, though, does trade it back with a pick onto the Captain America. And now
I would
lacking
like
one
to
of
see
those dive
Tanuki
engagement
like
options.
really
Boba
pressuring
Patapim
Craggy
gonna be
here,
stuck for options in terms
because
of
I do think
engagement.
Star-Lord is a
Still no
super
first
good
capture here on
matchup
the mission area.
into
Nice tracking
Ultron.
coming through from Andrew, gets two with the help of
Oh my
Boga,
god,
finds
Burger
the
just
final
fucking
hit.
went
And guess what?
mental.
Craggy's already got themselves an ultimate, lays down the Rage of
Burger just
Ultron
went mental
and
on
picks
that
up
Emma
the
for a
point.
triple.
Yeah, that Rage of Ultron just builds immensely fast, even in comparison to something like
Sorry,
Alex's
chat. I'm
Eternal
also
Bomb.
just
But then
going to
again,
quickly bring up the
Players
YouTube
are
stream
playing
because the
pretty
quality on
split,
this one is
which is
fucking
going to be
terrible.
impacting the amount of healing that that cloak is able to output with that AoE on the Light Force daggers. As we can see that Shmungus with that first
And we'll
control
switch.
can now start
We'll switch
utilizing the
streams
mobility of some
after
of
this
these
one.
heroes, both the Spider-Man and the Venom, to bounce the point between themselves, as opposed to Berber Patapim, who are going to have to look for an aggressive opening.
Yeah, that dosage
First
is
cloak
looking
down.
interesting. Could be everything.
Get them onto
Big
site.
pressure
Nice
there
kill from
onto
Tanuki,
Polly,
taking
but
out
Necros
Necros.
has a far smaller health pool to try and
Andrew
play
is
with.
on
Every
this
single
site though,
mistake
and
he
like
can
just
punish, and of course you can be dragged in as you
like
try and
kind of
disengage as well.
completely free.
Two of those
Tanuki's
force
finally
could have
putting
been
down some
responsible
pressure
for
on
that,
him.
but easy tracking onto Andrew. It's a big hitbox and it's a smaller health pool.
Good
which
take from
reduces to
BBP.
zero as Berber Patapim quickly execute on a retake.
So when you know
42%
when
of
you're
the
running
point
like
picked
this
up for
Venom Emma,
Shmungus,
you know,
but
if you
Berber
can
Patapim
focus the
have a
Emma and get the
lot
Emma
of
out,
ultimates on the board to be able to
it's a
this
big
next fight.
chunk
And
of their
with the
front
Captain
line.
America, they do have pretty much eternal stall, as Shmungus
It's pretty
are
much all of
missing
their front line, really.
significant burst damage potential. Craggy on that Ultron is going to be able to help
I think Polly's
going to
be a problem here.
option,
So you got
but
4
without
ults here for
him,
BBP.
the
This should be
Spider-Man is not gonna be doing enough to
this should
burst
be a
through the
good
health
fight
pools
for them, but
of
we've
Berber
got
Patapim's
2
line.
support ults on the side of Shmungus, so
Necros
Necros goes, forces out the ult.
Invisible boundary there, trying to get rid of Pokey before we can get back into the invisible boundary and receive that healing, but everyone just dives on in.
But it's off site, so that's pretty good for Shmungus, to be honest. PKY though on this Psylocke is absolutely ruining the backline. This Psylocke is a problem for this triple support comp, and they might have to switch some things up here, Shmungus.
Yeah, and he's able to peel for his backline too. Andrew is denied getting a hit.
I mean, I
onto
feel
that
like Necros
backline,
is
and he
getting
does
nothing
have
done on this
this,
Spider-Man.
but without
I would
the
like
winner,
to
without
see.
that damage boost, it's gonna be up
I would
to
like
the
to see
Mantis'
something that can help
inspiration coming through
peel
from KG,
this
but 12%
PKY
damage push to try and
Psylocke,
have
because at the
pick
moment the
potential
backline
on
is
the
getting
Venom ultimate.
ruined.
It's even getting that Ultron
Maybe
drive.
it's
They
on
want to
KG
try and
to
make
hit
sure that
sleep
this
for that
Venom
one.
is that engagement option. Patapim is going to be able to scout out where the Venom is coming from.
Got
and
support
force a
on
lot of
either
that health
side.
down already low before the engagement can even come on through.
Oh, nice kill from Andrew though.
Came up trump there. The cellular corrosion
Had to get kill. Cloak dagger on site. Oh, gets the picks before they can get in the invisible as well. Oh, that's a feels bad. This is looking really good for BBP. Yeah, this is done. This is done. PKY is absolutely shitting on them on this Psylocke.
It's doing so much in the back line. It's been torn apart, and Boga does not have the time to try and make this work.
Oh, can he touch? Okay, he can touch.
TP back does have a health pool to try and work with here, as well as multiple life spores coming through from the Mantis to try
I don't think he could. Nah. Well. BBP just fucking showed up in
Yeah,
force.
wonderful Terror Cape as well, coming on through from Berber Patapim, connecting onto him, connecting onto him. The string shield drops. The second that the string shield drops.
Sorry, chat. We're gonna switch to the YouTube and hope that this is a bit better quality because
damage amplification
I don't know,
onto
the
him
quality
from
of the
all sources of
Twitch
damage.
stream
The strange
seems-
balls very,
Oh, this
very
doesn't look
quickly
any better,
doesn't
does
have
it?
the stall potential to let
Wow, this
one
looks
of
worse,
Shmungus'
no?
other members pile through that portal on after him, and that means that they're not going to have the portal for the access of the first fight. Berber Patapim are going
This
to be
just
coming
looks
into
worse,
this with
right?
A lot of ultimates. Pokey
Is it my
with the
PC?
dance of the butterflies is going to be one to keep your eye on, because Shmungus are going to have to stack their players close to each other.
It
to
can't
be
be
able to
my
absorb the
PC
hit.
that's the
They're
problem,
too far
right?
away from the soul resurgence from the Mantis, and that's going to impact their as opposed to Berber Patapim, who can play as aggressive as they want.
And you better believe when you group up to try and deal with that dance of butterflies, Tanuki's going to be there on top with the Blaster Barrage, farming up the last.
Yeah,
12%.
Spider-Man did
Charges,
nothing in that half.
no time
Nothing.
at all.
He's staying on it, though.
You have to be counting those swings because it's easily
I
counted.
don't feel like
by
there's
the
many
styled if you're
pull-off
caught
points
unawares.
here, is there?
Yeah, Boga needs to get the Psionic Seduction online and quickly.
They just
Berber
don't, like,
Patapim
they've got
already
no
setting
peel
up the
for
flank.
PKY on the
Captain
back
America and the Psylocke
with
ready
Polly
to hit
jumping
it.
over the
Cap's
top,
gonna be
and then
able to
Tanuki
create
can
all
dive
of
from
that
height.
attention
Like,
before Pokey
I don't know,
can
these
come
supports
through
just
with
have
that
no
ultimate as
protection
Necros
whatsoever.
actually takes matters into his own hands, comes in early, disrupts Berber Patapim's plans.
This engagement is strong, but it is going to leave Andrew with very few friends here on the point.
The spacing's really good as well. And look, PKY's just going straight in with the ult. Surely pop the ult. Baited out some ultimates though. No, zero value from that Spider-Man ult. Absolutely nothing. Popping everything. Boga trying to get something. Craggy actually gets PKY, which is huge. But then Tanuki just rolls over with the Star-Lord ult. Can Craggy finish off Star-Lord? Doesn't look like it. KG, though, with a nice pick off on Tanuki, finishing off that Starlord. Let me know if the casters are too loud.
That's where Schmungus are at their strongest.
Yeah, they did such a good job with Necros going in for that tempo change.
That's actually like a really nice hold from Schmungus to stay in this and not give them the free early point. Still contesting. Nice from Craggy, picks up PKY. That's exactly what they needed. Tanuki's looking for Necros, manages to make it into the Invisol.
It's going to be an invisible boundary drawn up here in response to Polly moving forward with a living legend, giving everyone that overhead.
Oh, Polly gets the snipe.
Undefended and undeterred is the Captain America.
Nice from Craggy, though. 1 for 1. Necros finally gets a kill, but I think BBP have got this first point. I don't know if Andrew can stay on. He can't, and he's going to get bullied. I think they need to switch off this Spider-Man. The Spider-Man is absolutely useless
to see both
right
of
now.
these teams running incredibly mobile heroes who can just continue to bounce on to contesting that.
Craigy's putting in a lot of work on his Ultron,
like
though.
A relay race, but now that Berber Patapim are in control of the situation, they should be able to stall out the
Yeah, I think a Bucky's not a bad shout, actually. You know, you can peel this PKY Psylocke as well with it. Because look at this, like, Holly goes in, baits out the Mantis ult, right? Now PKY can just wait and pop the ult over the top, knowing that that Mantis ult is out. Andrew gets a double, though. That's huge.
Which claims to.
Oh, Andrew demolishing the backline. Great value.
That's huge from Andrew. They needed that big time. Big time. Was that a Mantis boosted ult? Is that how they got? Is that how he got the kills?
Back in control, and this is where Spider-Man can really be a pain when you're trying to make your engagement happen, and he's just in the back.
Is he looking to pull someone off here?
Yeah, he's got that spectacular spin online too.
Andrew saving them, to be honest, with that ult.
With Eternal Bond before Berber Patapim can get themselves on.
Few ults on the board though. PKY, Alex and Tanuki all with ults. There goes the cloak ult on the point. They just got to back out. Craggy trying to keep everyone up over the top. I like it. Oh, Necros tried to get Tanuki. PKY in the back though. So much damage. Oh, these three supports are just getting absolutely railed. This is very easy for me to sit here and say, but I need some peel.
Yeah, there's that adaptation coming on through. Berber Patapim knew that there was a potential for Necros to go in and use an ultimate before Patapim could make their move, and so they decided to send
yeah, KG and Desley are having a really hard time staying live between this double dive.
Dive in and force a peel because everyone was already peeling for each other.
Desley really close to an Invisol. They're going to need that to hit sight, I think.
The situation is a lot harder said than done, as now it's going to have to be, that's the web.
Because this is the problem. BBP are playing so well together with their supports that Necros is just getting nothing done with it. Can't isolate target. They're doing a really good job of sticking together. Andrew trying, not quite getting anything from that ult though. Mag ult hits the tree. Fuck that tree in particular.
But it's stalled out by a tree. Great play there by KG, hiding amongst the forest to make sure they're not found in the trees.
Invisol to hold on site.
And while they are isolated, Boga can't go that deep to try and pick up the frag. It would just be too risky.
They need something from this Ultron ult. Trying to keep Andrew alive. Huge from Craggy. Huge from Craggy. Triple kill. How the fuck he get that in that room? Oh, that was clutch. That was clutch.
Finally push them off of that point. We're headed to final fight territory, and
yeah, it's gonna be a TP vibes.
We are going to have the Eternal Bond coming on through from Alex. That's CC immunity, so you don't have to worry about
potential last fight if Schmungus can hold it.
You might have to worry about your players walking outside of it though.
Oh, cloak over the top though. PKY getting the double on the backline again. Oh, it's just this is an absolute slaughter. We're gonna have a TP here from Boga. Already changed to the Strange. We're gonna get the reverse TP. This is gonna be one last fight. Only Tanuki's got an ult though. Andrew has their ult as well on Schmungus.
Damage boost coming on through from KG. They are going to have pick potential. Berber Patapim are going to have to make sure that they're playing so spread apart so that the Venom doesn't get multiple.
It's time to go. It's time to go. Last
Boga
fight.
can try and open this one up. Prime Boga, the strange messiah themselves. On
No other ults even close, though. Necros might be able to get one in this fight. Look at how quickly... Andrew got two! Andrew got two! He got both supports. Oh, Andrew might have just carried it.
And Schmungus are almost back in control. There's not going to be any chance to try and turn this one around.
Oh, Andrew just fucking carried it.
From the strange touching might well be out of the question for
Oh, he's kept them in the game.
Goes down too. Craggy floats above it all, feeling
He's kept them in the game, Andrew. That's why you ban the Venom, right? This is why you don't let him have the Venom.
Close series potentially, and it is indeed as we go
Insane
all the way
work.
to the third point of Cradle. This Venom's Feast of the Abysses have been
Hi, Generic.
absolutely lethal at the moment. Berber, Patafim having both of their two strategists in the same place, trying to play Peel for each other. And
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
granted,
so
you do have
smart
things
from
like that
Andrew
in
as
this
well.
woman,
Like,
right, where you
maybe
can
that
use
was
the force
a
physics
little
to knock
calm
the
from
Venom back,
Necros,
but
right?
Andrew
Saying,
did
hey,
such a
I
good
can't
job
isolate
of
these two.
countering the
They're sitting on
cooldowns
each other.
before he commits
But
in,
if you can
using
get
their
a Venom
ultimates,
ult on
he
both of them
can't
while they're
get
set on
pushed
top of each
away
other, you're going to
from
rock
where
it.
he wants that
And he
social
did. He
damage to be
carried that
applied.
fight.
Berber Patapim will be able to open up with Galactic Legend
Necros
as well
staying
as
on
down
the
to
Spider-Man.
Butterflies, but
I
Desley
don't like
is going
it,
to have
but-
the invisible boundary, which may well set the boundary against Berber Patapim's forces.
I would love to see, like,
Might be all we need.
Necros doesn't play those
Necros
kind of
with a
heroes,
spectacular
but
spin here.
I don't know.
Previously, we've seen Polly use the Living Legend.
You don't even get the Venom Spider-Man
keep that
team up
one at
anymore,
bay,
right?
keep
So
the
you
health,
don't even
making
get
sure those
value from
breakpoints
that
for
duo.
frags are not found, and Necros can't find the knockouts
Let's
off the
see.
back of it.
PKY nearly got an
A little bit more
ult.
prep
Polly,
coming through from
Tanuki both
Andrew. You'll be
looking
able
with
to
their
find those on
ults.
some weaker targets.
Necros,
But now Necros,
Desley.
we're just going to follow him around as he makes his reconnaissance rounds.
There are no support ults, so if
Look at
Necros
the
can find an
rollout, or
angle,
yes, the
this
swing
ult
out
could go
coming
huge
over
right now if he
from
gets the
the
timing.
Spider-Man. Necros trying to get
Like,
the
he should pop it
information
right now.
ready.
He should pop it
Spectacle
right now.
spin Going to be landed. Out comes the Living Legend early.
Absolutely clapped.
But Alex still finds the first pick on the
I
Spider-Man.
think that was a bit of an error, but it's easy to say that from this side, right? Desley bombing the invis. KG being forced to pop the Mantis ult. But I mean, Tanuki is just still going bananas over the top. Necros gets 3, actually. Huge. That might be enough to carry the fight, but someone needs to deal with Tanuki. Andrew finally gets Tanuki, but PKY is untouched on this Psylocke. It's 1v1, Boga versus PK. It's Boga versus PK. PK styles to get the first bit of the point.
Berber Patapim should get the first cap.
Well, you say
Woo!
that, but Necros is back. And Pokey is forced into stealth. Necros just so much faster. Craggy is
Could
low.
not
The
get it in
aerial
time,
is
actually.
gonna be able
Necros
to
manages to get back here so fast. But this is still being full contested. No percentage for anyone.
Invis boundary gets invested on the side of Ken. Necros trying to grab everyone outside of it, but it looks like Schmungus are just going to have to wait. And off of the back of that,
Nice kill from Enzio, though. I think they're going to have to give it here. It was a nice try, but I think you've got to give it.
From Ken, but it works
Reset,
out.
give it.
Use
the ults.
Their own percentage here.
Yeah,
Wild.
Enzo on this Magneto is going to be able to
You can
keep
see
up the pressure
Enzio,
onto
right? He's on
Craggy's array
controller.
of
Can you
ults
see?
on Schmungus. Like we talked about,
This
they
guy- this
do
is a
have
roller
lot of
player.
ability to get into Berber Patapim's backline, but what they don't have is anchor potential if the fight goes into a brawl stage.
Yeah, we got
on that
Mantis
point,
generic.
which
I
is
think we're
why
going to see a
Berber
lot more
Patapim
Mantis today, to
invested
be
in
honest.
Strategist ultimate to be able to pick it on up.
Tanuki
But
changing
actually
to that
took
human
over to the
torch.
off of that
We've
Star
seen
Lord to
how
keep up the
dominant
pressure
Torch
on the
was
Venom.
yesterday.
Rage Ultron comes on out, trying to keep
Huge from
everyone
Craggy.
healed up
Gets
further down
PKY.
to the
That's a big kill.
butterflies, and Trace
PKY has
has
been
come from
really
both
dominant.
sides.
Yeah, Pokey punished on the disengage, but look at that, the vulnerability.
Oh, this could be huge from Boga. Can he ping anyone? Oh, he looked so good until the mag shield.
The same, the metallic bulwark from Enzo onto themselves is enough to keep it defended, but now you've got to deal with Schmungus on the point with a diamond.
Tanuki, though, is like, Tanuki's just untouched up top. Boga gets the kill on Ken. That's big. I think Tanuki's going to wait out this invis. KG does not have their support ult either yet. So this could be massive. Tanuki went down, though. And Andrew is just sitting on this point.
Admittedly.
70% during that, though, from
Cap
BBP.
finally goes the way of Schmungus' side. It did cost them 2 ultimates
Oh,
in that
Necros.
fight, and Visband
You
is
just
going
got
to be going
baited
on
so
Pokey.
hard.
Just immediately
You just
out
got
of
baited
respawn,
so
takes
hard by
down Necros
PKY.
on the Spider-Man. Berber are going to just commit. Full send through the portal, going quickly with a supernova when there's no strategist ultimate except
There's the Mantis ult. There we go.
On the other side,
Good timing on that one.
Is just so slow that Berber still think that they
Desley,
can win
big pickoff.
Soul Resurgence good to go, and Alex falling early could spell doom for this one. Still, the Freedom Charge is going to be invested here by Polly onto the back line. They want to
I can hear a Spider-Man ult going off, but it doesn't look like he got much value. Polly and PKY on the back, though, doubling up. This dive duo is a problem. I don't think you can give PKY.
To try and find one of those
I don't think you can give PKY this Psylocke.
And they've decided that
They are
can afford to
looking
give a little
very,
bit more
very
percentage.
good
They
on
want
this
to have
pick.
it in case it goes to an overtime stall-out fight. As Necros gets taken down early, is not going to be that to be able to open
They're gonna
up
have
the
to touch.
fight. Ken holds on to
It's
that
gonna be on
engagement
Andrew to
too.
touch, I think.
It's going to be up to Craggy with the Rage of Ultron to try and force it.
Put some pep in my step.
A big play from Necros could be everything.
They're not touching.
Andrew's done the groundwork.
Okay, he's on. PKY gets Craggy, though.
Sustainability was missing later on in the fight. Tanuki managed to drag themselves inside.
Dude,
that
Necros is
boundary.
completely
Attempt
fucking
to
useless
escape
in this
doesn't
game. He is
work out.
absolutely
Across the
fucking
Tanuki
useless.
scorch for uniform of
Yeah,
Spider-Man.
this is a BPP
Disney
straight
can't stand up to
straight
the
win
tide of
first game.
Burr, Patapim, and they Burr cap the point
Straight
surely.
win.
Teleport is about to come on through from Craggy, who's already swapped over to the Strange, but it's not going to be in time.
Honestly, you know,
Berber, Patapim
I'm gonna try
finds
not to
the
be
pick,
biased,
find
you know,
the
and let
tempo
personal
to
feelings get in the
deny
way.
the
But
overtime
honestly,
contest,
that's a
and
pretty
will
fucking
be
poor
able to
performance from
win
Necros.
out over Schmungers on map number 1. But we're seeing a very close series between these two
Yeah,
teams.
PKY. Oh
This
my
is
god.
a surprisingly close series. Like,
45 and 7.
Under Schmel, under Sell, how good Schmungers
45
are.
and
Like,
7
Patapim, we
in a
expect,
2-round
be
game.
one of the only teams that could potentially
Tanuki as
destroy
well,
those, right?
41 and
Yes.
7.
And,
Both of these
for
DPS
one block
popping
a
the
week,
fuck off.
Schmungers, they get their 2 hours,
Like,
they get their block.
insanely.
They're kind of.
I think
exchanging.
Boga
I
and
feel like
Andrew played
domination
really
is probably
well.
the strongest mode for Schmungers,
You know,
with,
on the
like,
tanks to do
how
what they
well it
could, but
favors
like,
the Spider-Man and the Venom as a
yeah,
dominant
I
duo.
think compositionally they just had a problem with
An awkward
peeling.
draft. For Schmungers, a lot of strategist options got taken
You know,
away.
they
Maybe if
I
they
think
manage to
that they would
protect,
just been way too
strategists, they
stubborn
can get a little bit more
on
value
trying to
out
like
in the next round.
stick with their picks. You know, the Venom did
Yeah, the
great
silver
work,
lining for the team that loses
but they had
the
no
first
peel
map
for
is
this
that they
backline,
get
right?
to
Cap
actually
dives,
pick the
Psylocke
side
dives.
that they start
Your
from
supports are
in
just
the
getting
next
ruined,
round.
right?
So they could well
And
pick
you're
attack
running a
the
triple
side
support,
to deny Berber
right?
Patapim
So
having
this
the
double dive was just
opportunity
ruining
of
them
taking
non-stop.
3 strategists in a row
Hey,
off
thank you for the
board,
gift. I
while
appreciate it.
also
How you doing, buddy?
being able to save
What's up,
the
Dingleberry?
best for themselves. So we'll have to wait
Ego
and
over
see,
performance,
because
maybe a
as
little
team,
bit. Maybe a
Schmungers
little bit.
like to play things
Hi,
like the
Grinch.
Spot,
How you
which we
doing?
also
Sorry, I
know
didn't see
that
that,
the
buddy.
Panther
How
is
are
in
you?
the back pocket too, but with the strategist lineup that they had access to, with the limited strategist lineup that they had access to, off of a
Yeah, I think,
lovely target ban system coming out from Berber Patapim.
I mean,
The
what do
only
you
thing
what do you
that
do
they
in that
could
sitch? You
really
could
do
use a
that would give them
Wolverine
any
even
potential sustainability to match wits against Berber
to
was
kind
go
of
for
counter
straight
dive
triple
instead of
strategist
the
lineup, and
Spider-Man,
they
right?
wanted to use the
Because the
Ultron
idea
to try and make up for the fact that they were lacking one of the duelists.
the idea was that, you know,
forced their
Necros
hand
is
into
diving in with
having
Andrew in the
to
back
play
line
the
to
Invis and
take
the
their
Mantis, and
supports,
unfortunately,
as
Soul
PKY and
Resurgence
Polly
on
are
the
diving
Mantis
on your
is
supports,
very
and it's
easy
who's the
to
better
be able
diver,
to
right?
punch from any form of damage.
But they just weren't coordinating that dive at all. So I think it would have been better to go for something like a Wolverine instead. Focus out Enzio on the mag, get the mag out the way, and then you can just steamroll them over, you know? So maybe that's the
by which side of the map you're starting on. So
the way to do it. I mean, they saved Wolverine. This is what's really confusing me about this first draft. They made a point of saving Wolverine on Schmungers and then just never used it.
I'm thoroughly expecting
So, like, I just don't really understand. If they knew that they wanted to ego Spider-Man, just pick Spider-Man then and save Spider-Man. Like, they literally saved a hero that they didn't use once. It was pointless. I believe the answer is expired cottage cheese and penis wrinkles for 200. You know, every time you come in, Dingle, I feel like I understand humanity a little less and less every time. I know the feeling of Swamp Pass, though. I used to get that shit all the time when I was working behind the bar. When you do bar work, Swamp Pass is real. Get that shit all the time. How you doing there? Welcome in. This is cool from BPP though. They have some super strong players in this team. I think Schmungus maybe just underestimated them a little bit. So these are the games we got today. Banger of a day. Banger of a day. If any of you want to watch a particular team, if you've got like favorites that you want to follow, you can go back, you can go onto my YouTube. I'm not posting all of them as videos, but the lives are on there as well as on Twitch. So you can just scrub back through the VODs, go sub, scrub back through the VODs, find the matchup you want to watch, and they'll all be on there for you. Because obviously I'm streaming every single game, so they'll all be on there for you. Hi, Gail. How you feeling today, buddy? You okay? Are you starting to feel any better? How are you, Keith? I appreciate the gift. Thank you. Yeah. Cool first game. Feeling all right. Finally able to keep food down. Okay. Good first step. Maybe another day or two. But at least you can keep food down. That's a big one. Nicholas played a viable hero. They could have had a chance. Yeah, I mean, yeah, just ego really in it. I think from, you know, if you watch the Burger interview after the first series, I don't think Schmungus are taking it that seriously, to be honest. I don't think they care nearly as much as a lot of these other teams. Because from, you know, you got to think about it from their point of view, right? They're all content creators. They don't need the money. A lot of them, well, I would say a few of them at least, do really well from streaming and sponsors and stuff, so they don't need this prize pool money, realistically. Not nearly as much as a lot of the other teams do, who don't have that kind of platform to fall back on, you know? Yeah, they're playing BPP, Gale. And, yeah. Tried to go Spider-Man, did not work. Did not work. The Ultron was kind of cool, though. We've seen quite a bit of Ultron, and we've seen a lot of Ultron dominate, actually. Yesterday, we saw quite a lot of high prio on Ultron. So I would expect there to be quite high prio on him as well throughout the day. Hi, Foddy. Gonna watch while I eat dinner. You make an awesome commentator. Thank you. I appreciate it. This is more like just watch party vibes rather than me full on casting. I'm not gonna do much like full on casting today. I'm gonna kind of save it, I think, for more of like the finals and stuff. And hopefully I can get my wonderful co-caster as well to join me for those. All right, game 2. Let's see what they change.
An entire role. You can also
Let's see if we get any switch ups here. The
best
Venom ban
hero
instantly.
in the game.
Love it.
And there's nothing that the other side can do about it. And for Berber Patafim, that's
the colors are the wrong way around, by the way.
Just
so you're aware.
Berber Patafim will not
love that Venom
able,
ban.
or, no,
not surprised.
Andrew that's sort of what we expected. But that is going to be Schmungus locking down the Magneto and Berber Patafim removing both the Venom
Probably
and
a
the
mag save
Luna
here. Yeah.
in response.
Luna ban, Loki ban. Maybe an Ultron ban even.
Invest a ban on the Venom. Andrew's put the fear of God in them. For the fear of null, perhaps.
I would expect a Luna probably here.
Too many
or the Loki.
KOs on
either
the back line with
Luna,
the
Loki, both.
And so the corrosion.
Unless they want to get rid of this Psylocke, or they're going to let TKY stay on this Psylocke.
The damage boost to get value out of a Venom ultimate.
If they want to ban it now and make sure they can't save it, they should ban the Psylocke now. Otherwise, BPP might want to save it.
True, and now that Schmungus are on the attacker side,
there's the Luna ban.
Should not be subjected to having to run triple strategies.
Did they save the Emea and just go double tank mag Emea?
that they decided to
Oh, they
choose
want the cap for
upon.
Polly.
River
Okay.
Patapim have been able
Same as
to
last time,
guarantee
I
that they
guess.
can still play Magneto.
They really
and they're
value this
also
cap
going to be able to
dive.
guarantee that they can still have Polly playing upon that Captain America. Humongous have weakened
Taking
the Psylocke
Hulk
that
off
is
Enzio
likely
makes
going to
sense.
be running alongside it by removing
You
the
do
Luna
not want to
from
cap
the pool
Hulk
of
duo
River
dive
Patapim's
tank.
strategist lineup, so we're
Be
not
way
going
too
to have
much.
the idle aura getting used on that one.
What do they save?
as they
If you save
target
this
out
Wolverine,
Enzo's
Schmungos,
Hulk
you better
as
fucking use it.
well.
I mean,
They
it
saved the
seems
cloak.
a little weird
Makes
considering we've
sense.
seen 2 Vanguard saves already.
The
But-
reason, okay, so just a couple of explanations here for any of you
Tanuki
that
with the
might
Gamma Squid
be
is fairly
newer to
dangerous.
rivals.
And there's going to be the save on the Crocodile.
The way
Like,
that this
listen,
banning
we
system
wanna
works
have
is you ban for
one
the other
strategist we're
team.
super comfortable
It's
with,
not
you
like
know?
ranked where you ban it for
we'll try and
both.
save this one,
Each
but
one are
Gasly can
banning
play
saving
everything, but you don't wanna be
individual
forced
for the
into these
opposite team, right?
weird
Or the saving is for you, the
compositions.
banning is
I
for
wouldn't
the
be surprised
opposite
to see
team.
Invisband here, and it's
So
currently
that's
being
why we're
covered
seeing
by
double
Double
up
Patterson. Like, okay,
double up
we're still
bans.
going to make you try. We're still
The
gonna
cloak
make
and
you poor
dagger
bandits,
save
by the
is
way.
mainly because
You're
if
gonna
you
try and
look at
force
the
that
other
one out.
bans,
You can only have one for
they
normal
banned out
strategists on your
Luna
team.
and
So this
Loki,
might see a
and
bit of a pivot
they
back
want
towards
a
that
really
triple
good
strategist we've seen previously with Necros giving
strategist
supplementary
ult,
healing
and
from
Cloak
the
is
Ultron.
arguably
Yeah, so
the
to give
best
a little bit of
outside
context
of
for the
Luna.
potential of why
So
we
they just
saw
wanted to
that
make sure
Hulk
they've got
ban,
that backup
it
for
was actually
KG,
something that Berber
if they
ran
can't have the
against
Luna.
0%. They ran Hulk Cap,
The
Star-Lord,
Loki ban,
Psylocke, Cloak and
to
Dagger,
explain the
and
Loki ban
Luna
for you, 40,
on Krakoa, and
Loki
it was
in
a
general
100%
is
to 0.
insanely dominant.
Oh boy.
It's very,
So
very strong
removing
support.
the Hulk from
It's
play
also
does mean that
particularly
you weaken
very
some of
good
the utilities that's going to be
into
available. Plus, it also makes
what
it
we're
much
seeing a
harder
lot of, which
for
is
Berber
these
Patapim
big
to be able
DPS
to
ults,
bounce the point, because if you have a Hulk
Psylocks,
and a Captain America on symbiotic surface, which
Punishers.
is
It's
a
a bit
map
less
that
so
is
against
all
Punishers, because
about
Punisher can kind
high
of just
ground
deal with the lamp.
control, then you're going to be
but against things like we've seen a lot of
traversing the map in comparison
Human
to some of the other
Torch,
Vanguards
Winter
who
Soldier,
maybe
so
have
these
to
big
rely
like
on their own
team
feet
fight
to be
winning
able to trace
ultimates.
over there instead.
Loki lamp,
Only losers have
done.
feet, Moxie.
And then that's not even his ult. That is
Berber
just
Patapim in our winners
his
semis
ability,
here
and then
in
he
our
can
group
copy a Cloak and
stage
Dagger ult,
GSL bracket.
and he gets double
Tony
value.
Schmungus opening
So
up on their own
Loki
attack.
is just so
And what
hard to
is
play
Craggy
into
gonna be playing
in general. So
question. Seems like the
I would be
Wolverine
very
for now is
surprised.
going to be
We'll
one
see
of the primary
Sentinels later.
concerns.
Sentinels put a huge amount of
Unsurprising,
prio
considering
on
you might be
saving
going up
Loki
against the Captain
for
America. You really
Aramori
need
for
to
that
try and
reason,
shut
because
down
it's so
Polly,
strong.
make him a little bit more apprehensive.
Hi, Shadow.
Diving into your backline.
Yeah, they do have a lot of potential shutdown
So
on this Captain America
let's
with
see
both the Wolverine, but
how we are
also the
looking here.
Emma as
PKY
well with that
back on that
diamond
Psylocke,
just
no
grabbing
surprise.
him out whenever he
Tanuki
tries to dive, but
piloting
he
the
used
Human
grab
Torch.
onto the Captain America. What do you have
Again,
left to
no
clear that
surprise. And now
Psylocke?
Necros is on the
Loki is
Ultron. They're
actually
doing
not
this
being
triple
able to find these
support comp
opportunities
again.
right now. Schmungus
And they
doing a
put
very
Craggy
good job
on this
of
Wolverine.
keeping up the pressure onto both the Cap and the
So they're
Psylocke,
really
forcing
valuing this
Loki to
triple
have to
support
back on it
vibe
as the sedation actually comes out
against
onto
this dive.
Polly, cutting off the tempo change up of the Psylocke and the Captain America and allowing Schmungus
I
to
see it. I
finally
do
take
see
control
it,
high
but they
ground.
just need to make sure that they're covering their backs a lot more, because
Nasty eye
exactly
volley.
what I was
KG
just
falls
about
low,
to
Pokey's
say,
there to
dude.
pick up the
You
pieces
see
of
exactly
the
what they're
scatter them
doing.
across the
Polly
symbiotic
dives in,
surface.
burns them a little bit. PKY storms in and kills them. This double dive is a menace for Schmungus to deal with. I don't know why they gave him it again. I think this was such a massive mistake giving PKY this Psylocke, or giving Polly this Cap, man. They should have banned one of the two.
Tanuki at the moment is just uncontested. Schmungus are doing so much trying to deal with the Captain America and the Psylocke and that
Craggy
backline,
changes
trying
to the Winter
stop
Soldier.
dive
I like
commitment
this a
from
lot
coming
more.
on through,
I like this a
and
lot more.
also contest Enzo on this Magneto on that front line.
I think Craggy has to sit on the supports here, but it means that they're playing so
Tanuki's already
passive.
got a supernova. His health bar is barely dropping below the 250 full intently. It's just Necros who's shooting him down as
Yeah,
Craggy
Tanuki's
actually
uncontested
swaps
as well.
from the
I mean,
Wolverine
there's
onto
so
the
many
Winter Soldier
issues.
to have the bionic hook to try and
This
play
is going to come
havoc
down to
against
some
the
ult
dive.
usage.
Yeah, deprioritizing Vanguards here.
Mag soaking up a lot of Necros. Where the fuck is Necros shooting? Who is he shooting at? PKY over the top, getting a double. Guys, I think this is over. This might be an early call, but I think this is over unless they make some massive changes right now. PKY just with a triple dominating, and that's a reset. We're going to be looking at a TP angle soon.
And rolls away with a frag of their own.
0
You can play as
kills
aggressively
and
as you
10
want in the
and
middle of your
0
Cloak and
on
Dagger
PK.
ultimate.
Not a
It does
single
mean, though,
kill
that
on
Schmungus are
Schmungus
going
right
to be able
now.
to have a Kraken impact, and they only have to deal with the invis boundary coming on through from Ken's hands. Although Tanuki might be able to just cut out the impact of it
This is
entirely if he
dire
decides to utilize
straits
Supernova
if you're a Schmungus
and
fan.
zone Schmungus away. But that's what Boga is going to be waiting
This is
for.
gonna have to be a hell of a
absorb
comeback
chunk of the Torch's fire.
to make this competitive.
Damage boost onto the Ultron. It's a little bit scary, a little bit spooky.
Tanuki again with a pickoff.
Well. The fear proves too much, taken over by
Nice peel from Boga. Really nice. That's what they needed to do. You saw Boga and Craggy both turn around and deal with PKY. That's what they needed. This is their shot. They need to get in here. Tanuki over the top, though, with the Supernova. Kind of pulling them back. Boga getting really low. Now they got to push back in with the Mantis ult now that that's down. How much can this Mago get done? He gets Necros in the air. He fucking Kobe's that shit. Oh, NZO. And look at this double dive. Look at this. Cloak going down to save them and keep them on site. PKY 3% until their ult. Schmungus have got nothing left in the tank. They've got no ults to speak of. As soon as this is out, they're going to get smacked. PKY going in off the back of it. They're holding it really well, though. They spread the damage nicely, but it's overwhelming. Necros gets one pick on Tanuki, which might be massive. But PKY is completely uncontested. Polly and PKY just dominating. I don't think they can survive. This is done. They've just been full held.
Yeah, Dez is gonna try.
They've been full
TP, but
held.
I don't think it's gonna be in time.
Schmungus,
And
this
there
is
is
a pretty
overtime
poor
burnt
showing, if
out
I'm
as
honest.
the portal
I kind of
opens.
expected a lot more from them,
Schmungus
but this
gets
is pretty
stalled
poor.
out entirely.
You've let
As
yourselves be
Berber
done by the
Palace's
same
defense was
strat
just
twice.
Too stalwart. They had to deal with so many different angles of approach.
So what do you
Polly and
change?
Pokey
This triple
managing to
healer is
secure
not
the Captain
working, but
America
it looks
and
like
the
they're gonna
Psylocke,
stick with
even
it.
down the Luna were just so detrimental for Schmungus to have to deal with. It slowed their approach down entirely. And again,
Rocket.
it allowed Tanuki to just get so much freedom of space to do whatever he wanted
That's
on that
don't get
torch,
baited by the rocket, by
that
the way.
by time
The
Schmungus
rocket's
had
probably just for some
dispatched the
spawn
Captain America and
shenanigans.
Psylocke threat knocking at their doors. Tanuki was
Yeah, dude,
already
BBP
breaking
don't need to
through
change a
their
thing.
windows.
This I love. Right, now we're talking.
Oh no, not Monday.
Craggy on this Scarlet Witch. This is what I'm talking about.
Listen, why did the 4-core coming through from
This could be
what was
big.
OG
Craggy is like, if you've watched previous Schmungus games, Craggy can be a bit of a fucking demon on this pick. Okay. This, especially into the dive, I think this could be a super good way to peel. You pop the Scarlet Witch stun down to stop them like further diving, and then just pummel the fuck out of them as your supports heal up and survive, you know? If they choose to do it that way. Or he might just go full on tank blower and might just use that team up to try and blow up NZO on this mag. Or target Tanuki. Probably more likely to target Tanuki to try and at least have some contest into this Human Torch.
He's even getting the imperative patch coming on through from Necros on this Ultron, but they've got one tick that they can afford to give, which means that Berber Patapim can either chip down the space that Schmungus has.
They're committing to the rocket though on Desley, and it's already gone. The res beacon is already down. I'm surprised. I don't mind the rocket actually, if I'm honest. You can output a lot of steady healing, but it feels like very like slow burn healing between that and Ultron against these very burst heavy champs like Psylocke. But it might work out. Let's see. They're holding for now.
Craggy is just not getting the opportunity to build up the reality erasure. In fact, he's away from his two vanguards because of how split Schmungus are forced.
Andrew kind of holding down the side. Oh, nice pick. Nice pick onto Craggy. Voga does get the trade on Tanuki, which might be enough. They have actually backed them off. This is a really nice hold, actually. It looked pretty sketch. Look at the focus. Look at the focus. PKY has no fear.
and still has the
This is just insane. Necros does get the pick, but gets traded instant. There's the res. That's going to be a big, important res. But look at this backline, dude. They're just full diving them in this back corridor. And Craggy gets taken out by Polly? Oh, that's ballsy from Craggy to be that low down. That cap just deletes them before they can get the ult off. They need one tick. Huge Agamotto from Boga, though. Boga gets 4 on the backline. Tanuki and Ked. Oh, Tanuki's just smurfed it. That's all. That's done. It's done. It's done. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0.
They're going to take the series.
Yeah, it's just the harsh nature of reality when you have one.
Yeah, I think they fucked up the draft pretty badly.
To the attacking side, the defenders.
I think that's just a comp diff.
Even though you have at the beginning of the map that high ground control that you begin with, the second that
I like the attempted adaptation. I think the rocket was not a terrible idea for the defense, but like, I mean, it's so hard when you get full held, right? The pressure to not even give away one tick is, I mean, Enzio and Polly, 0 deaths on both tanks. Come on now, come on now. Enzio as well, 13k damage on this mag, just quietly putting in an unbelievable performance. We talked a lot about PKY and Tanuki, because obviously it's much easier to see the impact of DPS heroes. So it's, you know, as they often are getting these final hits and stuff. But, yo, shout out to Enzio. Had a hell of a game as well in their first series with BPP. This is a tank to watch out for. Enzio's nasty. This is a team.
It's kind of been the Fedor's Glaze hour here for me, but I want to take a moment to point out how much Enzo did in that matchup.
Did I not just say this? It's like I'm a caster. It's like I know what I'm talking about. Did I not just call that out immediately before they did?
Going up against a fairly nebulous composition.
Not to blow my own trumpet or anything, but you know.
Enzo is not missing shots. We saw that mid-air Meteor M onto Necros as well. Like, bro's on the rollers. He's got the controller in hand. Bit of a beast, I'm not gonna lie.
That was the result as well that we were, I think, expecting to see coming through from
I think Schmungus sold, to be honest, pretty hard.
Utter dismantling of Schmungus, and I think
PKY's Psylocke is demonic.
Expecting to be running into
one of the things that you look for in a Psylocke, one of the things I really enjoy in watching really good Psylocke players is you can see the target selection. Like in that last fight, when we were on board with PKY, you can see like through the tanks, focusing that Ultron, they know who they want, they know the targets, and they will find those little picks in between. Like they're stood in front of 2 fucking tanks and still getting that damage down on the Ultron and pressuring them back.
In terms of waiting your time out,
I think target selection as a Psylocke player is like completely make or break. You know,
that much is true. Still for Schmungus and their non-meta compositions, it's not over. This was only the winner's bracket, the elimination bracket down below.
So this is how the bracket would work out.
In their own hands. And they're not going to have to go up against
let's go back to
down there, which
Emea here.
Is a very dangerous proposition and a very dangerous man.
No, BBP will play the winner of All Business and Zero Tenacity.
Everyone's favorite French food poster. How's it going?
Rad and VP would face the winner of Insomnia and Peps. From what I've seen so far, I feel like the winner of Rad VP is looking pretty solid to go to the grand final. Insomnia and Peps both looked good. But these two particularly look so strong. I think this is our next game, Rad VP. This is the one to watch. I have a feeling that whoever wins this is looking very strong to move forward.
The fact that everyone is thinking you guys are going to be able to take Virtus Pro down, or at least come the closest to it. And then Krakoa went the full 3 rounds. Was there a reason why that first map was so close in comparison to Symbiotic Surface, which was just an entire dismantling?
Basically, we didn't want to humiliate them in front of 15k viewer. So we say, okay, we're gonna give you a point, we're gonna let you farm some clips so you're happy, and then we're gonna roll on you on the second map. Just, you know,
so funny.
The domination on this map, we will always give a point to like really friendly with that.
That's so funny, dude.
And also gonna say, okay, let's show how we usually play, and then it went kind of fast.
We're gonna let you farm clips and then dominate you. Is fucking
Emea,
hilarious.
And we saw that in particular on Symbiotic Service with your Magneto. For the aspiring, you know, for the GM Magnetos out there who are looking to take it to the next level, do you have any tips for the Metallic Warlord on how to play him in these compositions?
I think what you should do is that you take your controller, you plug that in, you move that stick, that one, with the aim assist, and you shoot. And that works really well. But yeah,
wait, do you get aim assist on roller?
Really
even if you're playing it through PC?
Look at your teammate with your bubbles. Basically, you have to use your bubbles every time to get charge for your right click.
Wait,
because every right click is a potential kill on
that's
the
busted,
target. No? But yeah, the main thing is turn around, pay attention to your teammate, look at them if they really need, and try to one-shot people with your right click.
I love this guy.
And in your opinion, as a Vanguard player, we see a lot of teams immediately banning out one of those Vanguards, either the Magneto or the Emea, in terms of the advanced pick or ban phase. Where would you weight Magneto and Emea? Do you think one of them is stronger than the other, or is it purely situational?
I think people want to ban Mag because of the new meta, where there was a lot of Storm, there was a lot of Mag, Finisher, there was a lot of Iron Man in this type of character, basically. And that was like, Mag was a really counter into them, so they just permanently banned it. And Emea, even after the nerf, I think the character is still really good. So I can't really tell which one is the best. I guess it's situational, it's depending on what you want to play.
That's true, though.
But I'll rather ban Mag. This character is kind of annoying.
I think, right?
Yeah, it's really
I didn't know if you got aim assist if it's on PC though.
How's your team?
If you're just because I'm assuming that it's not crossplay. So he's just plugging a controller into the PC rather than playing on console.
Most of the time, when it comes to, do you like having that first protect or like having 3 bans in a row later on?
I think the new system is really good because it's really easy for the game in the way that you can't mirror the comp. If you're losing, because of the ban, most of the time you won't be able to just mirror the comp that you're losing to.
Well.
So you have to find by yourself a composition that is good against what they have compared to before, who were just like literally mirroring over time. I think in attack and defense it just depends. If you want to break the mental, pushing in 3 minutes is really good, but it's also really good to defend.
I think, yeah, I really like the new ban system where it's different for each team because it creates unique comps that you've got to try and work into each other, and a lot more like adaptation.
And because we know now you're continuing in the upper bracket, do you have a specific team
needs to stop
that
mewing,
you want
man.
to match up? I know a lot of people are hoping that we get to see the Berber Pataprim versus Virtus Pro
I don't know why
coming
people are
soon,
insisting
but
on
is
mewing
there
on
a
camera?
team
It's ridiculous.
other than Virtus Pro that you're looking forward to being able to take on?
Not really. I think right now it's just a race. Who's gonna beat VP first? And I want to be that team to beat VP first after this 23 win streak, something like this. Yeah. So if I see anyone else
VP are
undefeated,
by the way,
I'll be really mad because I want to be that one that choke them down for the first time. Other than that, yeah, there's not really team. I think it's always fun to face my old teammates, your Conda. I would like to face them in a match. Otherwise, LG will always have a good rivalry with LG. So yeah, with these two.
Well, as much as in our interest to have the Enzo being mad content farm, I hope that you managed to get the matchup that you're so desperately looking for in Berber Patapim, able to have a close one against VP. Thank you so much for joining us, Enzo. Congratulations on your victory, and we'll see you deeper in our winners bracket.
Well played,
Thank
BBB.
you for interviewing me. See ya.
All right, that was Enzo coming through from Berb.
Good stuff. All right, series 1 done. Bit of a one-sided stomp, that one. I thought that was going to be a bit closer. I think Schmungus will be pretty disappointed with that one. But next series is the fucking banger. VP Rad is up next. VP are undefeated for anyone who is kind of newer to the this scene. Oh yeah, if we can do the channel points as well, if we can do the prediction. Yeah, VP are undefeated. I believe they're 23-0 right now. And they've not dropped a map in a lot of series. So VP are just like destroying everyone. But Rad looked really good on Thursday. So there is potential here for Rad to maybe just take a game or like upset a little bit. Yeah. Thank you for doing the Husky House, 40. Once I've got a bit of time after this weekend, I will try and finish sorting out the sorting hat and the point system. I've been meaning to do it for ages, and I just keep getting distracted with stuff. Yeah, we saw, who else was it we saw last night in the America games who was mewing just all the time? It's just really weird. 1 second, y'all. Okay, it's not just me. Okay, apparently the sound delay is not just me. That's good to know. We'll do a quick refresh because the audio gets desynced pretty often. Really annoyingly. But cool. Don't all of you have like 50 million channel points to spend? Might as well use them. That's why we call him Knowledgeable Nick. Is that what you call me? BBP one law. You have 64.3k. I need to come up with some other ideas for you guys to spank your channel points. Is it Alex that has 1 million, I think? What's a good way to get you guys to spank your channel points? You have 698k. Insane. I mean, that must be like 3 years worth or something, right? We could do what could be quite fun. Maybe we do like a community channel points reward where you guys can all like input. Do you know what I mean? So like it's not like an individual reward. You all like put channel points towards something. I don't know, something that will, I assume, fuck me over in some way, right? Because I think that's what you all want. I'm going to quickly run an ad, guys, while we're just on a break here. Apologies if you're not subbed. 75 million channel points for a dick pic. I'll take 75 million real cash. The community goal thing is weird, though. It limits how much you can contribute per day. Does it? Just have funny things that troll you. Here's the problem, though, Ricky. Right? Here's the problem. I think this is going to be no surprise to any of you that know me quite well. I have a pretty low tolerance for, like, channel point stuff. Like, trolly channel point stuff. It's why I don't really have them on anymore. Anything that, like, takes over the stream, anything that's, like, super trolly, it's, like, it's quite gimmicky and it can be fun, like, once, and then people spam it, and I get annoyed. It's probably why I don't have any of that stuff, like, on there. Because we've tried a few things over the years when I've had like an idea or I've seen a video of something I thought was cool, and then we've tried it, and then people just get really spammy with it, and it gets annoying. You know? I remember the guy I used the mod for did one, and it was so scuffed. That's so weird that they put like a limit on it. If people have the if people have the channel points, why not do it? You need a read chat redeem. What do you mean? As in like a highlight message thing? Or when I'm focusing and not looking at chat to remind me to look at chat? I think I'm mostly pretty good at keeping up with chat, no? There's a few times like when I'm in the middle of a game that maybe it takes me a hot minute. I think mostly I'm pretty good at... Am I not good at reading chat? I always thought I was really good at responding to most messages, no? Well, this is a revelation for me. Oh, yeah, the dono goal's a fucking mess, so I think I'm gonna just ignore it. Vix, hello! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. How are we? What's up, Esme? Hello, hello. Zephyr, welcome in. How we doing? Hi, everyone. If you haven't been here before, I'm Nick. It's lovely to meet you all. We are currently doing a watch party for the Marvel Rivals tournament. We do a lot of Marvel Rivals as well in terms of gaming. We do some variety. We're playing Clair Obscure a little bit as well, 1 day a week. If you just want to lurk, because obviously, you know, we don't know each other yet, that's totally okay. If you would like to say hi, I'd love to get to know you. And Vix, if you have to dip, that's totally all right. But welcome in, everyone. We're just on a break. We're waiting to get into the next game, which is going to be an insane game. So if you're into Marvel Rivals, you have come in at the perfect time, because we are about to have a banger of a series. How you doing, Rainbow? Welcome in. How was your stream, Vix? What did you do? Were you on Rivals? Hi, Mariam. Do you have any hidden talents or skills that you'd like to learn more about? I can juggle. That's about my only secret talent. Every streamer I watch has a read chat thing. You might have to explain that one to me, Laura. I'm not sure what that is. What are you having for munchies? I was watching your Magic YouTube video. My A to Z one, Mariam? Oh, you want Overwatch? Were we doing ranked Overwatch or cash? The only thing I guess I will let all of you wonderful new people know is this is very much an 18+ stream. I don't know if Vix has pre-warned you. I do talk a lot about inappropriate things. So
I'm gonna ping it
when they went to
lick
the marshmallow fluff out of my arse cheek, I farted in their face.
Okay, okay. Shit. Now, okay.
That couldn't have been better timed if you tried. You could not have timed that better if you tried. Well played. Well played. Making Chinese chicken curry. What makes it Chinese chicken curry? We did some ranked and some quick play. How did the ranked games go? This is Virtus Pro's record, just quickly, by the way, for any of you joining just now. This is the series that we're about to kick off with, Virtus Pro Rad. Virtus Pro are very strong favorites. I don't know if you guys are interested in Rivals. I would apologize, but unfortunately, this is pretty much a Rivals stream for the next few weeks. This tournament is running this weekend, next weekend, and the weekend after, and we are watch partying the whole thing. So, there's going to be a lot of Rivals happening for the time being. They're used to me, so they're used to Smurt. Okay. No stress. You know the curry you get from the Chinese. I mean, like, what do you put, like, because if you say the word curry to me, it's either Indian curry or like a Thai green curry or something like that, right? They were off today, but we had fun. Who are you playing? Who's your go-to today for your games? I'll start Googling Chinese cocks. Not on stream. I might Google that later. On my break. What makes a Thai green curry Thai? Spices? I don't know. Listen, I shouldn't be talking about food, right? I'm horribly fucking picky with food. Like, no one should listen to me with food things. I have the palate of a 5-year-old. If you guys want to know, my current diet is a protein bar in the morning. I am also on weight loss injections. I'm trying to lose a lot of weight currently. But I have a protein bar in the morning, and then I have 2 chicken garlic wraps, and that is it. That's my life right now. Every day. Every day. Because it's quick and easy. Unless I'm like on a day off, and then I'll order something in that's not like terribly bad, but not great. Because I just want a bit of a change, you know? Oh, sorry, Mariam. It doesn't like links. I still need to fix that. It doesn't like links. But thank you so much, Vix. Did we do a shout out for Vix? I think a lot of you know Vix at this point because you've been hanging out here for a little bit. But if you haven't, please go follow and show some love. Por favore. Please and thank you. I do need to make an exception for Twitch clip links, but yeah. Gamers Big. What is this really sad music? What the fuck? I thought I put a vibey playlist on. What is this incredibly sad music? All right, we'll try that. Oh, good, Vix. Enjoy your cooking. I'm not going anywhere. We've got 3 best of 3 series to do for the Emea. So just so you guys, if you're kind of newer, just so you know what's happening, we are covering both the European region and the American region as well, but they're a bit of a stopgap. So there are 4 best of 3 games that we're doing right now. Then we stop. There's a 4-hour break, and then I come back at midnight UK time to then come and do the American games till about 5 a.m. So it's a long old day, long old weekend.
Yeah, I mean, one of them was at Royal Palace, but Royal
But
Palace
here we go, game 1.
Was being removed from the pool,
so please feel free to lurk and hang out, see if you enjoy it. If you do enjoy it, please drop a follow, say hi if you want to, but no pressure to do anything. You can just enjoy the stream if you want. That's the beauty of it. As we get into game 1, I am looking forward to this series. I think this could be a banger. So the Emma saves, no surprise. Mag bans.
All right, probably going to see a mirror ban on the Luna.
Could we do another prediction for this?
We might even see the taking away of something like
that'd be lovely. Thank
Cloak
you.
and Dagger as well to try and create one of those awkward strategist compositions again, like we saw in our previous
Loki ban,
Krakoa.
Luna ban, pretty standard.
In our last 2 teams,
Loki ban on both sides, nothing too crazy. I would expect maybe a Punisher save, perhaps, or a support save, maybe a Cloak and Dagger. Invis.
We simply refuse.
There we go.
This is smart from Virtus Pro. I was going to say, I don't see Red taking out the CD. I think they would rather take out the Invis woman because
they're going to take out the Psylocke.
Absolutely heated.
They're going to take out the Psylocke. I like it.
Be able to do that. So what they are going to do is remove the Psylocke from
Hi, Disco.
And save the Punisher.
What's up, Bert? Human Torch is OP. Human Torch has been dominating these lobbies. They dominated the games yesterday. So I would expect to see Human Torch on both sides.
Coming out in
they did save the Punisher.
Yeah, Nevix's Groot is
Rad value in that Punisher pretty highly.
Pick up because
Which we
Early in the
haven't
game
seen,
cycle,
like, we
when
didn't
Groot
see
was
any of that in the
by far
Americas.
and away, probably the greatest Vanguard alongside Doctor Strange. We saw Nevix play a bunch of Groot, and then Groot became
Doc Strange.
the permaban for
There's no way they're sticking to this Jeff Storm, is there?
Any matchup they are in on the old ban system so that neither team could play it. But we knew that Nevix had it in their back pocket.
Are they
focusing in on playing the thing?
What are we playing? Burn into T'Challa?
Virtus Pro, they're allowing the Groot to
Don't get baited. Don't get baited yet. Don't get baited.
As a team to really get more value
Welcome in, Disco.
out of those Thornlash and Ironwood walls.
Yeah, and we can also see another reason for why Sparker's Psylocke was target
content.
banned out. It looks like Rad are wanting to engineer a Storm pick coming on.
Yeah, we'll try we'll do some Claire Obscure on Wednesday. We'll do a Claire Obscure stream on Wednesday, and then the games will start again on Thursday. So I'm gonna take Monday and Tuesday off next week as my usual weekend days off to try and rest a bit, get some content out for y'all, get some videos done, catch up a little bit. Ready for this next week ahead.
Can be so important for just getting that small break point.
EMEA torches have 100% win rate
and setting Melio up in a position to dominate.
Insane. They're actually sticking to this Jeff Nado. Okay, I love this from Rad. They're triple supporting with a Jeff Mantis.
Trust me, of course, usually the Vanguard player usually plays like
I quite like this Mantis pick. We've been talking about this Mantis playing into the torch. I think Mantis is a secret pocket pick into these flyers. Nevix, though, on this Groot is pretty terrifying. What a kidnap! Hello?
Rajaro's taken all the way to the nether plane, and
Sparker just fucking flew with that kidnap. That's a root. Like, you've lost your Emea, you back the fuck up. Dude, what the hell was that?
Yeah, but Virtus Pro just shut the point down entirely.
No worries, Jazz, much love.
Walls out from Nevix. Rad were just regrouping around
Welcome in,
waiting for all of their cooldowns to burst out, and Virtus Pro slammed the door directly in their faces. And off of the back of that, VP have been able to pick up
this is a bit risky,
though. However, Rad did not lose players, so they're still going to be running.
You're very, very ult reliant.
That Goddess boost coming on through, closing up the distance.
Good pressure though.
Outside of the point so they can't get shut down.
Look at how well VP back as a team though. Like, this is what makes them so formidable. The way that they move together is so good. There goes the cloak. Here we go. No Jeff ult though. They're just gonna solo Storm without the Jeff. I don't know about that from Rad. That feels really preemptive. She should have waited like 20 seconds. Naga's ult was not ready. The whole point of this comp, if you're running this Jeff, is to do the Jeff Nado. I think that's a little bit of a like nervous trigger fingers right there. Saw an angle, went for it, and just didn't really think about it.
The Emea alive. Rajaro only now gets taken
down. I mean, look at this. Zero deaths on VP. Zero deaths. I think this is just a straight point, isn't it? Can they touch 92? I think they're going to get it in time.
Yeah, trust
just
me,
straight in their fucking face.
Will be the designated teleport to send everyone through. That means no more aura when it comes to those.
Now here we go. Jeffel, Emerald, Melio popped as well. Oh, they're getting the kills though. Fee's gone down. Nevix has gone down. Oh, I mean they had to pop everything, but they finally get a bit of purchase.
Engagement. Rad finally find themselves in control.
Yeah, Virtus Pro used the Supernova without Nevix's
nice fight. But now they've got nothing. They burn absolutely everything. So I think this is just a straight up clean fight from VP on the way back in. No support ults unless Mantis can quickly get theirs. Sparker, Finzi, and Nevix all have got ults. We could see a big group combo here as well. Maybe a Sparker dive into a Groot ult. They need a support ult. Mantis needs this fast. Fee's already got killed. Nice trade, though. Trust also getting Sparker. Wait. There goes the ult as well from Mantis. Wait. Finzy kind of isolated. Oh, crazy, though. Crazy solo ult. Are you joking? Groot just went, fuck you, Mantis. I'm solo ulting you. Nice push. Nice push. That's the strength of the invis. Hey, Rad are putting up a fight, though. I love this. Look at the percentage. This could be a 99-99 fight. Crook on a Spider-Man too? What is this cop, dude? Here we go. Fate on the site. Not even on the site, sorry. Oh, they're doing it! Oh, they've got 3. They're doing it!
Level 1 Croak finding a spectacular spinning uppercut on.
Have they got time to TP?
That is a
I don't know if Finzy's got time to TP.
I've seen one. And Naga can now try and eat up Finzy if they try and cast the portal here using that
Wait, have they just done it?
Try and get the interrupt here, or is Naga just going to eat them as they come on out?
Oh my god, they got it in time. But they've already got the pick on Fee. Naga got that pick on Fee. The Jeff ult's off. Oh, they did it! What, are you kidding? Yes!
Okay,
We've got a
Jeff
fucking
is literally just being
series.
used as a fire extinguisher right now.
Yes.
Flashes anything but for fight to have
Let's
to
go.
deal with. The fact that it now does damage
VP
to enemies
are
as well,
looking
you know, Alex
fallible.
literally just turns him into a fire hydrant against the
Dude,
torch.
Fate. Look at
fires
Fate
in the
here. 10 and 1 on this cloak.
Just that continuous tracking damage.
Yeah, some really nice adjustments. Like Crook popping on that Spider-Man, putting a lot of work, surprisingly.
Mid supernova.
If they're gonna do this,
we're relying on holding down the point. And
is
then
Crook gonna go back
Sci-Fi
onto a Jeff here?
is gonna go onto the Jeff
And they're gonna
themselves,
try this
just
again?
For the speed bubbles, but the damage has been done.
Don't get baited by the
Rad has been able
rocket.
to take the first
Jeff on
round as
VP
Virtus
is
Pro
just
have
for
to try
spawn
and find
shenanigans.
some way
Hi, Lizard.
around dealing with a Jeff and a Storm that are desynced in their ultimate cycle, but during the neutral, this Jeff
Yeah, their
is just
supports is
such a
solid
problem for the
on
Torch to
VP.
have to deal with. And like
Yeah, they're just gonna straight TP, get the early ground. This is ballsy though from Rad. They're just gonna fucking fight it. Oh, Melia's going straight in with the ult though. Huge cloak ult to keep everyone alive through that Punisher ult. And now they're in quite a bad spot. VP have kind of got the site.
Yeah, no
Huge Groot ult.
But the final play might come from Virtus
Huge Groot ult, actually.
Strangling prison into Dridor's terror cape, and that is going to be a
That's going to be a first one fight. It was a nice attempt, but that cloak ult just ruined everything. And now they're going to stagger Mantis as well. Oh no, they're staggering Mantis. No, dude, Crook. That feels so bad, man. That feels so bad.
After Nevix uses the Groot walls to block the Mantis
That's
from
so
trying to find
funny.
the edge of the map. But I mean, that's brought an extra 10% of point control, and Fire now gets to play above these doorways, utilizing
This is going to be hard to push in for Rad.
that torch to get the accuracy marker to figure
Okay,
out where
they're just
Rad
going to back
are
it
gonna be
up.
rotating from.
Okay.
We are about
They're
to
actually
have
giving
the
them quite a lot
Sharknado.
of
The
room. They're
Jeff
giving them a
Nado
lot of space.
is going to come into the mix. They weren't able to find space to utilize.
Now we
both
have the
of them at
Storm ult.
same
They've
time.
got
This time,
5
can
ults
Virtus
on
pull
Rad.
off the
This has
focus
to be a
fire
team fight
to
win.
shut the Jeff
We need to
down.
see the Jeff Nado. There goes the cloak to get them on point. Maybe they're going to try and bait out some ults here before committing to the Jeff Nado. There goes the Invis, the Emea as well. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Have they got anyone? Oh, they got 2 big. Rad, Crook also finishing Sparker. Is it enough though? It's a 3 v3. Fee takes out Storm as well. Oh, they actually hold through all of those ults. Oh, VP looking really good now, though. They just burned 5 ults to take that team fight and lost. There's an Eye of Agamotto, but Cypher here is probably going to push that away. This is going to be really tough. Melio, though, with that ult as well. Coming up now. This is going to have to be big. They're going to have to touch. There's the touch. Oh, the Strange is isolated. He goes up and over. Gets kicked off. Melio getting no value either. No, this is VP's game. This is VP's game. They were not happy about that first point. That's a pretty dominating that's a pretty dominating point too. That's a fucking statement.
Big knockback comes through from Saipe off of the back of that Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, this is the Marvel Rivals Ignite tournament, Lizard.
Found the damage to translate into picks off of the back of that CT, but Saipe with the force.
I don't know about this Jeff Nato. I feel like it's so all in.
Far enough away from the stunned out players.
It is a nice way to kind of try and deal with like the support ults, right?
Take a dominant 100 to 0. Finally, it looks like they've been able to see out the shenanigans of
because Luna, if they're running a Luna, it doesn't matter because Luna doesn't get swallowed, but everybody else does. So I know what they're going for with it, but it's just, it feels very all-in-y against a really good team like Virtus Pro, who's like coordination is just so good. So the second you pop it, that delta split just means you're not going to get the value you need from it. You know?
Damage was done elsewhere, and
so that's why we see the switching now.
As you can see,
going onto that Groot, Naga hitting that Psylocke.
Naga on the Psylocke, though, is going to get weakened by the absence of the Luna, but he should still be able to keep up the pressure on this torch as Sparker's turret is heating up.
Damn, they just run straight into his face. What? Sparker's about to have their ult, though. He's going to pop it immediately. Rad gets the first pick. Oh, they get him! Oh, Kruk gets him! That's so big!
Oh, Sparko, it was such a risk to try and pop that Q, and in the end, the risk didn't work out.
That's massive from Rad.
And it seems like
they got rid of the Punisher ult too. That's huge.
And they managed to pick off a vulnerable member of Virtus Pro. That's when we start to take these fights away.
Yeah, but it did cost them the Eternal Bond.
B, both with ults. They've got a Groot ult here, though. They've also got the Invis ult ready. Naga's nearly got theirs. This could be a solid team fight if they take it early. If they let VP poke and get their ults up, it might not work out very well. Invis straight down, saves the Emea, huge. The Groot ult's also gone down. Can they get the finish? Oh, they do. Naga gets both.
Oh, 2 hits
and holds on to the ult. That's huge from Rad. They've got so much early percentage. Yo, Rad can do this. I want Rad to win. I'm so here for the underdog. VP widely considered the best team in EMEA, so this would be a pretty big upset for Rad to take this. Look at this delta splitting! Holy shit!
He's walking. He's walking.
Look at how quickly they split away from that Melio Punisher ult. Damn, that's so good. Oh yeah, they just smurfed this fight. Yeah, you need to get out and reset. Yeah, don't waste anything else on it.
Navix is going to have the Strangling Prison too.
Yeah, their
coordination
is fucking bananas.
One more fight to be able to pick up.
They've got Naga. They've got Rajaro. They're probably going to have Fate as well on this cloak with their ult. So they do have tools to fight with. They have tools.
Virtus Pro.
Also, Groot not too far away. Trust has nearly got theirs too, which could be huge. Going around the top side. You got plenty of time with this percentage. There we go. The Emea from the top rope. Oh, nice kill though on the opposite Emea. Sparker though going crazy. Gets the double. Oh, I think this is a done fight. I don't think you waste any more on this. I think you back out again. Sparker with that Punisher ult just completely ruined it.
True, but look at the commitment that Virtus Pro had to use in comparison
still
to
got Fee.
Rad's ultimate economy. They're still going to have win
Trust
conditions
Naga
to come into
still
this
holding
next
on to
fight
their
where Virtus
ults
Pro
that they
need
had
to
the
pick
last
and
fight.
fast, or they need to be able to delay that fight, and that job is going to fall to Fi on this torch to try and stall out the approach coming on through from the other side.
I think you just fucking send it, right?
Control of this high ground and try and force Rad to part with an
Oh, he went for it.
the fight moves on, but to that point, strangling prison.
Dude, Trust just like fucking went for it so long range. Naga though over the top gets 3. Yeah. Let's go, Naga. That's what we want to see. Oh, gets 4. Naga just smurfed it. Naga just absolutely smurfed it. They committed all of the 3 ults though to do it.
It's going to come down to one final fight.
Melio's got theirs.
Going to have the final judgment. Dridro, the eternal bond.
Drydro's probably going to get theirs on the cloak. Finn might get theirs too.
Pick onto this CD before the fight begins. It's going to have to be the Veil of Light Force
that was
coming
close.
from Dridro, making sure that
This is going to be all about whether Melio can get value from their ult right now. Here we go. Sitting up top. Kind of getting bursted down though. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. Naga's one shot. Stays alive though. Absolutely miraculously. Fate's going to have their ult again though. Fate can rock it down. There we go. Drop. Sparker's got theirs. This could be huge from Sparker. There goes one. Trust has gone down. Oh, Naga's gone down. Melio, though, gets a nice kill as a rebuttal. I don't know if it's enough. Sparker is going crazy here. Melio's just sat up top, though, on this turret, just being a bully. I think they're going to have to TP back in. Trust has already changed to the Strange. Looking for that TP on. This is going to be one last fight. Melio's probably going to try and touch. They're probably going to have time, though. They're going to have to touch right now. 95, 96. Do not get caught out. They dive in. Naga goes straight into touch. Here we go. This could be a big emerald. Groot Wall is blocking quite well. She jumps up and over, though. Sparky gets a nice kill on Melio. That's huge. Naga needs to go ham. Trust gets a kill on Sparker. Naga needs to go crazy in the back here. Gets no value. Can they finish the torch? Huge eye Agamotto! Oh, Rajaro! Naga is all on you. Naga is all on you. They finish it off. Have they done it? The TP back on. It's not over. Sparker's made it back in. Melio's got the ult, though. Kill Sparker. Oh, they get him. They've done it. Wait, have they done it? Finn's back in. I don't think there's any more that VP can do. They did it. Rad have taken game 1. Are you fucking kidding? Yes, let's go. The undefeated run of VP is over. Rad have just shown up in full. Holy shit. We have got a series.
It's individual players from Virtus Pro.
Let's go, Rad!
One by one,
my voice is going already. Shit.
And in comparison, Rad's players, they're established, they're regrouped.
It's only game 3 and my voice is going.
Around all angles of that point.
Fate, are you kidding me? Look at this from Fate.
As everyone from VP is forced to just keep that body on the point.
41k healing.
Rad finally
18 kills
and take a map against VP in an official capacity. And
huge statement game from Rad.
At the disadvantage.
That's the thing about a best of 3. You've only got one.
What a game.
I do not feel good for our replay ops trying to decide which highlights make the grade from this map because there were so
such a crazy Groot ult.
Counter attack here with a strangling prison certainly was strong, but we've got to give so much like Naga absolute monster on the Psylocke. Fine.
Yeah, Naga smurfed that third game.
The Jeff combinations went so well. A big clutch to force Vinci off the point on the intergalactic space.
So big.
Yeah, and they did so much too in terms
of Feed putting a lot of work on that torch.
His final judgment. It started off with Virtus.pro not wanting to invest the invis.
I really like the adaptation though, right? You know, we talked about the Storm Jeff, we talked about the combo not really working, and VP just doing a really good job of carrying it out, and I love the switch in game 3. It's what they needed. Oh my god, that grew into a Psylocke. This right here from Naga was game winning. That triple right there was game winning.
Gets the invis boundary and it works out. He's able to remain alive
13
in the middle
HP.
of it, but it burns Virtus.pro's overall ultimate economy in the long run. You can see here actually this is the moment.
I thought Sparker had it here. I thought Sparker had it here.
We have to burn invis boundary. Now we can't allow Team Rad to take this point.
This looks done and done at this point.
And it just left them so ill-equipped in the fight that came afterwards.
But like the speed switch from Trust, who'd already died early, onto the Strange to make sure that they could contest that point. Pretty like, you know, we've seen this every game, right? It's standard when you're on domination. You're about to lose it. You pop that Strange ball, obviously, but
Rad are on the precipice of doing the
crazy game. Crazy
To
game.
just lock in and secure this. Virtus.pro are going to have to adjust their draft.
Is this going to be a 2-0 from Rad?
Psylocke? Do you need to address that threat right now? Are you happy to continue?
That would be a wild, wild upset. That was a great game. Hope you guys enjoyed that one. So yeah, this is a Marvel Rivals Ignite tournament, Lizard. If you are here, there is 4 different regions: EMEA, Americas, Oceania, and Asia. All of them running these kind of group stages and stuff. The second half of group stages will be next week, so the finals and stuff will be next weekend. And then the third week will be the playoffs, which is the big ones, So we're already getting such good games, and this is the earliest group stages, right? We are gonna have some fucking banger games later on. You just missed a hell of a game, Vix. This is definitely a series that I'll be YouTubing, so don't worry if you miss this series. This will be going on the tube for sure. I'm having to pick and choose the series that I put on because I don't have enough time to edit it all myself and put it out, so I'm having to pick and choose select ones to keep up and put on. Not gonna lie, I had no idea what was going on in there in that one. I mean, maybe I could do like a full cast to like help contextualize things for people who maybe don't play it as much, but I don't want to fuck my voice up too hard. Solo casting is really tough, especially if you're doing like a full BO3. So I think we might just like chill and then try and do some casting for the next 2 weekends. Oh, it's because you don't play the game? Okay, got it. I kept my headphones on so I heard everything. Okay. Yeah, banger game. I think there's, you know, one thing I'm learning from watching a lot of Rivals games and watching a lot of pro games right now. It's actually like some of these endings are so crazy. It's actually a really enjoyable esport to watch because of how some of these games can end in just such utter chaos and like stalling. The fights can come down to like 1v1s. And it's kind of wild. I'm going to run a quick 1-minute ad. Sorry, guys. You're not going to really miss much. And I will BRB in 1 second. I've got a really itchy nose. Hang on. Okie dokie. Okay.
Rad apparently are the polar bears now.
You know what?
Game
That's
perfect
the deal,
timing.
right?
Oh my
You
god, I'm
get your
incredible.
logo. I dig it. I dig it.
Let's go, Mariam.
We've got our special
Good shit. Well done.
Moxie, where it allows you to really craft what the enemy
All right,
can
here we go.
play and what they
Mag
can't.
bans, Emma save, pretty standard. Probably a Loki ban,
Luna
Luna ban here.
Coming on for both teams taking out Mag immediately, but Virtus Pro on the attacker side.
Luna ban,
get
probably
that
into an Emma
immediate
save.
protection slot so that they can save the Emma, safely guard against any bans that could come her way, as Rad instead are going to target out the Luna.
Unless they want to
more
save a
before
support
they
early,
now
but no,
get
Emma
to
save.
opt to save
Luna
the
Loki
Emma
ban
of
probably
that
coming here from VP.
Love ending as well.
I
Virtus
don't
Pro
think
adding
we're going
yet
to see
another
anything
domination
too
loss to
crazy
Italian
early
lost
on in this
maps.
draft.
Feels like we've seen
Probably a
teams like this
Loki
before
ban
in
on both
games where there's a
sides.
certain map type
Yeah,
that
there's
just
the Loki from
might not be
VP.
their best. Virtus Pro.
Yep, Loki ban both
generally
sides.
have
Am I
close to
calling this
100% win
shit
rate
or what?
On both convergence.
I
and
wonder
convoy.
if they
All of
want to
Dajali
save the
here is, of course,
Psylocke
Virtus
here.
Pro's own pick, so we'll likely have some pocket
Punisher.
straps coming out for
Okay.
this one. Of course, remember in this ban
I
phase,
mean,
not like your
Melio
comp
has
games,
been
the bans you
pretty
choose
fucking
are for the
ridiculous on
other
this
team,
pick all
not
tournament
yours.
long so far.
One-sided. So if you're able
Wolvie
to
ban. Now, what
your
do VP
opponent out of one hero
prioritize?
and
What do they
then
want
block
to
the
save
ban
here?
of that same hero, you
Invis,
are the only
okay.
one who are going to be able to
I was
play
wondering
that
whether it
one,
was going to be the
as
Invis or the
Virtus Pro
cloak
no
because
doubt gonna be
they
putting
obviously
Nevix
wanted
back onto
a
that
support
group, want
ult.
to remove the
But I
lumberjack
don't,
option that
I
is the
don't mind the
Wolverine.
Invis at
Rad.
all.
Ooh, spicy. Removing the cloak and dagger. So there's no
I wonder what the
Terror Cape
second
shenanigans,
support
no
is
additional
gonna be
break
though
points
for VP.
being shepherded forward off the back of
Mantis.
that
Oh, they're gonna res comp it?
28%
Oh, they're gonna
increased
cheese res
vulnerability.
comp
I
it?
actually really like this because even though both teams are going to have the Punisher, Rad are going to have the
we
means
might
of
get a
bursting one
cheese
down,
here.
and Virtus Pro are going to have a much harder time of taking Malio out mid-ultimate.
Well, also, here's the thing, like, with the Punisher on deck,
Good luck,
you can
Mariam.
kind of soft force out the Punisher.
We are
by
on
saying,
Hall
we're
of
gonna
the
make you play triple res.
Jalia. This is such a
The
spicy
Punisher
map.
doesn't get the Adam Warlock team up. And the most prevalent
This
option
is such
for
a
some of these
spicy
old
map.
head teams,
I think
when
we've
a
only
lot of
seen
the
this
classic
once in the
strategist
tournament so
options are
far.
gone, is to go over
And
to
this
something like
first
a
point
Mantis
can be really
with an
hard to
Adam
take.
And a tertiary strategist like
It can
like
be
an
really
Invisible
hard to
Woman
take.
or a Rocket Raccoon that will do a large bulk of the overall healing output.
Dude, my face is so
That only
itchy.
leaves space for one duelist, and that's generally going to be Star-Lord.
Yeah, but that Starlord is going to be hindered by the lack of Magneto
Okay, so let's see what they can
in
make
this
too.
lobby, which means no Bulwark.
Why is
For that
Trust on
Starlord
half
to be
HP, by
able
the
to
way?
spin on
Where is
through,
support?
As you only
Is
get
that a
iframes
bug?
on the Starlord on your right click on your Stellar
No.
Shift. So we're gonna
Okay,
be
so
following
we've got
along with Five,
we've got
who is
Res
going to
Comp
be
coming out here
lacking
from
a
Rad.
Magneto bubble, and also lacking a
with the
Luna
Venom
pocket at
over the
same
top.
time. This is a very squishy
Triple
Starlord.
support.
Going up, second Venom
And we've got a
appearance
res
today
comp
after
also
Andrew's
from
absolute
Virtus
domination
Pro.
on Krakoa going up against Berber Patapim. Trust me, maybe has for
And the
same
big
reason,
difference
never
here
trust
being
me
the
is a
Groot and the
dedicated
Venom in the
Julia,
comps.
and
I
Naga
think
is gonna
these
be
two
matching
tanks are
Stalin
going to be the
versus
big
Stalin, of
difference
course.
makers. And who can get the early picks to
defense
force
right
out
now.
these
Naga
reses,
not
right?
wanting
Force
to
out
find
these
an opening
cooldowns
just yet.
early.
Sleep comes out on to Trust Me. That Venom instantly goes
Ooh,
out to
good
get
pull.
out.
Oh,
The
good
shield comes
pull.
over, but the force
Good
physics
pull.
grabs him back, and Trust Me is taken down.
Sniper so quick on Rodrigo when it comes to these. And now Naga is going to have quite a good position to try and roll in with the Blast Barrage E if they do decide.
Can they hold until the Venom can swing back in? The Soul Bomb's down. One for one. Naga gets two. Wait, Naga gets three. Naga is absolutely going bananas on the Star-Lord. Oh my god. The reses are coming out from everywhere. Naga getting five, I think, right there.
Yeah, they're immediately going to have numbers.
Oh,
advantage
let's
coming
go.
on board.
And Naga's got the ult
Potentially
as well.
gonna be
This
able
is
to
looking
chunk Finzi
super
down
solid
as
for
well.
Rad
Gerald
already.
is gonna fall first, followed by
Good
the Emma
first
Frost,
early
and Rad
fight.
holding firm will be able to hold on to this point. Not a single
Mantis
tick of
ult ready,
percentage
Naga
given to
on
Virtus
this
Pro's
Star-Lord
side, but
ready.
Galactic Legend is going to be coming on up.
Melio will
Naga has
probably
already got
have
his,
theirs,
and now we're going to
have
be
the
feeling
Adam
the
ready
lack
as
of
well
Magneto.
by
No
the time
longer
this
is it
fight
Meteor
kicks off.
and to be
Fate
able to shut
with
down
that
the
ult on
Star-Lord ultimate.
96%.
Going to have to be a strategist
The big
instead,
one here
and
is to look out for
Zipe, with that
Nevix. Can
Invis boundary,
Nevix
is going to be
get
likely
huge
to
value
target
from this
folks.
Groot ult? Or is it just going to be hard counted?
Trust me, for now, just holding back, not wanting to overextend too much into a place where the group could do
Glitch,
more.
you joined in a banger series, dude.
Trust me, just going to use the Maelstrom there.
A lot of ults on both sides to use. This is going to be an ult dump from everybody. Here we go. There goes the Emea, blocked up by the group walls. Kind of trying to just pushing them back into that choke. Here goes. No push. Big Agamotto. Big Agamotto gets 2. Oh, that was a bit of a mistake there to use the push before that Agamotto came out. The reses all across the board using that res comp. Oh, no! Fee got Naga on the ult! Oh, that's huge! It might not matter because the rest of Rad are walking over them. But Fee absolutely nailing Naga on that ultimate usage. It doesn't matter. Rad have rooted them back. VP looks shaken, dude. VP looks shaken. Is Rad their kryptonite? They are undefeated until Rad. This might be a 2-0. If they full hold them here, this is massive.
There's going to be another Eye of Agamotto propped up from Trust Me, and at the moment Virtus Pro have no opening angle.
No ults on either side. How do you push in here? Nevic's down already. This is a TP angle. Rad are holding. There's no way. This is, you get the fuck out. This is a TP. Trust is set there. He doesn't have the TP up.
TP is going to have
It's a counter portal, but here we go. Nevix. This is the last ditch. This is it. It's do or die. They've used the TP. If they lose this team fight, it's done for VP.
So few options remain.
Trust with that Agamotto. Eye of Agamotto doesn't go off. They get Fee though. Oh, I think they've done it. Fee with the res. Naga over the top with the double. I think they've done it. Oh my god, Rad have full held them. Rad have full held them. Oh my god! Rad have full held VP. Are you joking?
Sports make history and defeat Virtus Pro.
Dude, Rad looks so fucking clean. Naga is having the series of their life.
To play for. Virtus Pro have never been in this position. They've dropped maps.
Are they just going to run the res comp back?
But they've never been on the precipice of dropping 2 in a row.
Holy shit. Let's just refresh. Let's just make sure there's no... oh, fuck me. Really? An ad right now? Hang on. How you doing, Glitch?
Available at Amazon.
Okay, here we go.
Never, but...
Sorry about that little interruption.
Enzo just said in an interview not 20 minutes ago.
Can you draw this map? What do you mean?
Oh,
Oh, can you draw on this map? Yes. I think so. I don't know how it works in pro play like this, but you can in ranked. But I've never seen it in pro play.
Nevix is going to be starting
or whether
on the
it just goes OT until
Finzi
someone gets it.
It's all hands on deck.
I would imagine it just keeps going OT until someone takes a point, and the other one can't.
Tick of point percentage to Rad. They're going to have a permanent presence on this point.
Any changes here? Naga has gone onto the Psylocke, so it looks like they're going to try and combat the res comp by just sheer force of DPS will. While VP are sticking with the res comp on this defense. Here we go. Can Rad 2-0 VP in extraordinary fashion? Oh, they just walk up. They do not give a shit. Look how much pressure they're outputting already. Remember, they can res, so early picks don't mean as much as they might otherwise. Nevic's getting a nice kill on Krug. That might back him up a little bit. And Trust goes down as well. This might be a little backup angle. They do get Mantis. They force out the Mantis res, which is big. They're not going to have that for the next push. That's big to burn those cooldowns on this res comp. It's huge.
They took away the soul bomb as well in the midst of that
Fate with an ult on that cloak and dagger.
Pro felt so uncomfortable with the isolations that the group wall was finding. And now Virtus.pro with the triple res are down so much of their sustainability options.
Here we go.
Naga now chooses to flank potentially once
Naga's
they hit
having
the
a little pokey poke. They know they're coming this way.
An invis boundary.
Sparker's holding that.
Going to be coming out onto the point, but if he invests it early to match Fate's eternal
Let's
bond,
see if they can get on. Bunch of ults to use here for VP.
Naga sees the juicy innards.
Big Groot ult. Can they actually burn him? They get the Adam. Fuck me. Sorry.
The first one to go down. Might be able to self-resurrect in the midst of all of this and try and bring back.
That's going to be a res for Sparker. He doesn't have the full res ult. Oh, he's blind. He's blind. That's so big from the close. Naga down the back. Get Sparker again. No res. They've done it. Rad of 2 owned VP. Are you joking? I cannot believe it. VP were undefeated coming into this game, and Rad have 2-0'd them.
Biggest upset that we have seen in the entire
oh my god. Rad look unstoppable. If they've just full held VP and 2-0'd them, Rad are looking to take this entire group. Oh my god. Fate again with the MVP. Naga 21-1, 11k damage. VP just looked rattled.
What a journey for this team. From being
holy shit
slam dunked, pantsed in MRC.
They got done with the mirror match rescom.
To be the first team not only to take a series off of VP,
that's
but
crazy.
As well. The biggest tournament that we've ever
that's so crazy.
Rivals. When the chips are down, Rad do not break under the pressure.
That was so beautifully timed from Trust as well. I don't know if that was planned, if he saw the pull and immediately went, I'm gonna drop that Agamotto, now I know that's down, or if he was gonna do it anyway, but that timing was impeccable.
Those Terror Capes and just hit
impeccable.
Fight every single time he tried to go for those Galactic Legends, taking the Star-Lord down, especially
so
on their attacking pushes. It forced Virtus.pro. They knew that the breakpoints would be so much more in favor
and like,
of
it's
Rad.
not just that Rad won, the style in which they've won, this is such a massive upset for this tournament.
Such a good job of baiting Virtus.pro into
damn, VP are gonna have some
early,
yeah, VP are gonna have some work to do to come back in this now.
First fight, they just
I
need
would
to start
love
burning
a
away
Rad
the
VP
resources, the
rematch
revives,
final.
The soul bond. Then they
That'd
can
be
come on
such
through,
a dope
win
final.
The second, force the ultimate, build up into the wombo combos, have the strangling prison, utilize
Crazy.
it on the corner of the point, where everyone on the side of Virtus.pro are already starting.
It wasn't
to
the
back away so
contested
that they
series
don't
I
go
thought
down
we were going to
prematurely
get,
either
but
to the
man,
or the Punisher, because VP, they thought they could
That's
come
fun
back.
as
They
hell.
thought that Galactic Legend coming through from Phi would be enough of a zoning tool, would find enough pick potential that
Crazy
it would
work.
be able to buy them the in even
How you
after
doing,
Strangling
Glitch?
Prison had been used. But it's
Sorry,
Fate
Lizard.
that comes on through, hits the
so there are
Terror
three
Gate
different
dead
there are
on
three
that
different
Star-Lord,
map types
and immediately the
in
blind
Marvel
comes out into
Rivals.
the mix, not just the 28% increased
You have
damage,
domination,
but the Star-Lord is flying
which
behind
is
auto-aim.
the classic
Galactic
capture the
Legend
point.
has no lock-on
You kind of
potential,
build the
and he
percentage
just
to
gets
100,
taken down
same as in like Overwatch.
instantaneously.
You got
Series from
convoy,
Fate, from
which is
all
where
of Rad
you have a
to go up
payload
against
that you
Virtus.pro.
escort
And
to the end of the map.
2-0.
And you've got three different points. You get a point for each
That's
distance
crazy.
you push
Like,
it.
I don't
And
know
then
if
you
I
get
can
convergence,
enunciate
which is a
properly.
mix
There
of
are no
both.
words right now
Usually
for
convergence
the
is a domination point
unbelievable
into a
upset
convoy.
that this is.
It's
I
like a
am in
hybrid
awe
map.
of the mythos of Rad right now. Like Rad are, they must be on
Man,
such
that
a
gave me
high,
a headache.
and, well,
Holy.
we'll get to see it
I just
firsthand.
gave
We've
myself
got
a
an
headache
interview
with
ready
that
for you.
one.
Let's
Give me a
welcome in Naga, the new best DPS in the world, the new best duelist in the world.
I don't know about that one, but hopefully soon.
Look at the smile. Look at the smile on this guy's face. So
Congratulations on
deserved.
a monumentous win. What were the team comms like the second that that victory screen popped up?
There was quite some screaming, but there was this throughout the entire match, right? But at the end, it was just happiness, pure happiness. Yeah.
Absolute elation. Yeah, there it is. 24-1
The
is our
first
graphic
defeat
now, and
for
the
VP.
one team to make it. What's the strategy behind all of these strategist bans, Naga? Do you have some insight into that? Well, I guess I should open up with like, who does the banning strategy for your roster? Who's the brains behind that?
Oh, we have a lot of discussion about bans. We are all chipping in, and there's quite some heavy debates at times. But we, in the end, like figure out a general direction we all agree with, right? And it's also very team-based as well, with the last ban. But the first three are pretty much the same every time. I wouldn't credit one specific person, but there are some people that contribute more than others.
So, whose idea was it to play the Jeff? Because we can now say that Virtus.pro lost to Jeff strats on that round of domination.
I don't know if you
How
can
long has
claim
that strategy been cooking in the kitchen?
I think we have played it for like a few days at this point. It's one of the weapons we have to pull out. We like it. We had some struggle on it at first. Who played what heroes? You know, we were a little bit all over the place because you know you only play one tank. So like, what do we do with Trust Me at that point? You know, what hero would be make the most sense? But yeah, a few days of practice on that comp.
I'll talk through it in a sec.
Well, now that you've beaten VP, I guess I have to ask for future competition purposes, are there any teams from other regions you'd like to beat down?
Yeah, Naga's Psylocke was demonic.
All of them.
Demonic.
Like, but I personally like to beat like really like big brands. So GMG, Sentinels, 100 Thieves, Envy, you know, all of these teams. I want to beat the teams that are the best, right? So like whoever is the best at the time we get to face them is the one that I want to beat the most.
Well, that's now kind of by definition.
Hi, Prim.
Because Virtus.pro were the best, and you've kind of taken that title away from them. You've shown that gods do indeed bleed, being the first team ever that finally were able to find that defeat. What does it mean? Because this has been an interaction, like your two teams have been at each other's throats since the beginning of Marvel Rivals Esports, right? We've seen you guys in Invitational, in the Championship, even in Fight Night. So what does it mean being able to finally move past taking one map against them to getting the full win?
Throughout the game.
It means a lot because we have been honestly quite frustrated many of the times we played them because not only did we lose, but we also just lost in such a fashion that we just knew that we were so far behind, right? And that's never fun because we want to be the best in Europe and we want to be the best in the world. So when you have someone that just constantly dominates you and you're not even like remotely close and you don't really get to
like a
them
mental
that
block,
much,
isn't it?
To like learn from them, then it's like, it's so frustrating. So it means a lot that we have closed this gap, you know, and today we beat them and we need to keep this upward trend, right? We need to keep pushing ourselves even when we beat them, right? There's a lot of other good teams and they will come back stronger, right? Next time we face them, so you should never rest.
A VP Rad final would go hard.
Rather digging into your point about like losing and feeling like you're so far behind Virtus.pro previously, how do you think your team has improved over the last few weeks? Have you been focusing on some specific areas of improvement?
I think the bans changed a bit. I think there's more variety now. You can set up the game differently, and we can cater more to our strengths now. And then we also have individually gotten a lot better over the past few months and weeks, I think. So this also matters. So both of these things in combination is definitely a big reason.
So
and more time together.
To dive further into that point about the bans, because obviously Virtus.pro losing that first round got to choose the side, got probably the better side of those bans, right, where they were able to come in through with that attacker side. How did you then approach having to come out with the defender side bans, where you have to deal with Virtus.pro getting the first save and then also being able to just entirely annihilate one of your roles with the triple ban out?
So Trust Me had seen that if we banned out Cloak, we would probably force them into either Ultron or Triple Res. So we then knew more or less what we would be facing. And then it's a lot easier to make a plan and stick to the plan and kind of prepare mentally.
I mean, they just mirrored it, right?
For what is about to
they
happen.
Just went mirror match
because this is probably one of the things that most teams struggle with, is that the new bans and the new meta is like all over the place. So you really have to adapt a lot on the spot. And even sometimes in scrims, you won't be able to adapt in the span of 2 hours, right? You're just getting like constantly run over by something you just have no idea how to actually solve on the spot. So having that like certainty that they're going to go in a different direction because of the bans we do makes it a lot easier to play, right? And then we can pick something we're confident with and actually play that matchup.
Well,
yeah, it's super interesting.
You hold the crown for now. do you have any message to the rest of the teams in EMEA, the viewers at home? What does the new king proclaim?
I don't want to be. I want to stay humble, you know. Like winning one match, winning one match is great.
You just took that to Titans, man. Enjoy it.
They won, what was it, 24 matches in a row before us?
Officially.
Yeah. So who am I to sit here after winning 2 in a row, right? And be like, yeah, come get us, you know? Like there's no point. We have to come back to us in a few weeks, you know, and then I can sit here and be a little bit more lighthearted about it.
Fair enough, my humble king. I will turn you into an absolute tyrant one day. But thank you so much for coming to talk to us. Congratulations.
My God. Yeah, I think one thing that's quite interesting listening to a lot of people talk at the moment, and a lot of the pros from the teams talk about the banning system. We're seeing so much focus on supports because it feels like that's the most impactful way to force people into a choice, right? Because if you, let's say you did it for tanks instead, right? Let's say you did a huge tank focus in your bans and you went Emma, Mag, Gru, Strange. You could go that direction, but they could still play, you know, a Penny, a Venom. They could do a Venom Cap combo. They could do a Hulk Cap to get into your backline, you know, something like that. So they're always round it. The supports are so much harder because of the value of a support ultimate, right? And we see that in these very high level games. If you take away the Invis, the Cloak, the Luna, the Loki, the Big Four, with those very strong support ultimates, you're kind of left only with the choice of doing a triple res, either a res comp or a triple support that's kind of lackluster. You got Mantis ult, but it's not nearly as effective from a healing standpoint as like a Luna, for example. So you can burst through it with, I don't know, a Human Torch ult, a Punisher ult. All of that can work through it. So it's very easy to work around if you force them into that point. And that's what he was just talking about with Rad, right? They knew that banning them out that way would force them into a res comp. So they just played into it. They knew that's what they had to do. So yeah, dope. What a series. Next up, so that what that does to, I'm gonna run a quick ad, y'all, for the in-between games. So what that does now to the standings is Rad now go to the upper bracket final. So Rad are guaranteed, let me put this in big screen for you. Rad and are guaranteed top 4. Guaranteed guaranteed top 4. Or top 6. Insomnia, Peps, we've got this game later on. This is the last series of the day. We saw BPP beat Schmungus earlier in very convincing fashion, to be honest. And the next series of the day is All Business and Zero Tenacity. Both of these teams played really well. All Business was a little closer in their game with L9. They had to really pull it out in that last game. But they looked pretty good. Zero looked pretty dominant. But it's hard to tell whether that was Zero playing really well or whether Blood just kind of played like shit. We didn't really see anything from Blood, to be honest. We saw no kind of signs of life. They just kind of got walked over. So it's hard to know, you know, how this matchup's going to go. Hi, Jay. You're a professional spectator now. I mean, I'm quite enjoying watch partying. I don't know if you guys are enjoying it from a spectator standpoint. I'm quite enjoying like learning a lot about the teams and the way that the pros are playing stuff. It's expanding my knowledge of the game as well. It's also just that like because I can't be there and cast myself. Not to be sad boy about it, but, you know, I did apply and didn't get it. So because, you know, this is the next best thing for me to be able to do it without doing it, you know? So I'm quite enjoying it. Yeah, it's crazy that Rad showed up. I'm sorry about your games, Mariam. That sucks. So yeah, Zero ZT versus AB. This should be a pretty interesting game to watch. Maybe some spicy picks coming out. I think AB, if I remember rightly, I don't really remember what Zero played that well in their first game. AB, I just edited that video earlier. AB played quite a bit of Psylocke, so there's probably going to be some good Psylocke prio in this matchup. And we'll probably see the very similar support bans, right? I don't imagine the bans are going to be too different, especially to begin with. We'll see some variation on Emea ban into Mag, or Mag ban into Emea, and then just supports banning out in the middle. The Luna Loki, particularly, both of those will definitely be sent out. Whether they commit more to do something like an Invis ban out or a Cloak, they might prioritize some DPS bans instead. The Punisher, maybe. The Punisher was really big for AB. And Zero, in fact. Both of them utilize Punisher a lot, so probably expect to see some high Punisher prio. With some Johnny Storm on top of that as well. So that's what I'm mostly expecting from this one. You'll build up catalog portfolio. Hopefully. We'll see. We'll see. I'd love to do some proper casts, but I just don't want to do it solo. If we look towards tonight, by the way, so these are the EMEA games. So we've got 2 more BO3s to do. And then tonight, I'll be stopping for like 4 hours. We'll do a second stream starting at around 11:30. And we have got some fucking great games for the Americas tonight as well. 100T against Jobless Bums. Both of these teams look great. Ego Death. Oh, you guys can't see this, sorry. 100T versus Jobless. Ego Death versus Envy. Ego Death was so fucking fun to watch yesterday. So I hope we get to see some super good vibes out of that. Sentinel CTG. And then Shroud versus Nemesis. We got some big names, big games tonight. I don't expect most of you to obviously stay up for it. I know that starting at midnight and going until 5 a.m. is pretty difficult. So don't worry about it if you miss it. If you want to catch up on any of the series, particularly if there's a particular series that you're super interested in, you can go on over to my YouTube. All of the videos are being recorded. All of the streams are being full recorded on there. So you can just scroll back through the VOD and find the games that you want to watch. Sorry for glazing you up. It's been a minute. Never apologize for glazing me up. Never apologize for that. I need more compliments. Store them for the winter, you know? What are you up to tonight, Glitch? What's your plan? Are you streaming tonight, dude? Can we do a shout out for Glitch, by the way? Thank you for both of you for the raid again last night. It was very sweet. I appreciate it very much. Yeah, I like to call myself a compliment nut squirrel. I feed off compliments. Because I so very rarely give them to myself. Sometimes it's nice to hear it from the outside. I tend to be very, very hard on myself in general. So the compliments help stem some of that Cool. Let's get ready for series number 13. I'm kind of getting hungry, though. Do I eat now or eat later? Let's have a look at the teams.
for a very small amount of time. As Knuten was telling us in the interview yesterday, that was something that they had less than 24 hours.
I'm just gonna very quickly top up my drink.
Lugia may have found out that the thing don't fare too well into the Punisher
while they're just chatting away here. Give me one sec.
Lugia was a generational thing player during the Invitational, but has been playing a lot more Wolverine recently. It feels like Wolverine and Punisher have generally been kind of
just become best friends.
Often seen duelists in the current
Thank you so much for the follow, Evie Lover. I'll be back in just a second.
To both Psylocke and Human Torch, who have been they've survived their nerfs, you know.
Yeah, Lugia here. I mean, this was crazy work. Like the advanced pick and ban system that Zero Tenacity were able to engineer. Lugia was just having a field day. There was not a single Wolverine counter left up for grabs on the side of a Blood Karyudo, and then Lugia just getting to play the Wolverine on Arako, getting to play around those corners was just an absolute monster. But all business. Speaking about monsters, well, this team have won 2Z, absolutely insane duelist, and the team understand how strong he can be. It is going to be a matchup of 2Z getting every single resource versus the triple duelist lineup from Zero Tenacity. Can they weaken the amount of resources, which in turn weakens
just
the
as I went to grab a drink.
2Z can find?
Yeah, we're essentially going to be seeing
welcome in.
Hitman played on very hard right now.
Yeah, for anyone that hasn't, please go follow Glitch. We love
bodyguards who are going to make your life incredibly
We've been friends for a while now. Super dope dude.
To be fair to the rest of the team, like if you ignore them,
you might be thinking, Nick, why are you drinking a monster? Didn't you give up monsters because they don't work on you? Don't they make you sleepy? You're right, chap. Yeah, you're right. That's the point.
Just jumping into
I'm gonna try I want to try and have a nap between the two sets of games,
which then allows 2Z to
I'm gonna try and put myself to sleep.
It's going to be a lot of just angles.
So that's why we're trying
these
it.
Players have to be able to deal with these individual threats,
because the second set of games starts at midnight for me until 5 a.m.
It's so interesting to see
it would be really nice. I've not slept well, so it'd be really nice to have a nap.
There are ways that you can significantly weaken your opponent, and target banning, mass target banning one of those roles in its entirety is proving to be
do you play Marvel Rivals, ED?
Either just removing all of the vanguards from the pool or forcing the triple
if so, who do you really like to play?
That, you know, we got to hear about from Naga.
All right, Zero Tenacity, all business.
Get rid of something like Cloak and Dagger. You said, Naga said, "Trust me."
Series 3.
But it kind of forces people into the triple res composition, which doesn't have the most healing output if you're trying to sustain something like a Groot in this case.
I'm in the process of doing a monster right now. How's it going?
Let's see, who's it gonna be? Zero Tenacity managed to engineer attacker's side, so Magneto comes out.
Yeah, perfect.
Emma is going to be secured. Or Business and I get the opportunity to ban one.
Pretty standard. As we talked about, mag bans into Emma save with the Luna ban as well. Probably a mag or Emma save here.
And if we follow the
I would say Emma, sorry, because they can't save mag.
The save slot,
into a Luna Loki ban. Probably Luna first, then a double Loki ban from both.
So
I would imagine.
On the board so
I can't see them changing too much in these early bans.
You see those strategists that you have the option to choose from? Well, one of them is gone.
Probably a double Loki ban coming up.
Second following shortly after 2.
You know, I'm starting to vibe with defense.
They're doing the Psylocke first?
Pick back.
Wait, did they just lock Loki? Surely they saved Loki, no?
If you are a team that really needs something like a Cloak and Dagger.
They've just given you a free Loki pick.
Like, you will get to
I think AB would be so crazy not to take it. Yeah, you have to. Ooh, I don't know about that from Zero. That is a ballsy call to give them the Loki.
High value or like not a high priority.
Maybe they've got something into it. The Invis ban.
Some advantage on that by using it to do things.
Did they save the Punisher here, Z10?
Resetting things like the Kraken Impact.
They saved the Invis for themselves to make sure that they've got something.
So even with the Luna being out
I guess it was going to be the Invis or the Cloak.
When
one of the two.
Come up against Virtus Pro,
did they ban the Punisher?
On that Psylocke.
Or maybe ban the Psylocke mirror.
So Zero Tenacity will let the Loki
they ban the Punisher.
Like you said, that does potentially
the Punisher is better into the Loki, so it makes perfect sense because Loki is pretty much a direct counter to Psylocke anyway. So you don't really want to run the Psylocke into it. So, but the Punisher is way better, so it makes sense to ban the Punisher there.
is just using the 7-second reset timer and using his clone copies.
It's going real well. He mentioned it. My bad.
From
My
the other
bad.
side.
So it looks
All
like
right, Snoss gonna be
Z
the one
might be
picking up
going
the
for a res comp.
I assume that we're likely going to see closer.
Give me a Thor, man. You're running hella Loki. Come on, Welsh. Come on, give me a Thor, man. Give me a Thor. Let's triple team up. Come on. I want to see a Thor. We've not had... Thor is one of the heroes that we've not seen even once in this tourney. And I want to see one team. Anyone that rocks a Thor will be instantly my favorite team, and I will support them for the rest of the tournament.
However, Zertanasi doing a very good job of taking away a lot of the resources that either a Hela or Human Torch could try and find value from playing on those isolated.
All right, so we're starting on Burning T'Challa.
It is going to be Burning T'Challa that we head to for our
We've seen this map quite a bit. We saw it in the last one as well. So as we go in, we're looking at Sloppo's going on the Iron Man actually, which is quite interesting. They're not deciding to do like an Iron Man Ultron. And on the other side, we've got Smash on that torch. I'm guessing the Iron Man is to try and deal with this torch a little bit as they run a semi-res comp for now. They're running the duo of Mantis. Well, they're running a triple support, but they're running the duo of Mantis, Adam. Adam is really good. In fact, I think Adam and Mantis are really good into these flyer comps, even though it's only kind of the Iron Man they've got to deal with. So we'll see how it works in. But 2-2 with a really nice early pick. Sloppo just poking and prodding. Poking and prodding.
Yeah, armor overdrive just means that all business have so much control of that tempo.
It's quite interesting that the
invested as well from sort of all business
focus here from the Iron Man. I would have thought they'd be going after this torch.
The damage coming on through from that
I think this is back out. Oh, they got the cloak though to counter. They could take this fight. Closer has got their ult as well. Tuzi gets a nice kill. There goes the res. Get that cooldown off, and here goes Tuzi. Here goes Tuzi. Gets 2. They can res. The Mantis cannot res, remember, but the Adam can. Supernova over the top. There goes the lamp. This is why the Loki's so good, but look at the push. That's so good from Smash. Knocks him out of the lamp and then just pummels him. That's so smart. Meanwhile, Welsh is just poking. Oh my god. Tuzi. That's a feels bad. That's such a nice angle from Smash. And once again, we see this torch just be so good, so dominant. We've had some great games today, Rico. We've had such good series already.
Everyone popped back up with the better ultimate economy after, especially because all business aren't running heroes.
I'm all about the white monster. Don't take that out of context. You know I'm talking about the drink. Do not take that out of context.
As it is going to be Knuten just poking away.
So we've got Adam Rez up. We've got Big Agamotto up.
It's going to be used to break through that choke, but Tuzi gets picked by the poke.
Tuzi's having a bit of a mare right now. Oh, Big Agamotto. Huge Agamotto. Iron Man manages to get out, but that's huge from Lugia. I really like this identification as well from Lugia, right? They banned out the invis, which is the direct Strange counter. And without that, Strange has been so strong in these games. Getting that ult off is getting value so often when you can't get pushed away from it. So I like what they've done. There's the cloak ult to try and walk them onto site.
Zanos has already burned the god of mischief. Smash Nez with the supernova slows down all business's approach.
They do have close out after as well. They can double cloak ult.
But no picks have actually come on through.
Here goes Tuzi. Gets the Adam, but the Adam can res, remember. Oh, that's a routine. That's really nice from Nost as well on the Loki. There goes the board again. They're gonna commit, really?
That's gonna be the case, bro, in the 1v6.
I mean, the comic
did he just
could
Excuse me.
potentially have
That's
worked.
really bad for
Unfortunately,
Newton.
the wall that he tries
That's
to use
really
as
bad.
cover
He
is
just used the
breakable
res and then got
gets
instantly
broken
done
immediately
and does not
alongside
get it
that
off. That's
Adam,
really bad
as
for
it is
them.
now going to be all business.
That's the
Picking up that
cornerstone
point,
of their
Psionic
comp.
Seduction can be used in tandem with the maximum pulse cannon coming on through from Slowpoke. So that Zero to Nasty can't shield it, as they do have two forms of cover in the Strange and the Amber. There's the Psionic Seduction, answered back by the Soul Resurgence.
Oh, that just felt like it went through everyone, didn't it?
Doesn't find anything.
Trying to pick a fight with protons, but Z10 right now.
Tutu's looking. Tutu's gonna look.
For their moment to try and go on in with the Eye of Agamotto.
I don't know if he can hold. I think you just sack it. I think you sack it and TP back on.
Oh, it's a perfect pickoff. There are no options for resurrection. The front line is
Does he have a TP? Lugi's got TP. Does Tutu have TP? They're gonna try and take him out. Look at this. They know the TP's coming. They're trying to stun him out of it and keep them off the site. This is so big, but he gets it off. He gets it off. They've sacked the site. Oh, Ducky. If Ducky can hold him here. But look, they've just sacked the site. The Eye of Agamotto is so big from Lugia, though. It's so big from Lugia. I think he's just saved them. Oh, that was clutch. They nearly sold it. It's a gamble if you do that. If you try and push them into the spawn and cancel the TP, it's a gamble. They get it off and they get onto site. Huge from Ducky. Ducky did such a good job of just stalling out that Strange so he can't just get on that site and get the point early. And then it gave everyone else the time to back up and take the fight. So massive props there to Ducky on the Emma. Kind of saving them a little bit. Look at Smash. 16-1. 15k damage.
They know that Luger is going to be able to get a
Smash
is
a problem.
which is potentially going to get counterplayed by the final judgment.
You see Tuzi swapping onto that torch as well. Looks like they're going to double up, actually. They're going to go... Are they going for a quad support comp?
To find the last picks necessary.
Great fight planning there.
Wait, what?
Took almost everything they had, though.
Sticking to this?
They might be under-prepared for this first fight.
There's no way Welsh sticks with this Jeff, right? That's a bait. He's going back onto the cap, right?
And then likely control the point after that. So it's actually probably going to have to play retake in this case. Or at least...
There we go. There we go. I was going to say, man, that would have been so wild. A quad support comp with Jeff would have been so wild.
To guarantee that they pick up early point percentage, Knudsen gets to come back in.
All right, so very early cloak ult to get them that early push on the site.
Exchanged here for the Eternal Bond itself coming through from Znost.
There goes the Mantis.
To try and play this one out. We're going to roll on forward here with the Soul Resurgence. Is so aggressive. Still, closing it stunned out of arrow. Unbelievable.
Ooh, nice from Ducky. Nice from Ducky. Smash over the top as well. Smash is just outputting so much DPS. And then Newton cleans up.
A play knowing that Closar was going to try and answer their Soul Resurgence.
Ducky's playing crazy on this Emma.
Coming on through from Zero to Nasty. No comic revival necessary as well.
Yeah, the tanks, Tutu and Welsh are having a bit of a hard time in this one.
With this Ultron and try and tip the tide of damage burst
They're struggling to hold their spacing. And I think it's because of this guy. I think Smash is just absolutely railing them. Another pick off on Tutu. Tutu is just having a really hard time staying alive.
Yeah, great play there by Ducky One themselves. Welshmania forced to flee away back to the hills.
They do have quite a few ults to work with though here, AB. And they're going to need to use it to try and push onto the site.
All business have flying units,
Closer.
Space, need cover to be able to play around.
They might use the assemble to get in here and then use Closer to get on site. Tutu gets a nice pick on Lugia though. There goes the res. There goes the res. He's going to commit it just for the Strange. Look at this supernova damage. This is on top of a cloak ult, guys. They're doing all of that damage on top of a cloak ult. It's absurd. Slowpoke gets a nice kill on the Adam, though. No res on that Adam. No ult either. Oh, he does have a res. Excuse me. Adam is coming back. Tutu, though. Nice pick. Can they hold? I don't think they can. Oh, wait. Nice pick. Nearly stayed alive. This is all going to be on Welsh. Can Welsh hold it out? Doesn't look like it. Ducky just smashed smurfing.
From Knudsen was absolutely clutch. Zero Tenacity held the point the entire time too.
I think this is just a straight win for ZT.
In the form of 2 to try
ZT looking really solid.
God of Mischief to try and copy one of
Can they
these
touch? Oh, they can touch. Wait, it's not over. It's not over. There's the cloak ult. They can stall.
Right. Eternal Bond to try and make sure that everyone's got all the staying power.
Already a pick off on Slobo though. Welsh has gone down to Ducky. I think this is going to be all she wrote. I said it again. Fuck me. Smash is just untouched. Absolutely untouched on this hero.
It's just easy living for Smash There's right now. Bro's on an all expenses paid trip to the skies, raining down fire from above.
Most is going down. Manages to survive actually. Wait, Susie gets a pick. Wait, Susie gets a pick. Slobo gets a pick as well. Wait, this is doable. Hold on. Oh my god, they actually did it. Wait, how the hell did they do that fight?
And crucially, no Eternal Bond invested. They're going to have the CC immunity.
How the ever-living shit did they get back in on that site? That should have been a done and done.
The Psionic Seduction or the Supernovas. Zero Tenacity have a wealth of ultimates that can swing this last fight that they need to.
I mean, they've got a long way to go, AB, but signs of life.
Their hand is going to be forced. They need a pick to come through early, and they're just not getting the angle.
Slobo on this Ultron is putting in some work.
Zero Tenacity sacrificing point percentage with the safety of cover.
Going around the back end. Oh, big pings. Big pings. Big pings. Big pings.
There's nothing close it can do. The cloak and dagger gets silenced before.
Oh, that was such a good flank from Ducky. Ducky is playing out of their mind. Welsh gets a pick, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, Ducky. Oh, I don't know if you want to give this guy Emea. Maybe you try and face into the mag instead. Wait! Close-Ar's touch is not done! Oh my god, they just... Okay, they got insta-burst. Holy shit. Okay. They somehow insta-burst them through that ult. Okay. Damn, ZT looking crazy good.
They knew that cloak and dagger, that Eternal Bond had to be shut down.
I don't know. I just don't think that you can let Human Torch through.
So they sent
there are certain teams that are making this hero look unbelievably broken.
It's the cloak and dagger, no Eternal Bond.
Look at Smash. 27,000 damage. Double nearly everybody else's. 32 and 2. You cannot let this torch through. This is an issue. I am surprised there is not way more prio on torch bans. Some of these teams are making this hero look so ridiculous. That was such a nice play on the Loki as well.
Just isn't the monster that he once was, but the value, the inherent playstyle buff is still there. And well,
just a monster. Do you know what it is with Torch? I think what makes Torch so ridiculous, the side strafing, the movement, and the speed of the side strafing means that you can just, like, you can play pillars, you can play cover so easily. So even if you try and counter with something like, we talked about this yesterday, right? If you try and counter with something like a Hela or Punisher or Hawkeye, they're just gonna peek in and out of cover and poke you down with that right click before you can do anything to them. And if you do get them low, they just dive out of the way and then suddenly they're completely out and they're free.
Everyone from all business who can actually contribute damage and find those picks start chunking down
so strong.
Numbers. They're all going to just play nice and safe, fully healed up.
Maybe I should learn me some Human Torch for my ranked games. What do you reckon, chat? Should I become a Human Torch OTP?
How do we weaken the resources that the Duelist has access to? It was backline eliminated first, Duelists second, and that mentality made them look so dominant.
some would say like it's a back to front approach.
Sorry, I was locked into the game. We've had some crazy good games today, Rico. So
you kind of leave the vanguards.
We've also got some banger series later as well. It's going to be a great day of games.
Now, Zero Tenacity continue to impress.
I don't know if I've got enough time to get any videos out. Honestly, we're gonna have so many good games to watch.
Disappointing Marvel Rivals Invitational performance didn't really live up to maybe what was expected of them, but they have been grinding in like tier 2 leagues, in like small cash cups.
All right, gonna run a very quick 1 minute ad, y'all, while we wait for game 2.
Worked out for them. Their gameplay and their fight planning looks so clean.
Yeah.
Hi, Lena. Definitely seems like it'd be worth to learn it for DPS. I was thinking about doing some new heroes once we've when we get back to playing Rivals. I want to finish off the Lords on Emea and Invis. But I was thinking of trying to learn some new heroes. I think it could be quite a fun thing to do. Currently reconfiguring Pictos and Expedition. Yeah, we're going to do, for all of you that have been enjoying the Claire Obscure streams, we're going to do some Claire Obscure on Wednesday. So my schedule is kind of skew-iffy for any of you that didn't see the announcement in Discord. My schedule is kind of skew-iffy for the next couple of weeks because of this tournament. So we're doing this today, and tomorrow will be the final games of this weekend. I'm going to take Monday and Tuesday off, which I would normally stream, but because I've done like fucking 8 streams this week or something ridiculous, I'm going to take Monday and Tuesday off. Then Wednesday, we're going to do Claire Obscure, which normally we've been doing on Sundays as our variety stream. But we're going to change that to Wednesdays for the next couple of weeks. And then Thursday to Sunday, we're back on the tournament for the next 2 weekends. Once this tournament is done, we will swap back to our usual schedule of Sunday to Thursday. Yeah. So we'll be back in Claire Obscure on Wednesday. Which I'm looking forward to. It's a super good game. I've been enjoying playing it a lot. It's honestly, it's difficult not to play it offline. I'm trying to like, because obviously I don't want to spoil it for myself, and I don't want to spoil it for you guys on stream either. You know, for my reactions to, you know, whatever happens in the story and stuff. So I've hard said I'm not playing it off stream. But there are some times where I'm like, oh, man, I could just do a little bit, right? Oh, I think it's a phenomenal game. I've said this from the off. I think if it doesn't win Game of the Year, I would be... I mean, it'd be fucking rigged, to be perfectly honest with you. As it stands right now, there isn't even another contest for Game of the Year, in my opinion. There's nothing even fucking remotely close to that level. It's the first game of its kind, because I don't usually like story games or like these kind of RPG style story games. I usually get very bored with the story very quickly, and my ADHD brain just starts to wander very fast. But this one, like, the combat is really engaging. The build systems are really engaging. This is the first game that I genuinely don't have a complaint about. There's not one aspect. There might be minor little things that are a bit annoying, but there's not one aspect of that game that is bad for me. And that is a crazy statement for me to make for a game like that. It's insanely good. And I've still got so much to go. I think we're near the end of Act 2, maybe. We were fucking around with beach stuff before getting the bikini skins, so for a lot of last sessions, so we didn't manage to finish Act 2, but are we doing, where did we end it? I think we've got to do the second Axon. I think that's where we're at. How are you feeling, Lena? It needs awards for music at the bare minimum. The music is stunning.
So I think like
there's been a lot of talk about that
in
musician as well,
right?
I mean, they've just launched their career
is going to do them
off the back
dividends, not just in this
that,
match,
you know
but
what I mean?
in the entire rest of their run of the Ignite stages.
Certainly a powerhouse roster to keep an eye on as we head on through to our second map. Zero Tenacity, like, we had a lot of tape going on to these guys in coming into
Game 2.
because of all the cash cups they were playing.
Can AB come back into this, or is Z10 just going to absolutely stomp them?
First time, we kind of hadn't seen them again. They hadn't really been doing the circuit.
Magban's probably into the Emea save.
Zero Tenacity, though. Seems like the hard work thus far is paying off.
Into
all
a
business are going to take us to Yggdrasil Park,
Loki
which was
ban,
the
Luna
last time
ban,
we got to see
into
them
an
have
Emea save probably.
powerhouse
Luna
with
probably
Captain
into an
America
Emea.
and Torch combination. So we'll see whether or not they will find that same level of value as Zero Tenacity are going to be taking the Magneto out of the way in the mirror before potentially taking away that Luna, as no surprises, or business getting to pick both the map and the side, took attacker's side, so they get
into a Luna ban, into double Loki bans.
We go into the back-to-back bans.
Most likely.
Yeah, it's the ban machine gun.
We're watch partying, yeah, we are.
Zero Tenacity deliberating on the Emea Protect. It would be the classic, the
I don't think we're going to see much change in the early. I think it'll come down to the end of the draft.
Over in North America, they kind of do the exact same thing, except both teams protect.
Well, they banned the Psylocke last time, right? So did they ban the Psylocke again, or did they get rid of that Loki?
Well,
they're gonna ban the
really
Psylocke
regardless for Zero Tenacity because they're anticipating the Captain America and the Torch, and Emea is one of the best counterplays to the Captain America because the second you see him coming,
and then they
just
save the
Diamond
invis.
Form and Carbon Crush.
Interesting.
What do you think about maybe a Torch ban
AB
here?
need. I think they should ban Torch. I agree with them. I think they should ban Torch.
Psylocke is worse.
There we go. Yes. That's what I want to see. Good stuff, AB. Good stuff.
Do they protect the Torch themselves here on the other side?
They take the
protect
invis.
the Torch, but no, they're going to protect the invis.
I think they had to protect a support.
They
had to protect one of the two.
Wants to play the Torch. He's going to be able to have the Fanti Force team up, and he's also going to be able to have that Guardian Shield in front of him, providing him a barrier to block damage as well as a heal resource with the AoE
Tuzi
effect
can
of
rock
that
it
reach.
for AB.
Yeah.
So is this just going to be a Torch diff game?
The Loki is, of course,
I'm doing good, thank you,
here
Jay.
for
We've had
Zero
some fucking
Tenacity.
banging games today.
They're putting all of their eggs in that
so I'm enjoying
basket.
it.
I thought that maybe they'd go
Having
and
a good
try and
time.
ban Tuzi away from the Human Torch when they knew that that team up was going to be on the field from the Invisible Woman due to the first.
There's no way they stick with the Squirrel Girl, is there?
Overall, though,
So no massive
seems
surprises.
like
Welsh going back to that cap. Welsh has pretty much played. I think Welsh has played cap every game so far.
Coming into
As
this
we go
game,
to Yggdrasil Convoy map.
Their actual role.
This as well, and this is probably why the Torch's ban has come in. I think Torch is unreal on this map.
A lot of the time, we actually even just see things like the
So
Wolverine quite
Tuzi
literally
could
being
go
thrown
fucking
into
ham.
the attacker's side so that they can just immediately break
This
that
is
first
such
corner
a good
and force
Torch
the
map.
defending
There's so
team
much like
all the way
height.
back, otherwise
There's
you
so
will
many
be
like
at
corners that
stalemate.
you can
But
play.
around
There's so
about
many
in the
like
minute before some of those ultimates
pillars
or
and terrain
potential
you can
magic
play around
pick
as
comes
Torch.
into play. But given the fact that we're not really seeing heroes who can
Bear in mind, this is the
quantify those
convoy,
magic
not the
picks, there's no
domination,
Hawkeye,
right?
there's no Hela.
The domination
It's
of
more than
Yggdrasil
likely that we're
fucking
going to be
sucks.
seeing
I hate that
something.
map.
Just try and pressure these defenders back.
But I
because,
think,
we
yeah, I
do
agree
have
with you,
to
Yanni.
talk
I think
about
this
the fact
might be
that
the
on
best
that
Torch
defense,
map there is.
that
So
is a Squirrel Girl.
we're looking at Tuzi here to kind of carry business. Go bananas. They are committing to the Squirrel here on ZT. Smash is committing to the Squirrel Girl, which is really interesting. Especially knowing they're playing into the Torch. And you can see, we saw this yesterday. I talked about this yesterday. You can play a Punisher, which traditionally should be really good into the Torch, but it's about how you play it, and really nice kidnap. Really nice kidnap. That's the pick. That's the value of the Wolvie. So Tuzi's just going to do this, right? He's going to play this pillar, and it means he can poke and prod and do so much DPS without the Punisher being able to return fire. Oh my god, did Wolverine just try and get the Torch? I love it. 10 for effort. And look how good the Torch is into the Punisher turret as well. You cannot keep up the Punisher turret. Ducky going down, huge. Huge. That might be what they needed. Stampede thrown out.
Out comes the invincible, the unbeatable Skrull Tsunami, pardon me. Wrong adjective for the Skrull.
Getting a lot of work done, actually, Smash. They do kill Welsh. Welsh is not having a good time on this cap. There we go. Both cloak ults down, but both Punisher as well. But it looks like Tuzi gets the better of it all. Sloppo over the top of it as well. You saw it just immediately targeting that Punisher and got the better of that trade. Tuzi going bananas. We knew this was going to happen. They do not have an answer for this torch. And I think this is going to be the series of torches. They're going to TP and try and contest.
Here we go. We're back in the game, baby. Sending the
oh, nice kill though. Lugia just gets railed. Nice, done. It's done. And now TP's down. Now TP's down. If they push this fast enough, there might be no TP defense for the end.
Sent back to a much further away spawn.
Yeah, and this
is it loud enough for you guys?
Really awkward for Zero Tenacity. A lot of the time, actually, we see teams, especially against Flyers, just step away from that original contest of A so they can have a better
I think Welsh is struggling a little bit though.
As now they risk getting locked into these enclosed choke spaces.
I know I'm oversimplifying, but a pro team can't switch to another torch. No, so this is what I was talking about, Rico. Part of the if you look at how Tuzi is playing, look at where he is on the map right now. He's above and he's playing that corner. You can play the Hela, and what torches do, because they have such good side strafe speed, they will just poke out. If they know they're playing into a Hela especially, they will just poke out, throw down the right click to do the damage, and then poke back in. And then like fly back in, so you just can't get the damage down. They will just out-poke you because you can't get the damage down quick enough as they're poking in and out and being pocketed by the healers. Should we do 45? There we go. Let's do middle ground. Ducky gets Tutu though. Sloppo's gonna pop in. Oh, that's such a big Agamotto though! Oh, that's such a big Agamotto from Lugia. Oh my god, they just saved the fight with that. Huge Agamotto. They just took out all the supporting cast, and that completely left Sloppo out on their own with nothing to save them, and they just got railed. Huge from Lugia.
Taking the space that they were denied because of that teleport recontest, trying
Massive.
to keep up the pressure onto all business. Two is actually going to swap over to the Strange so that they can try and portal past this.
How would you counter this if you were in their situation? Well, they've got Torch banned out, so you can't do a Torch for Torch map. Emea ult is a good idea. I would look towards a Star Lord, to be honest. If this were me, not me playing it, because I can't play Star Lord for shit. But if I have a good Star-Lord player, I would probably try and look for a Star-Lord. Because the difference with Star-Lord from the other hit scan is that you can get in Tuzi's face. You can get in there. You might lose out because they do this a crazy amount of damage. If they're being pocketed, but you can get in their face and make sure they can't use the terrain in the same way that they can against like grounded hit scan.
Yet again, trying to force Tenacity back, but Knuten holds his will. The armor overdrive is
here we go. Tuzi dropping down the supernova. Nice kill, taking out that cloak. Can the Iron Man finish him? Can he get Tuzi? I mean, Tuzi's just surviving. What is this hero? Look at this movement. How do you actually hit this hero? What the actual fuck is this hero? The strafing is absurd. If they want to nerf Torch, they need to nerf that strafe speed. It's absolutely ridiculous. Nice kill out there from Ducky. Big Agamotto to get the Iron Man. But smash over the top, get a triple. Zero hold again. And they get Tuzi on the backside. The Ultron Iron Man switch is a cool idea. I like it. It's working for them as well. Lugia on this Strange is putting in work. 30 seconds left. Last fight. This could be a straight 2-0.
Put those knives into the heads of either Smashnaz or Knuten. But it's easier said than done since the Hela doesn't have the space. No angle has been developed. All business
Slowbo does have an ult to play with.
Instead, but that sets them directly into the
Emma's stalling. 30 seconds left on the clock. Oh, get it with the 4K! That's the game. Oh my God, he's styled on them. Holy shit.
It's beyond comprehension, and it's
unreal Iron Man ult.
What a play.
AB are getting swallowed in this round.
And then the AoE
oh my God.
Of the pulse cannon just catches all of them.
Unreal from
them.
Newton.
4 in the blink of an eye.
Hey, they're making this like they're making a comp work into Torch.
Deciding to snap his fingers, and instead of 3 players from
and like if you're AB right now, what do you do?
And Zero Tenacity have now the means of removing
you are
business from the upper
rocking
bracket.
this Torch, but kind of getting the rest of your team are just getting kind of run over. Tuzi is putting in a lot of work. So Sloppo on this Punisher.
Knuten shuts down a enemy ultimate that could have been fight changing. Grabbing a cloak and dagger.
I like this adaptation from Z10 though. This, you know, this Ultron Iron Man
final judgment, which could have been ruinous.
Is doing work. I think they're just kind of trying to ignore Tuzi until the end. Using the Iron Man ult as a counter, as a direct counter to Nos on the Cloak and Dagger. We've seen that happen a couple of times already. It's a nice way to kind of have an extra way to deal.
An attacker spawn into space that all business are going to be able to control is much harder.
Here we
in
go.
terms of that defense, these flyers might be hitting
going to try and get a
position
here, poke away.
Right now.
Oh yeah, that spam onto Knuten certainly going to be something. So instead it's going to fly low in a phalanx with their Vanguard, just relying on the shielding to lay down unimaginable damage into the Vanguards with the armor overdrive. Still, while you're laid vulnerable,
really nice from Strange.
Bit of a bust from
that 2-2 just railed him.
And off of the back of that, all business are going to get a little bit aggressive. However,
no, what, in that last game, Rico? No, Iron Man just got an insane ultimate to win the game, basically.
Could have been huge to open up that fight.
Win that half.
These players are so much closer to the respawns than all business are. So these trades are going to go in the attacker's favor. Tuzi with the Pirate Prison is going to try and shut down Zero Tenacity's approach around this corner, especially off of the back of these.
Smash over the top with the ult. The cloak ult is clutch to keep them all up. Tuzi gets the kill. Tuzi gets a double kill, actually. Nice, that's the pressure from the Human Torch. That's what AB need.
Oh, that was a perfect response from all business as well.
That's what Tuzi needed.
To bait out the Eternal Bond and then frag it instantly with the Invincible Pulse Cannon, but Knuten gets shot down during their channel of the ultimate, so it doesn't get delivered.
They put you in losers queue, Mariam.
Losers is going to have the Eternal Bond.
Believe me, I know it sucks.
To be still sitting on that invis boundary.
The last couple of days that I played ranked, I went 2-13 in my games. As in, 1-2, lost 13. I went down from 1 game away from GM2 to like Diamond 2. That's when I got super tilted. Oh, they just popped everything. Sloppo's gone. Good push from the Eye of Agamotto, but the other Eye of Agamotto is big. Smash over the top.
Corporeality is a challenge right now for Lugia as the remainder of all business try and turn him into a fine mist where a Doctor Strange.
Oh, he's low. They got him. They've done it again. AB are holding. Wait. AB are not out of this game.
Did not lose it gracefully. They got staggered out. And because the fight lasted as long as it did,
when does the tournament end? Oh, this is like the beginning. There's so much more to go.
However,
there's 3 weeks.
What's likely to happen is Knuten is going to be utilizing this pulse cannon to see if they can bait the Eternal Bond with the Rage of Ultron.
Smash is doing a lot of work on this Ultron as well. He's got an ult.
That's going to be the plan. Question is,
here we go. Nos is going to pop the cloak ult. Watch. They're going to save Newton's Iron Man ult for Nos on that cloak to take him out. Meanwhile, Ultron over the top is going to pop the fuck out of him. Tuzi getting another one. Tuzi getting 2. Oh my god, Tuzi has come back in this second half. Oh my god.
Yeah,
the torch is still shining strong.
That backline, everyone from Zero to Nasty so focused on trying to shut
this
down the
defense,
Tuzi
is
absolutely but no one was looking at the
smurfing.
torch. And Zero Tenacity have yet
43
to be
seconds
able
left
to
on the
break
clock.
through. We're starting to see why the opening pick, why a specific composition is engineered at the beginning of this round from the attacker's side to unseat the defense from this exact angle. Hold as Knuten comes at it from a different angle. It's going to be the left side wraparound, putting out the pressure
close
to
again,
Tuzi,
Tuzi, close.
who's already forced into using that team up to survive.
Here we go. Slopper going with the Invisible over the top. No rebuttal. Lugia just gets taken out. They don't even have time to TP. I think this is just game. I think AB have hold. I think AB have full held. Someone's got a touch. They've taken it though. Zero managed to get on. They just kind of left the point. Ducky with a rebuttal. He's going to get both of the supports actually. Gets one for now. Gets the second. That's huge from Ducky. Wait, Ducky's just saved it. Ducky's just saved it. Zero are still in this game. Oh, Ducky. These tank players are saving Zero Tenacity. Oh, shit. We still have a game. 2 minutes 25 on the clock.
Strategist to keep him up had the damage on that Strange. Like to Hatulus with the changes to Maelstrom that have been made in the last patch. So Snazzy finally break through A, but they do not have a lot of time. They still have to get through majority of B, and they do have the Ivagamoto, but all business still
Tuzi on the backside. Not being clocked.
Is going to be looking for an in into that back line. He's setting up the Pyro Prison to
Here we go. The Cloak with the Punisher over the top. The combo that we've seen all tournament long. You cannot push into him. Toot gone down. Tuzi diving away. Well, only one kill. That's not the worst. Maybe AB can fight back here. Tuzi's still laying down so much DPS that they can't commit so hard. I think they've got time to get back in here. Now the other ult. Can you keep him alive? He's getting low. You need to keep him up. Smash gets him. I think that's going to be all she wrote. Z10 have done it. Tuzi's still trying. Invis over the top. It's not enough. Lugia with the Agamotto to finish. Z10 have done it too. Oh. It looked so good for AB. It looked like it was going to be a 1-1 and they could not hold. Ducky with the game-saving Emea ult to get them that first point, and then they just rolled it.
When Slowpoke tries to go for the final
smash.
Closer
Unreal on this Ultron.
So they can't sync Final Judgment with Invis Boundary, and he gets taken down to the firepower coming on through from Rage of Ultron on the side of Zero Tenacity. Closer does manage to come back in, utilize that Invis
Tuzi
Boundary,
tried their best. Look at that. 34 and 5. Sloppo also putting in some work on that Punisher.
Zero Tenacity have the Eye of Agamotto to be able to catch players on the
but look at Smash.
And we go from what was looking to be a full hold from the side of
let's not forget about Ducky here. For me, I think Ducky was the MVP of that series.
Be it off of Welsh.
We've talked a lot about DPS, but Ducky in this series with the clutchest of clutch plays in both games to win it out.
Surprise, our backline is now also your backline.
As a scary Emea player.
You can't dive your own backline.
As a scary Emea player to play into.
Very close, actually.
Z10 looking good.
Real danger there for Zero Tenacity.
Z10 looking good.
On that defense. This was a huge play from Lugia, by the way. Not just a Wolverine tourist, not just a thing player. Apparently has the Strange as well.
Yeah, Ducky won as well on this Emea, doing such a good job of keeping up that contest on the Punisher, even through all of the pressure, all business trying to peel the Slowpoke, both Vanguards.
So what that does to the standings,
the damage that Emea could do, but I mean, Smashness here coming on through with the Rage of Ultron. This insane
that means
moment,
that
one of the most valuable pulse cannon players that we have
Zero
seen in esports
will
history.
now face BBP in the upper bracket finals. Top 6.
And then we headed into
Guaranteed
and it
for
all
0.
fell apart as Zero Tenacity just had the momentum to play off of winning that first checkpoint.
I mean, the baller value of it, really, to take out both the Punisher and the Hela in your Infinite Pulse cannon as well. Like, counters? I didn't hear no counters. Actually kind of crazy that Zero Tenacity managed to break out from that corner as well. They kind of had a little Dunkirk scenario.
I feel like teams are getting a lot better at playing around the Punisher as well.
Great
like playing around this
played
Punisher
real big value out of the invisible boundary. Even while Smashnez was seduced by the Emea ultimate, it was looking dire. It was looking real dire, but honestly, great presence of mind and like stability in the team comps to be able to arrange the commute to the objective through very hostile territory.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, just great prowess of will too for Zero Tenacity to not give up. Because it must have been so horribly discouraging for the entire duration of walk out of your spawn point, have a fight plan, get shut down, go back to respawn, come up with a new fight plan, walk out of spawn point, get immediately shut down. And like that really does wear down a team.
Is it for you, Milky, or someone you know?
From players themselves in the interview, they say like, yeah, we pretty much knew that we would have lost that map. We were getting ready to go next, and I feel like at some point Zero Tenacity probably were.
Do they play them next week?
To go next, and then they found these
so
moments
the
of
next
resilience, which is the true test for a
this will be next week now, June 20th.
It's not a matter of being great, it's being
so
great.
Today's games are nearly done. We've got one last game between Insomnia and Team Peps in the EMEA. Tomorrow is going to be lower bracket, so All-Q versus FYR, Dusty versus Yoink,
getting one over on teams like
OG versus Zero, and L9 versus Blood.
Next, I think. Which Brad are going to be on.
So it's just those for lower bracket games. Then next Thursday we get the lower bracket quarters.
Figure out how to try and deal with the
into the lower bracket semis, blah
to the table
throughout next weekend.
For all business, they may be in danger.
Yeah.
Like they could be on the Virtus Pro side of the lower bracket, which
Samir has been quiet.
Oh, that's a sentence.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, that is a sentence no one wanted to go down to the lower bracket and
yeah,
go
send me a DM.
Because like you said,
wow, my voice just went crazy high.
To prove after taking
I can feel my voice, chat. Like I'm losing my voice already.
If you missed that, please do go back
so we
and
might
watch
have a little rough day tomorrow.
But for the side of all this, like we saw these moments of brilliance. Like it really did feel like Yggdrasil was the point
send me a DM on Discord.
And that we were going to go to round number 3. The A defense against the double flyers coming on through.
I didn't know you were an
editor. To do whatever he wanted as that torch, even though he was getting less resources. Like that was one of the criticisms about all business. Is it all just because Tuzi's been popping off and the team is enabling him? What happens if Tuzi gets shut down? Is there a second plan that comes afterwards? But we saw today that no, all business are going to be able to play even if Tuzi is
that's series number 3 done. 2-0.
Because we have an interview with one of our winning players on the side of
listen to the interview first, actually.
And I believe we're going to be
It's me again.
Oh, Newton. Let's hear from Newton, dude.
Hello.
Hello, guys. How are we doing?
Oh, I'm doing pretty well, man. It was great to see you playing against, bringing out the classic Iron Man. Didn't get to drop a tidbit. We used to get target banned on Iron Man all the time.
Yeah, send me a DM.
You know what? I'm gonna get you straight away with the introspection. What was going wrong on the Yggdrasil Path A offense, and how did you fix it?
We went Iron Man and Ultron on attack, which is really not, I think, is the best into Torch and the Punisher.
To go with something that I know.
We tried committing to it, and obviously, at retrospect, that's a mistake that we tried to commit to it. And the second we swap to Punisher, you see that we just completely melt them, right? So it's just it's a compositional thing that we messed up, and we corrected it.
Sorry, I missed that.
Talk us through this moment that's playing on the replay right now. This 4 picks off of the back of the pulse cannon. How was that set up? Did you guys
I mean, like,
the fact that all business were rotating into a very enclosed space and you just essentially saw pound signs or a light in your eyes, just like knowing, okay, psionic seduction into Iron Man Ultimate is going to bag us just all of the picks necessary?
So we always spot where they go, and we spot they went left side, and then our tank Docky calls, oh, I have fed ult, right? And then I see, they have to LOS this ult from Emea, or they're all gonna die, right? and then I see like, oh shit, they're all in this room, 4 people, and you know, Punisher also, they start panicking, and I'm just maximum pulsing it, bro, and I had a cosmic orgasm from that ult, cause goddamn, man, holy Jesus, everyone melted, bro. That's the definition of a maximum pulse. Everyone away, and we just knew, yeah, that's how we win it. Like, you know, that's just how it is. You know, I am the Iron Man GOAT. Call me Jarvis Jr. You know, and yeah. So you know, it's a combination of things. It just went
Jarvis
really well. The scouting, Docky's ult, and then afterwards my ult.
Nice. We thought that you guys had excellent fight planning. If it's not just Tucky saying, I have fan ult, and you going, I've done unspeakable things to people in a room. Who's responsible for your fight planning? How quickly do you guys get together a plan of what you want to do in terms of what you use and what they're going to use as well?
Well, we always have designated scouters for each lane on all the maps, and then Vinny, our main healer, and Ducky, our main tank, kind of, you know, call out what the plan is, what we do, like when we go into the fight, and then everything after that is just a chaotic brawl where we always win, you know?
So talk us through how you're going to be approaching the next match that you have, because obviously winning here, you get to continue in the upper bracket, but the opponent that you're going to be facing is potentially going to be changing, as we've been seeing a lot of upsets coming on out. Is there going to be a vast difference? Like, do you have multiple plans for every single team in the tournament that you can just swap in depending on who you're facing up against?
Yeah, we have plans for each individual teams, which is called winning. It works pretty well. And no matter, again, I'm going to say it again, no matter who we face, we're going to go in full confidence. And I've no doubt that we can beat everyone. You know, we saw the Tip Cower VP today. The Titan has fallen. The floodgates are open. If VP can lose, we can also win everything. I have no doubts in my mind.
Last time we had you on, Knuten, you had some nice words for the team that you beat. Do you have anything similar for All Business, or is there any team in this bracket you think, oh, okay, you know what, go ahead?
Yeah. So some of our old players are on the team, and I think it was a shame that we had to go up against them. Because again, there's so many people I'd like to see succeed, and like if people get knocked out here, it's obviously going to be a big blow to their team. And I'm going to say it again, don't let this loss knock you out, all right? It's a double elimination for a reason. The greatest stories are the underdog stories. When you get knocked down there, you have the greatest potential to make the best story and the best comeback ever.
How many times have we seen lower bracket runs to take to go on and win the whole tournament?
It's not over till the fat lady sings, you know what they say? So keep fighting. And you know, as much as I like the Blood Kiriko team or whatever the name is, I like this team just as much, and I hope they succeed in the lower brackets.
Nice being Knuten, always has the greatest way to sign off. Thank you so much for your positivity and for your talent, Knuten, and your occasional amount of BM after you had really Cosmic Unspeakable. It was lovely to
you know, we have to show off a little bit once in a while. But otherwise, thank you for having me, guys, and yeah, it was awesome.
I mean, it's probably going to hurt.
That was Knuten from Zero Tenacity coming off of yet another win. This team continues to surprise.
Putting in the hours and putting in the grind is always
going to reap the dividends. And you can do exactly the same in your own comp games. And then maybe one day you'll be qualifying for MRC, qualifying for MRA, and we'll be here shouting your names. We've got 2 new names to shout for our last match here of Marvel Rivals Ignite Emea Day 3. Insomnia GG versus Team Pets is coming up next. And this is how our bracket is standing now.
I was kind of half
All Business are waiting on the lower side of a bracket. I misremembered the group. I'm not going to have to go up against VP, which is just fine.
BBP.
Yes, they're going to have to go up against. Well, not VP. We're going to have to find out who they're going to be going up against.
To play
it's going to be Boober Pataprum now confirming that
tomorrow is actually, we've got some Elim games tomorrow, so a lot of pressure, a lot on the line. We've got some Elim games.
To those 2 teams.
Whereas none of the teams playing today can go out. They will just drop to lower.
This is another one that can go either way, because Peps, they just continue getting stronger.
EMEA series of the day, Insomnia team.
The defensive holds are some of the strongest we've seen from any team in the entirety of Marvel Rivals esports.
This is the last series of EMEA.
You have so much star potential and are out here looking
to
try and make
later
a name
tonight,
for themselves. If they can take down a juggernaut like
take
Peps,
a little bit of a break.
That's a surefire way to inspire confidence.
We'll be taking a little bit of a break after this series. I will end stream. I'll go away for a few hours, maybe try and have a nap. If not, do some editing, and we will be back for those who want to watch the America games. And if you are awake at that time, I strongly urge you guys to come back for the Americas games, because we have got some fucking banger series tonight. Upper bracket for the Americas. We've got some big teams involved. Big teams playing. We're going to have some great series later on tonight. So then we'll be back at 11:30 for the other 4 series in the Americas. But I know a lot of you, you know, you have lives, you have jobs, you have adult stuff. So don't stress if you can't make it. All the videos will be saved to my YouTube anyway. All of my lives are saved to my YouTube automatically. So you can just come back through and watch any games and any series you want. And I'll be putting some of them up on YouTube as well as separate videos. If there's anything I can do, by the way, Amy, let me know. Even if it's just you want someone's event too. I might not be able to reply straight away over this weekend and over the weekends at the moment while I'm doing this, because it is pretty full on. But but if you need it, my DMs are always open. Probably some more Torch gameplay. Yeah. I'd be surprised if they didn't choose it, if it's not banned out. We've had some good series today. Not as competitive as I was hoping. You know, they've all been 2-0 sweeps. I was hoping for maybe a bit more, I don't know, a bit more closer games, but maybe we'll still get that later on. It kind of feels very, in general, this tournament so far, and I'm kind of hoping that this isn't the trend, you know, going forward, but it does kind of feel a bit like when a team figures the other team out, it's very hard for the other team to get back in it. You know, it feels very stompy and very one-sided. It's just what team adapts better on the day, right? In the entire tournament so far, we've had only 2 series out of the entire tournament that have not been a 2-0, right? We've had A, B, and L9, which is the series I put on my YouTube earlier. It was a 2-1. That was a good series. And then 1 game in the Americas. I don't know why I just don't have 2 tabs up for this. Who was it? Envy Solaris. That was a great game as well. Envy Solaris went 2-1, but every other series has been a 2-0 so far. So I'm kind of hoping for some closer games, a little bit. Should we have a little Reddit peruse while we're waiting? See if there's anything fun on Rivals Reddit. Wait, huh? No shot, dude. You ult that? No shot. That's crazy. That's crazy work. What? That's such unfortunate timing as well for the TP. An unused feature called credit would have allowed players to endorse teammates after a match. Why is this not in the game? We've been talking about this. We've been talking about having some kind of fucking like honor system, endorsement system. I think the hardest thing with this though, like the hardest thing is how do you make this not abusable? And how do you make an endorsement system that isn't just going to be essentially like a lesser report? You know what I mean? You say one tiny thing you suggest for one person to change their hero, and they're just going to fucking like give you shit endorsement, right? As just revenge, because people are that petty. So how do you ensure that it's not abusable? I don't really have the answer to that, to be honest. I don't really know how you do it in a way that's not without a huge like manual effort, I guess, on NetEase's part to like monitor and check these things. Maybe AI is at a point where it can do it reliably, where it can like go through the games that people have, I don't know, an appeal system. I don't really know how you manage it. Yeah. It's one of those things, and I think sometimes I'm very guilty of this, I know. I think sometimes when we're talking about rivals and we're talking about what they need to do, it's hard to remember and easy to forget that there's so many different types of people that play this game that you're never going to create anything that's going to please everybody. You just can't. There's too many people, right? There was, what, 10 million players or 10 million downloads, was it? When the game first came out. So even though the player base is severely diminished right now, there's still like 100,000 people playing this daily. You're not going to be able to please everybody. And I think I forget that sometimes when I'm like whining and moaning about it. Because I'm only seeing it from my point of view and not from the way other people play the game, right? BP ult micro buff idea. When BP has his ult, there should be an indication that they're in the range of dying. Maybe. We'll skip past that just in case. Can you imagine if they gave Venom and Storm another team up? That'd be crazy. No worries, Milky. Sorry, Milky. I will respond to you in my break, dude. Apologies. I can see it at the moment, but I'll respond in my break if that's all right. Much loves. Kebab man? That'd be great. Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm not a big fan of this map either, to tell you the truth. Is this just going to be a massive Iron Man ult? I cannot tell you how many times I've been fucking done by this dumbass map rebuilding. Like, it's so fucking stupid. As a Psylocke player as well, the amount of times that I've like dashed up top on this fucking map and then just I've got to wait 10 seconds while it rebuilds itself and I cascade down the ruins as it's rebuilding. It's so dumb. I feel this on a spiritual level. What the fuck is that ping? That's a them problem, to be honest. I would like more stuff past Lord for heroes. I'm such a big fan of like any progression systems. You guys know this. I'm a big progression system fan. So like I think there should be further ones than Lord. Just to like, I don't know, just to have something to work towards on your favorite heroes, you know? What the fuck am I looking at? Is this a teleporting Wolverine? Or is this just replay lag, maybe? Replay lag? All right, looks like we're nearly getting into the next game, so let's get ourselves red eye.
First matchup, and also really good synergy that we got to see coming through from.
Sorry, I'm in recliner mode at the moment.
Crush on that Emea, so that hardest on the Punisher with final.
My knee was hurting, so I've just put my feet up for a minute. I hope that's all right.
I'm sure we're going to get to see it in these replays coming.
Listen, I just want to be comfortable, okay?
The exact moment. There's the wall getting broken. There's the carbon crush, and goodbye, Blacks. This was how
Beetle's a
Peps were
demon,
able
by the way.
to knock Young Candid Canada.
I think you might even want to ban the Groot against Beetle. Beetle looked absolutely absurd on that pick in this matchup.
Multi-discipline reputation for building ultimates at an inhuman speed. Bro does a little bit of damage padding to make sure that he's always got the proper ultimate at the right time to completely stun lock an enemy team. Like, oh, how does he have that again? Like, this seems mathematically impossible. Someone's fudging the numbers. Like, a lot of cope comes out to try and do a hardest ult frequency, but Team Peps do such a good job when hardest has that ultimate of just diverting all the resources. Like, put power to hardest right now. In the Star Trek chair, they swivel around and they're like, give him everything.
A little bit of a Goku spirit bomb moment there.
Insomnia Peps. Game
Peps. But I mean, Team Peps
4.
are also very, very good at getting through the advanced pick and ban phase because Larry's cloak and dagger has been one of the strongest we've seen 50. Of all of the regions. He has such absolute amazing
similar Overwatch had the golden weapons, right? Things like that.
Clutch moments
I think
with the Eternal Bomb.
I think the only worry is when you start adding individual hero progressions, right?
On Hell's Heaven in the first round of the
people already fucking flex Lord like it's a badge of honor, you know what I mean? If you start adding crazy ones that take like 100 fucking weeks to get, it's just going to become an ego trip, isn't it? You know, it's going to become a dumbass challenge for streamers to do. It's going to be a crazy ego trip for people. But anyway, let's get into it. Game 1.
Take this one yesterday.
Insomnia Team Peps.
Most strong
Mag, Emea ban respectively on either side. Probably an Emea save here, or the Mag save. Respectable. Probably a Luna ban then, if they've already got the Mag pickup. Or a Loki ban, one of the two. There's the Luna, probably a Mag save as well for Insomnia. Maybe a Groot save if they value that super highly for Breeze, but they're going for the Emma instead. Now the Luna ban or Loki ban, probably both here on Team Peps. There's the Luna, probably a double Loki popping out unless they want to do something like a Psylocke and throw a spanner in the works. I would imagine we're going to see a double Loki. Oh, let's get spicy.
Oh, no.
Okay, Punisher and a Wolvie, respectively.
I feel like
and then the save of the Punisher, I like it. Let's get spicy.
For so many teams, like if you don't want to deal with
I like this strat. Like, you know, don't focus the support so hard. Let's take out some DPS options. Wolvie and Punisher have been so good for both sides.
Differential, which admittedly, against the Magneto, does carry some significant risk.
Do they ban the Loki or the Cloak here, or do they ban out another DPS?
Check between those two players. Can the Punisher manage to overload the Meteor Am before the Meteor Am gets thrown directly into the Punisher's face?
There's the Loki.
Have removed both the Luna and the Wolverine.
Do they save a support? Do they feel like they need to save a Cloak or an Invis? Probably the Invis based on what Aura's hovering. Oh, they're going to save the Loki. Oh, that's clutch.
Are going to utilize that last save slot to guarantee.
Sorry, I totally blanked out that they could do that. That makes perfect sense. You ban it for them and you take it for yourself.
They target ban both hardest and
I like this actually from Peps. I like what Peps have done here.
They seemed at their best on the Captain America. No slouch on the Groot, it's true.
I think Loki is especially good for dive, right? They took out that cap.
Bro was doing on the Captain America.
But let's see what Insomnia are thinking here.
On the Winter Soldier. This was actually a fairly common look we saw from Team Peps back in the Marvel Rivals Invitational. When
I don't know about the Psylocke into a Loki. I don't know about that.
Yeah, who has the better Winter Soldier?
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a very risky choice. You can work around it, especially on Hell's Haven here.
Even then, it did essentially come down to who had the better Winter Soldier and Rocket Raccoon play up with the Infinite Ammo team up, which has since been removed.
I don't know. Let's see what they actually finalize, because I feel like we can get super baited by their spawn picks.
It is going to be those nests coming out of spawn for both of these teams, so they can start
it's a pretty common strat, so obviously, let's not get baited by this Jeff pick either. We'll wait until they get out of spawn and see what they've committed to before we talk about it.
Chunk for these first fights to make sure that you're not easily picked off first. So we head on through.
All right, so Beetle gets their group. We've got Hardest on that Winter Soldier and Leaf picking up that Wolverine, which could be so key. I really like what Peps have built here. I like Pep's lineup a lot more, I think. But Demon could be the X Factor. Lurking gets an early pick and forever. Wow, they just roll it, actually. They just roll that first fight.
Actually, interesting that Damon managed to hit
early percentage to Insomnia.
Onto where they were going to land with Passimo to shut down that Wolverine from his berserk state.
I mean, this Cap Hella could be the X Factor, honestly. I think Peps has got more of a traditional comp that we would see. And Insomnia just throwing in a couple of little, not massive curveballs. They're not, you know, Hella and Cap we have been seeing.
Vulnerable to that pressure coming out. Team Pep's going to go to the point rather than forcing that high ground fight, forcing Insomnia to drop off in contestants.
But I like the choice of Winter Soldier. I think this can do a lot of work. There we go. The Loki cloak ult laid down really fast. Beetle getting a nice pick. Nocta going over the top, but is he going to keep up? The cloak is keeping him up with the invis. This could be massive. Trying to get this Wolverine, but he is dancing around this point like no man's land, and that's kind of wasted. The mag using that ult to get rid of the Hela. I like it. Make sure that Hela can't do anything. That's so bad, though, for Hardest. Pops the ult and gets insta-give. Beetle, though, picking one up. Beetle showing this group dominance. Getting another... Oh, I don't know if you can give Beetle this pick. We saw how good this was in the first series, and Beetle is going fucking bananas already.
Yeah, wonderful regeneration.
Oh, my God. Nice take from Peps.
774, so that Beetle will be able to survive
nice
on
take
that
from
group,
Peps.
sustain the Emea ultimate, and then swing back in when Peps can answer.
Thank you for doing the predictions,
with
Ricky. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Passimo is going to have the living legend on this Captain America, but Insomnia denied.
I hope you guys have been getting in on the predictions.
Might potentially have to use it to live. Final stand coming on.
What was that kidnap? Was he just walking midair? That's hilarious.
AoE heal effect is denied entirely.
Big value there from Leaf. Still hunting for these Vanguards. Percentage-based damage can be everything. Wrapping around behind the Punisher.
Oh, 1 for 1. Oh, Demon getting a double, though. Demon getting a double set up here. No one's contesting. Being pocketed by this invis as well up top. Nearly got another ult. Mag does not have the ult to counter it either. So this just looks like a hold for Peps.
Yeah, Aura Stealer had the God of Mischief out on the field and had copied.
And Hardest has gone to the Hela. This is super interesting. Obviously, the Winter Soldier is not doing well enough for them, and they've decided to try and match it. And Beetle going onto the straight.
To be able to dodge through the gauntlet of Insomnia's off-angle controls and join back with his team. Where's Leaf, though? Where's this Wolverine?
I feel like Beetle was having a really good time on group. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure why the switch, to be honest. And used the TP already, so it's not like an emergency TP. Nice pick from Hardest, though. Another pick from Demon. Hardest going ham, getting 2. Getting 3. Hardest went bananas. Huge hold from Peps. This might have to be a switch, actually. There's Forever with the TP. We see this every game. The last minute TP flick. Here we go. Last fight.
All the timing's just right, though, to get rid of that bridge so everyone else can have to drop down onto the ground.
Mag does not get the kill. Oh, this is a nice push, though, from Insomnia. Can they hold it? The cloak ult is down. Oh, the Wolvie! Leaf in the back line! Leaf gets 2. Hardest as well. Oh my God, they've done it. I think they've held. Demon is still in this, though. Hardest with the ult, keeping everybody else away. The Cap is dying on their own. That's 99. Someone needs to touch. Hardest just going bananas, but they can touch, but someone needs to touch right now. Beetle with the big Agamotto in the back doesn't actually get anyone. It must have been shielded off. Can they push in? The time is still going. Forever can do this. They get 2 picks. The aim is to try and keep it going, but they're alone. Forever's keeping them off. The invis has gone down. They've got it. Oh, there's no way they've done it. Oh, Insomnia with an insane last-minute clutch. Huh?
A moment
How did they get that?
From Peps.
That is unreal from Insomnia.
When some of the team aren't ready to follow up
I think Beetle threw that a little bit, if I'm honest. I think Beetle got a little ahead of themselves, trying to keep them off the point. Agamotto'd in that corridor. It got blocked off by the shield, so he was just out on a limb. And as soon as he went, the rest of them just fell apart. I think that was a little bit greed. I see the play. I see what he was going for. Maybe less of a misplay from Beetle and more of an epic play from Relaxing. To get that invis shield up to stop that Agamotto.
But it's going to be so much harder for Peps to be able to find that opening in comparison.
That's going to feel bad. Peps had that. Peps had that. That's going to be a feels bad for them.
And in fact, hardest to understand.
And we see Beetle staying on that strange. I would like to see him go back to the group, to be honest. I would like to see him switch back to the group. I think it's much stronger. Maybe he's just doing a quick early TP and then swapping.
Scouting out where Forever's going to be playing. If you can maybe try and kidnap that Doctor Strange.
Oh, they got Demon.
Ends up just backpacking through.
They got Demon.
And thereafter things get a lot more complicated. Lurkin has actually committed themselves to this one. Beetle just goes.
Oh, they're not even going to go through the TP. They just did it for a kidnap. What?
Yeah, we'll call this fight. We got what we wanted. We got a little bit of intimidation.
But then they're not. I mean, they just give up the early percentage. What are Peps doing?
Yeah, they will have that first
Peps look lost.
And Forever
what are they doing?
It's going to be in a much harder to reach position, but then again,
they got the kidnap. Why not commit through that portal?
Is going to be walking into them. Hardest is the POV that we're going to be following currently. The bionic hook.
He's gone. Hardest has gone back to his Winter Soldier. Gone off of the Hela. I don't mind it. This is a much closer point. It's much harder to. It's much harder to stay up as a Hela. Oh, Leaf gets him. That's so big from Leaf. Puts in the damage. Big Agamotto from Forever, though. Is it enough? He's not got enough backup, but that was a huge attempt. I love what Leaf did there. You heard the Punisher ult go off. Leaf immediately gets in his face and takes him out before he can output the DPS. With Aura on behind them, look at this Loki, dude. 13-1, 7k damage. This is why Loki is banned. This is why I was questioning not banning the Loki. This hero is crazy good at this high level of play.
Aura Sealer has the God of Mischief, can look for a copy pass, so we're looking for an opening.
Beetle with another ult as well. Leaf got theirs. Gets the kidnap on the cap. Does he go for the ult? It doesn't look like the Eye of Agamotto in the back, though. He's huge from Beetle. Beetle gets 2. Stuns 3. That's huge from Beetle. Oh, he just smurfed it. Oh, Beetle just absolutely wrecked it. They're chasing him into spawn. This is what we want to see from Peps. It's so hard sometimes after a loss, like the last round, when you're so close and one tiny slip up, you lose it. And it's so easy to get tilted, but it looks like their mental is stable.
Picking on up another strategist, the Adam Warlock is coming into the mix. A little bit of additional poke, a little bit of pressure as that Wolverine tries to set on off.
Backing it up to point. Nice kidnap from Leaf. Forcing out the cloak ult. Both sides, they do get DRP though. There goes the Emerald over the top. Can she get any pings? Not really pinging anyone, but Demon has moved to that Star-Lord. Beetle still up though. Can Beetle do this? Everybody else is dead. I think this is a routing. A nice swaps. We haven't talked about it. Maybe because I didn't notice. Because I'm an idiot. But Demon changed that Star-Lord. We've got a semi-res comp. Nocta on that Adam Warlock. They've decided, I think, that they're going to get picked off. They're going to get kidnapped. And maybe the way to deal with it is just let it happen from Leave and then res afterwards. Or immediately popping that ult.
to open up with a premature God of Mischief, which
oh, he nearly stayed alive. Nice from Leaf. There we go. There's the res. That's exactly what I just talked about. I said that's what they were going to do, and that's exactly what they just did. I love it when I'm right. Nocta with the res to keep everybody up after that Leaf kidnap. Here we go. Beetle in the back line trying to get an Agamotto, but misses around the shield. He's kind of isolated. Leaf coming in to help him out, though. They're getting some nice pickoffs. Have Insomnia done it again? I think Insomnia have done this again. They've clutched it in the last minutes. Oh my god, Insomnia have done it to them twice. There's no TP to speak of. Insomnia have... Oh, they do have a TP. Oh, they do have a TP. Oh, and a nice pick from Hardest. Here we go. Oh, Hardest going bananas. Hardest needs to go huge. Knocked it with the res. Oh, they've done it. Oh, if they just reversed Insomnia, if they just dumped to Insomnia what they did to them. Oh my god, I think they have. Is there a TP for Insomnia?
Yeah.
Relaxing is already on the strange. Does he have time?
To find the opening with
oh, it's going to be close. Keep him out. Keep him out. Oh, they've got in though. We're still here. The Cloakle is down. The Emerald over the top. Insomnia can still do this. They've got to pick on Hardest. Oh, they've got all the pings. They're still up. Demon has got this up for Insomnia. This could be massive. He's going to pop it now. Oh, the lamp's down. The lamp's keeping them alive. Beetle's got the pick. Aura's got the pick. Beetle's done it. Oh my god, they did it to them. Oh, we got a series. We have got a series.
Take us to map number 3.
Woo!
You mentioned earlier about
Insomnia nearly clutched that out again right at the end. Oh my word. Pep's give as good as they get though. Anything you can do, we can do better.
To make absolute insane
Riot, thank you for the gifty. Welcome in.
Fights that they had no right being able to win, and Hardest does it.
Beetle is playing out of their mind right now.
Bro's just got that different gene. Constructed alternatively. Insomnia. They still seem to see the value. Oh wait, never mind. Damon's going to be rolling everyone out, of course. With the,
Beetle is absolutely smurfing
bubbles here. They still want to play the Adam Warlock.
Hardest swapping off onto the Star-Lord. Are they going to look for a semi-res comp themselves? Yeah, they are.
A couple of good options.
They're going to match it.
With
Leaf's moving on to that. Well, they're going triple support actually. So Leaf is moving to this Adam.
So in anticipation
so they're doing this half res.
Coming out, you're actually going to have with the Solid's mobility much easier.
And I don't mind it on this point actually. There's a lot of height. There's a lot of ways that you can move around this point.
Especially if you can force that soul bond out before
so I don't really mind this at all from Peps. Match it up.
In the pocket. Hardest is taking a lot of damage, so too is Demon.
Oh,
as he
Demon is going for it though.
The barrage, but doesn't find any of the value. The dagger dome healing is
Can this Magor get value? Oh, he gets knocked out. I mean, they do have the res, right? Huge Agamotto. Beetle doing it again. Oh, Beetle did it again. Larry getting a nice double, but here comes the res from Nocta. Can they get back on this point? Leaf getting the pick off on cap, but does get resed, obviously. Beetle getting Nocta again for the third time, I think. Nocta is just getting bullied. But here goes Demon on the backside. Demon gets 2. And gets rezzed as well. He rezzed himself as well. Emea with the mind control. They can do this. Insomnia can take this. Leaf does get it Hardest with that bubble over the top in the Star-Lord, although there is no counter to this. Can he finish off that cap? No, he gets healed just, but they get the point. Peps.
Yeah,
that was a shit fest.
Playing the triple res, have the Premier Vanguard.
That was a shit fest.
Insomnia might have the Emea, but Peps have the one cooldown that enables Star-Lord, the greatest out of all heroes in the Marvel Rivals pool. The Magneto with the Bulwark.
And here we see some switching. Nocta going onto that storm.
He's getting the full pocket treatment, and every single time Insomnia tried to send Damon in,
I'm guessing because they've used the res, right? So the res comp is not as useful anymore because you've already used a lot of that star power. So it makes sense to switch onto something else. And the storm can do pretty well.
Burn this through with firepower instead.
Unassisted storm, but damage boost on the
Leaf's got an ult ready. Aura with that ultimate popping it on site. Both cloak ults. This is going to be a noodle fight. Hardest with using that res on the Star-Lord. A lot of ultimates here for Peps, though. Another huge Agamotto on the backside, but no kills. Demon, can he get a pick with this punish roll? It doesn't look like it. They are getting them low. The Strange is very low. DRP finally gets the pick on Lurkin. That might be what they need, but look at this Punisher. Punishers could go bananas here. Star-Lord over the top. This is all about Hardest, but he gets pinged by the Emea. Res from Leaf to get both of them back up, but here goes the Storm all over the top of the res. Gets taken out, but does get one. Leaf reses them again. Oh, Leaf might have just saved everybody in this. They do get the point, so the percentage is starting with Insomnia.
Lacking so many ultimates. Larry's got the Eternal Bond, but they're not even going to use it. It's just the Soul Bomb.
They've got nothing left, though. Larry, they've got both support ults here again. How has Larry got another ultimate already? This Cloak and Dagger is bananas. Oh, Peps have just absolutely rolled the fight. The rezzing Leaf just saved this.
We're headed to final fight territory, and they've got the ultimates to be able to secure
Oh my god.
Leaf wants to try and work with here.
Leaf is putting in work.
Out of this, it's going to be more difficult going up.
They're going to TP on the high ground. I like it. They've changed from the Storm. Nocta is not really, I think Nocta's having a bit of a mare. Not really sure what to do, but Beetle immediately gets Demon. Was that a counter portal? I missed it, but I think that was a counter portal. They've got a touch. They're using it. Another Agamotto. Beetle is just insane. Is that another 3 or 4 person Agamotto? This guy is unreal. I don't think you like, how do you deal with this? You can't deal with his Groot. You can't deal with his Strange. Absolutely insane performance from Beetle.
The counter portal onto the
oh my god. I want to watch this game from his POV because holy shit did he put in work.
Off of the map, and even then they read the situation perfectly.
Alright, I don't think you can give this Loki away either. There's too many problems. What do you do if you are Insomnia right now?
Once they've been able to guarantee that Emea has
huge game one.
Go in with the Eye of Agamotto.
This is what we wanted to see. Aura taking that MVP, and rightly so. 47k heals. Let's just pause this for a second so we can have a look over these stats just for a moment. Aura with the 47k heals, 51k from Larry. This Cloak and Dagger is like, oh, what a fucking performance. It just felt like they had an ult every 30 seconds. Hardest also putting in that work with the damage on that Star-Lord, but Beetle, you were robbed. Let's be real. You were robbed. 53k damage block, 25 final hits, 20k damage. But it's not just about the stats. Beetle's ults were absolutely game-defining every single time. Every time.
All of this, and it felt like Ken was just a bastion of stability. Rarely a whiffed ultimate, rarely picked first, and just huge output in the midst of all of this.
I feel like Nocta really struggled to find an answer.
Just thinking, go on, take us to mid.
You know, we saw that in the third point, just cycling through heroes, trying to figure out how to deal with it.
The best thing that you can do as a Loki, it's not micro, it's macro, right?
I think you just can't give them Loki. I think, you know, Loki's been banned in every series for a reason. I don't think you can let Loki through.
Every single time. And they were placed perfectly as well to be able to make sure that if it was in response to something like an Emea Psionic Seduction, it was in the space that
just really great adaptation from Peps between point 1 and 2, you know.
Props coming on to Aura Stealer. But the big difference for me was the fact that Insomnia tried to engineer a triple res composition in a ban phase that benefited Peps if it went to the triple res mirror, because they had the Magneto.
Yeah.
This is a really nice attempt from Storm there.
Kind of unprecedented in Europe.
It could have been huge if they hadn't gone bursted, but Really nice target firing.
How Insomnia were feeling that they really didn't want to go up against.
I think that's one, you know, that is one massive difference that we see.
Thinking, okay,
it's a massive difference that I've noticed, particularly when watching these pro games compared to like my own games, right? If you're just solo queuing or whatever, the communication and the target selection and the speed at which these teams turn on someone out of position. The punishment for people being out of position is so fast. It's unreal. You know, that Storm is a great example. The Storm, and that's not necessarily the Storm being out of position, but the Storm gets in there to try and, rightly so, deal with the res. But the instant turn to burst her is only something you can do if you're all on the same page, you know? And I think it was so well done. You know, the coordination to back off, and not get staggered, you know, knowing how the game is going to get played out. It's really fun to watch. It's really fun to watch. I hope you guys are enjoying it as well. Tell you what, though, I'm giving myself a headache. So potentially one more game. Unless Insomnia can adapt, pull something out of the hat here. So we'll check back in a couple of minutes. Yeah. Nah, fuck it. How's everyone feeling? I'm really fucking hot, though. I keep needing to turn my aircon on and off because it gets so fucking hot under these lights. What do you guys think of the new game mode? Have you been playing it a lot? What do they call it? The Battle Matrix? I just call it TFT. I haven't played any more since we streamed it, but it's kind of fun. I can see it getting boring super fast, but it's kind of fun. I like that they're trying. Staying dry in between rainstorms. Wait, are there storms out today? I'm going to run a quick ad chat just while we're waiting. Your commentary is solid. Thank you. I'm finding it quite difficult to not just go into caster mode, you know? Because I'm so used to like just going full-blown caster. So I'm trying to find like a good balance. Raya, thank you for the gifty. Thank you. So I'm trying to find a nice balance of just like hype, but like, you know, not doing all of it. It's fun though. I'm enjoying the watch parties. It's super interesting to watch high level play. It gives you a lot of insight into like how a lot of the top level players are thinking about the game. Because when you're in it, you know, when you're playing, you're also thinking about your mechanics and stuff as well. So often you don't see the bigger picture, right? But when you watch a game from an outside perspective like this, you can see why people are making the decisions they're making and stuff, and it's interesting. Play banner? Not on your fucking Nelly. Not on your fucking Nelly. I mean, maybe it is storm. I mean, I've got my curtains closed, so I don't know if it's storming or not anyway. Part of the problem is I am like on the ground floor, on quite a busy road. I don't want people to walk past my window and see this very expensive setup that I have here, because it will tempt people to want to come in and rob me and shit. So I normally have my curtains closed, and also to just block the light in, so that I can make sure my lighting is properly good.
solutions. We've seen new takes on it in Season 2. There's a wonderful composition that makes Penny Parker actually viable
that's a
in
good
professional
point.
play. It
Keanu
does
Treves
get
is
somewhat
not
suppressed
lit up,
by the attacking side,
Has it been like
immediately
that all
swapping
day?
to either a quad or quintuple duelist lineup
reset
coming
them,
on
shall
through,
we?
and then bolstered either off of the back of a damage boost from a Storm Goddess boost, or potentially inspiration coming on through from a Mantis. And we can
Thanks
see
for
that,
letting me know
yeah,
about that, right? I
Insomnia
didn't
did
even
their
notice.
homework. There is no sign
All right,
of the
game
Spider
2.
Islands, no place of a midtown. It's going to be symbiotic
Game
surface that they take us
2.
to instead, guaranteeing that there's going to be no spawn hold strategies coming on through.
Yeah, Symbiotic Surface I think is a good map for Insomnia.
Probably
like,
an
at this point,
Emea
maybe you just play for your best map.
Same,
rather
same.
than
I'm not
playing-
expecting
I would
anything
have liked
crazy
to have
different.
personally seen in a longer series, Insomnia.
Into a Luna Loki. I will expect the Loki ban instead of the Punisher ban here on both sides, because I don't think you want to let that Loki in again.
We don't know if Team Peps has as
Aura
concrete
was
a
just
strat
so
push, just
strong
'cause
on
we
that
haven't
pick.
seen that much tape on them just
There's
yet.
the Loki ban.
And this time, yeah, of course, it's going to be the first ban on Mag. That one's not getting through this time, bro.
Yeah, that was the other adjustment that we wanted to see coming in from
Double Loki
Insomnia's
bans, I'm not
end.
surprised.
So very happy that Insomnia and Peps both take out that
You probably want to
Magneto.
save.
It is going to be
You probably want
Insomnia
to save like a
also
cloak
on
on
that attacking
Invis.
side, managing to
Oh, they
protect
saved the
Emma
Punisher.
first before we start
Oh,
seeing
you
the
definitely ban a
strategists get
support here
removed.
then.
Peps
If
remembered
you're
the target ban
Insomnia,
that
you
came
ban a
out onto
support. They
hardest
haven't
in
saved
the
it.
past round, and
Pinch their
protect that
support pool
Punisher
massively. Probably
very quickly
take out
before
Invis
Insomnia can take it out
or
of
take out
play.
Cloak.
The
Definitely
last
one of
time
those two.
we did see a target
That's
ban
what I
come
would
through
do.
onto Captain
Really
America.
pinch their support pool.
Yeah.
Maybe force them into a res comp.
No, they removed the
But
storm
they don't.
instead.
They take out the storm.
Okay, so given what we saw towards the tail end of
which is
Eldritch Monument,
interesting. Are they worried about Jeff
actually bring
Nader?
out the Punisher Storm team up,
Punisher
maybe
save on
fearing
both.
what Punisher can do with the team up itself, or not the team up, but the aura of extra damage. Punisher already got a significant damage
ban
by
another
fitting into a
support here,
season by
maybe?
becoming a team up
Yeah, you
anchor
ban the
and
cloak.
getting 1 additional damage per bullet on his assault rifle.
I don't mind it.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I like it.
We've seen
I like it.
these be some
I like it.
brutal bans from our team's previous.
I like
Some
it.
would say this is one of the ways.
I'm going to
that
very
Rad
quickly
managed
pee
to
chat while they're
steal
locking
a
in these
series away
heroes,
from VP
because
by
otherwise I'm
having
going to pee
these
myself
very
mid-game.
awkward strategist setups by getting rid of that cloak and dagger, who's often the stopgap for strategists when both Loki and Luna are off the table.
Yeah, and not just that, that's going to make it way easier for Peps to just keep Hardest alive in the midst of Final Judgment. No Terror Cape that you have to worry about potentially blitzing through that health bar, as well as a strategist ultimate being laid over top to make sure that the Hardest will be able to live the entire duration of his ultimate. So having one-sided cloak and dagger is definitely going to be making things very awkward in terms of the backline comparisons coming in through, as Eternal Bond builds incredibly quickly. Terror Cape has immense amounts of value in being able to just find a pick immediately, or what it can also do is zone a team out. Like the anticipation that you have to have in response to that Terror Cape coming through, a lot of teams will just give up the ground so that they don't get picked in the middle of that vulnerability period.
We've seen some nasty combos with Punishers and Wolverines in this area, and of course Team Peps are going to be playing the same. Leaf loves the Wolverine. I was kind of expecting Wolverine to be the ban from Insomnia rather than the Storm in this case, but of course that's fun. Oh, nice. Forever's actually putting the portal behind him here, so there's no chance of a panic portal, just making sure that it's not in the most expected
What have we
place.
got?
However,
We're on Clinton
on the other side. Are they just going to use this?
Okay, Beetle back
to
on
set
that
up a turret
group.
and claim all this space for free.
Leaf rocking
But the
that
Aegis
Wolverine,
comes
no
up.
surprise.
It is going to be Peps actually flipping
And
back.
Nocta doing this
Leaf
Storm.
finds the grab
Not
onto
sure.
Forever
Are they doing a- oh,
immediately.
they're doing a
Doesn't
rocket
find the
on
pick up at the
attack?
back of it. Very good group wall comes on through, actually managing to save the Wolverine, as Forever was going low, but so too was Leaf.
Oh, Nocta taking a lot of
I mean,
damage here from
their
the
support
Punisher
pool
at
was
range.
pinched
The
on
RP
Insomnia,
puts
so
up the
you know, it
Aegis
doesn't explain
behind
the rocket
Forever to
hit.
try and cut off all of that healing. But
Nice
was coming
early
through
pick
from the
though
strategist. There's so
on
much trying to
Leaf.
isolate
Oh, Demon
the
just
Doctor
getting a
Strange if it
lovely
goes too
double. That's
far.
going to be a
But in the
pullback.
end, you've still got to worry about the pressure that's coming through from Damon on the Punisher.
Hardest gets a
Forever is
return
touch
kill
too
though.
deep
Maybe this
in
is
the middle of
doable.
this, and the Emperor
No,
is
the
so
rocket
worried.
res.
You've got to
You
try
back
and just
up, you
rush
back up,
her,
you
get
back
rid
up.
of that Vanguard who's
Back
standing
up
in
or
near
die.
your little
There we
cubby
go.
hole. And well, Insomnia overwhelming on this first
Easy
point. Great
first
tech.
push from Insomnia.
And
That's
Forever
massive.
going that aggressive was actually erased because Lurken,
Huge first take. 5 minutes on the clock. And they're going to push up. Look at this. They're going to take this high ground. Force them to try and come into them.
In fact, it gets fully capitalized on as
the turret up top. That's hilarious.
Set themselves up, seeing that
they are ready. This is a weird angle. Is he looking for the flank on the left? Like through that little hallway? Or they just knew they were going to come up top? That's a fucking cold read, no?
And that means that this turret is
absolutely
tearing through Pep's health bar. Beetle having to invest
there we go. Larry to let them walk forward with the cloak ult.
Just to keep everyone topped up.
Yeah, Larry's going to finish.
It's the only way for them to kind of stall this point, really, but that's a big ult down. Nocta with the storm ult now. Aura does have the invis, and there it goes immediately down on both sides. Oh, it just gets nailed. Oh, Hardest with the hard counter just absolutely nails that storm. Here goes Leaf. Leaf still invests in the midst of all of this. Nocta can't stand up to everyone alone. Could not hit the ult on the storm, obviously, but gets the kill anyway. Good hold from Pep. Solid hold from Pep.
Absolutely blitzing down the
Hardest with an incredible timing on that Punisher. This is why I don't really like the Storm into Punisher matchup at all. I don't think it's a good matchup for Storm in any way. Not just ultimate wise, but just generally. I feel like Storm's been super lackluster this tournament. There we go. Beetle looking for a big Groot ult. There's the Agamotto. Oh, they just popped everything. Emea with a really nice angle over the top, though. Huge from the Emea. That is insane from Passy, by the way. That was such a good angle, going from the top rope and pinging everybody in the back line. That's a huge angle. And it means that, yeah, they're kind of stuck now, Peps. I think that's point 2 just gone. Oh, no, they're going to contest it. Oh, but the counter portal. The counter portal.
Falls through the cracks. And the Strange
I think.
is not with the team currently.
Yeah, a little bit of
if I read that right.
Complicates matters when it comes to this
nice couple of pickoffs though by Hardest. There's the rocket res. They pushed them off the point. Huge Groot ult, Beetle! There's no one to follow up, but he just got all fucking 5 in that. Is that enough to hold them off? Here goes Hardest. Hardest gets Demon. He's corralling them in the corner. He gets all of them. Peps with a huge hold.
Yeah, Hardest.
And that all comes from Beetle. Beetle with a massive Groot ult to hold them in that room. Gets everyone back on site, and now they're going to stagger Rocket as well. Oh, that's so rude. That's so rude.
Have to worry about is how late Lurkin on that Rocket
that was a lovely counterport.
Got picked. As Team Peps are going to be able to establish themselves onto that
Leaf on the straight.
Down Insomnia's players.
Triple tank here from Peps.
All the way around that right side, as unfortunately for the Storm, it's very easy
going off that Wolverine for a triple tank.
You do not really
Let's see how it pans out.
It, even with the strafe. Hardest slowing things down with the Punisher turret, ripping through the terrain, denying a lot of that cover that Insomnia are looking for.
Yeah, this is a hard angle to deal with. That's a lot of DPS from Hardest.
All the isolation, though.
Hardest is playing this really well, to be honest. Here we go, but Larry is going to be ready with the cloak ult. It's already down. Look at it. Larry is not fucking around. It is already down. Big Agamotto from Leaf. It's already up, though. The rocket res is there. Forever on the flip side. Gets 2 of them in the back. Nice from Forever. It was a good attempt from Leaf. I saw the vision. Instantly, the rocket ult goes down with the invis shield. It looked big. But then Forever on the flip side. Getting 2 with that one. These strangers. And Leaf just switches straight back off. Going to that Winter Soldier. A lot of ults to work with for Insomnia. This is looking pretty good for Insomnia, honestly. There goes Demon.
Comes the final judgment from Damon.
They're trying to get round. The Groot is living, but they does get focused. Beetle goes down. They're all being corralled into this corner. Demon with the double. I don't think you're getting out of this one. Forever pushing them forward as well. And that's just a wipe. The only question is, can Peps hold this last point? They've got 3 ults. Aura can drop with hardest here. They can drop the Invisible with the Punisher in it to try and win this fight flat out. They could do a Beetle into Punisher as well. This is going to be a hard one for Insomnia to hold this first fight. The only question is timing. Passy with a huge Emea ult though. There goes the Invis down. And they drop everything. Groot with a huge ult. Hardest and DRB, and it's just a wipe. It's a wipe. It's too much. It's way too much. It's way too much. We called it. The ult economy is just too much. Did they overcommit? This is the problem. 1 minute left on the clock. Insomnia have 2 ults to play with. They still have Larry's ult, which is huge. They've got a support ult if they need it. It looks like they want to take the high ground behind them, or they're just going to go behind. They're looking for a fighting portal. Not really. Been a bit indecisive. Not sure how to attack this. Oh, they're going to cheese it. Forever, nice push away though. Forever tried it, did not get it. Storm ult over the top, but the cloak ult's already down. Insomnia have used a lot for this, and I think they're going to get wiped. I think Peps are going to hold this. Although Demon got Beetle, gets 2. Passy gets another. Forever Passy, the 2 tanks, they might have held this out. Demon with the huge ult to take this 3rd point. Hardest trying to stall it out. I don't think you can do much though. Switching to Cap to try and stall it. Passy, Passy's playing a monster of an Emea game. There goes the ults, try and stall it. This is all or nothing, it's OT. Leaf switch to the Psylocke as well. Passy with another ult. They get Aura. Leaf gets knocked at. Can this Psylocke? There's no way you can solo hold this, it's too much. No ult to speak of, it's too much. And nice from Insomnia. I can't believe they actually got that, Insomnia. Holy.
Yeah, Peps are able to go
massive
for the
credit.
picks, but there's
I
no
thought Peps had held that,
within the time limit that they have. It feels like potentially they start gaining some of that traction,
super clutch from Demon on that final point.
That immediate opening pick with the Psylocke dash.
They do get them down to overtime though. They get them down to 0-0, so
the butterflies was not built in time. And
can Insomnia hold this to take us to a map 3?
The entirety of Symbiotic Surface, though with a significant hit in terms of time bank.
Oh, the time bank.
I'm starting to feel tired, so I'm really hoping I can nap in between these 2 sets of series.
Completion. And we have seen holds on every single part of the Symbiotic.
This is the last series for this stream.
Some might say that's
before we do tonight.
Damon walking away with a vast majority of the final blows, 12 right now.
Yeah, I mean,
I might just try and lie down and see if I can rock off for an hour.
Despite not getting the picks with Omega Hurricane, did what was needed to be done, and that was burning Larry out of usage of Eternal Bond, so that Damon with the final judgment.
Man, it's exhausting watching this many games, isn't it?
Insomnia needed.
I don't know about you guys.
Get multiple players from Peps dismantled,
it's exhausting.
And they didn't have to worry about the closeness, the proximity of the defenders respawn on C, allowing for a much easier regroup in comparison to the attacker side, who feels like it's such a marathon of a walk away from that point when we hit towards the finish line.
Is Larry staying on the... Oh, nice early pick-off though.
The map into DRP.
No, it doesn't stay on the Jeff.
Okay, a little bit silly. My prime Boga player forever.
Leaf. Staying on this Psylocke.
Team Peps now going to be waiting.
And Nocta going back for this Storm. Don't know if I like it, but we'll see. They're kind of just holding this high ground.
Has to worry about the map control that Leaf is going to be able to gain off of the back.
Forever's putting in a lot of work here though. Gets another pick.
Well, they don't have to worry about Hardest because Hardest is gone.
Oh yeah. Hardest nowhere to be seen. Damon with the damage boost permanently on them from Nocta, just flying around them like a fairy, a companion.
Demon has already got 60% though. He's building up this ult charge pretty quickly.
To deal with in these duels.
Larry 72% on this cloak.
just being the bouncer.
I think they're probably just going to stall out, let Larry on this cloak, build up their ult, and then look to just walk it in on sight. There we go. Larry's got it now. There he goes. Literally as I called it. Takes him off the high ground, walks him in on sight. Leaf picking off Forever really nicely, just bullying him. They've double ulted though. Hardest over the top of it. Demon also. Oh, they're doing work. This fucking rocket. This rocket damage boost with the storm is actually crazy.
And now Insomnia can potentially punish the fact that Pep's
I think I've been massively underestimating this damage boost duo.
By Insomnia.
When you pop the Punisher roll, you pop, you know, you've got the, is it 25% now with the rocket damage boost? With the storm boost on top of it, that's so much damage, and he's just uncontrollable.
On the docket once again, and yeah, without a defense.
No supports though. Oh, this is huge from Nocta. Oh, it's massive from Nocta. We might be going to a game 3.
And it makes it all the more difficult. Oh,
we might be going to a game 3. They're holding this really well.
You don't want to commit the resources.
Yeah, what you have to worry about is committing resources to deal with Leaf's Dance of the Butterflies. No strategist ultimate on the side of Insomnia. And they will have that BOB potentially up, but then Lurkin.
This is all on Leaf right now.
If a Psylocke is able to
they will have the 2 tank ults, but this is all on Leaf. No support ults. Leaf has to go, and they have to go quickly. An attempted eye of Agamotto straight up on the storm, doesn't get the finish. Going for the backline, gets 2 though. That's huge from Leaf. That's going to be the point, I think. 1 res on the storm, but look at where Leaf is, already on the back of them. An Aura, nice work. That was just an ult economy battle, but honestly, really nice time sync from Insomnia. They did really well to stagger their ults and hold them off as long as possible.
Final judgment as well, psionic
and I love what Leaf did as well. Massive props for not just going for that clumped up, right? It'd be so easy to look at that clumped up bunch of players and go, I'm just going to get massive ult, but with Psylocke, you want the isolated players, right? You want 2, maybe 3 that are just isolated 1 by 1. And here we go, Demon going for it. Oh my god, this damage is absurd. Forever gets 2. This is a get back. And again, using the ults on a great timer. This is just a really nice back and forth, right? But I think Insomnia have the better ult economy right now. They've got 4 ults online again. They're building it up so fast, and here goes the storm again. The invis does go down in time, and oh my god, Artist rocks them. We've seen this so often, this complete and utter counter. Hardest not trying to like win the whole team fight. They're just taking out the storm. Nice push, but it's not enough. Okay, I think this rocket is absolutely smurfing this game.
From Forever, I think they got kicked in.
We've been talking a lot about Forever putting so much pressure on this front. Demon, Nocta on these DPS, but Lurkin on this rocket is absolutely smurfing this game.
Coming on from Insomnia, Damon as well is going to have a final judgment. There's no
if you look at what happened there, Hardest uses their role to take out the storm. Rocket resist storm. The ult is completely wasted from Punisher.
Invisible boundary.
The ult is putting in so much work as well. Invix goes down immediately as Leaf tries to get anything but can't. Oh, he's got a reset though. Oh, he's going big. Oh, Leaf is gonna go ham. Oh, let's go, Leaf. How did he get that reset? That is unreal. He snuck a shot through everybody to get that initial reset, waited out the invis ult, and then just went to town.
and he still had the resets
Holy
available.
shit.
It's gonna be a teleport play.
They've still got some work to do, though. They haven't got the point yet.
Drop down off of the high ground with the psionic seduction in hand, and there it is. But Team Peps with the shield are gonna try.
Can
and
DRP
hold
get
that
any
position.
pings?
DRP answering back with a seduction.
Leaf getting knocked in return. It's a 1-for-1. Emea just goes in. Dude, DRP does not give a shit. There goes Hardest over the back. Guess one. It is strange, though. It might be enough. There's the rocket to keep them all up. Oh, Demon, though. Can Beetle do this? Demon has got triple.
Demon at least is coming through with the picks.
Oh, but Beetle is still pushing this point. They just keep pushing it forward.
But they're still finding the
oh, Demon, I mean, you tried. You got a triple with that shotgun. But Beetle and DRP just, like, continually pushing that point forward, jumping this backline and making it so hard to contest any further. On the clock, and Beetle is held onto this Eye of Agamotto. Do you bait out the push? If I'm looking at this as Beetle, I want this push to be used and then go in for it.
So much sustainability, and Demon's gonna test it.
There we go. We're popping everything. Demon over the top, but Leaf goes. The Eye of Agamotto is huge over the top. Can Leaf get the resets? He's got another reset, but it looks like they can heal through it. I don't think he's going to get another one, but it's enough. There's a couple of picks. Storm did get hardest, though. It's anybody's fight right now. Huge pings. Huge pings from DRP. Here goes the Storm, though, on the other side, getting both supports. Oh, they just hug each other, and Nocta gets nothing. I think Peps are pushing this all the way, and I think we're going OT.
That's so unfortunate. Lurkin
Beetle's still holding on to this Agamotto. There we go. Leaf taking them out. There goes the res from Lurkin. They take out the rocket res. It's gone. Hardest on this backline picks off the rocket, gets both supports. Hardest and Beetle just smurfing this fight, and we are going OT. 3-3. Game number 3. This is a fucking banger. I have no idea who's going to win this game.
On the timer.
Woo!
Team Peps and having second
great work from Peps.
Absolute barn burners. Name a more iconic duo. Crazy stuff thus far from Team Peps, just about winning out when it comes to the time bank, but both of these teams
I was not sure whether this is going to be a banger series, but they are delivering.
Identifying the fights they had to take. I think Insomnia, maybe there was a world where they could have held it on
we
second.
We are going all the fucking way.
For various reasons, but Team Peps are scary. Like,
wait, it's not game 3. My bad.
Voluntarily.
My bad. I got too excited. It's not game 3.
Right now is that Leaf has found his footing.
Game 2.
He's been able to land on this Winter Soldier pick, and they've identified
Insomnia
that
need this.
One of the stronger ones. I'm sure we'll see it
to keep the series going.
This time around.
Peps need it to finish.
No, there we go. Hardest is going to be going onto the Winter Soldier instead, so they do put significant merit into having this particular hero in play, and especially off of the back of having CC immunity
here?
When you're going for your resets.
This is a total 50-50. This can go either way. 1 minute on the clock for both.
Even through the Eye of Agamotto.
Only 3 seconds in it. Peps to go first on defense.
And unfortunately, it was not enough to shut the Winter Soldier
Forever
down.
go
That
for the
is going to
early
be the name of
TP,
the game
or do
for
they try and
Insomnia,
just
as
fight
Nocta
early and
is
then go for the
actually off of the
TP?
Storm onto
They're
this
going
Hawkeye.
for the
The question
early
is it going to be
TP.
sticking around, or is it just to try and find an opening pick in case Peps try
just
and
doing
just
it off to
shut
the side,
this
but
portal down before it can start?
Oh, maybe.
Oh, they're doing it for Demon to poke. Okay. And he's doing it inside. This is cheesy as all hell. But it might work. Hardest gets the pick. Beetle gets Forever off the map. Wait, the counterport is huge.
They were like, you know what? Nah, I'd win.
No portal in 30 seconds down. Beetle might have just won it with that single portal play.
By the way. So Insomnia, since it was one-sided.
Oh no!
Ultimates charged
Demon
up.
switched onto the Wolverine.
Warlock, so that they have the soul bond to imitate a defensive ultimate coming through.
Yeah.
Oh no!
I mean, it's
no ults to speak of.
Cosplay, but it's perhaps not
this
ideal.
is it.
Demon already pops the E.
Who makes the hero play? DRP gets the Adam, but the Adam can res. Hardest gets the pick. Beetle's gone though. Can Leaf hold this? It's anyone's game. It's anyone's point. Oh, Leaf gets Demon though. Lurkin has another res up. Demon's back in the fight. I think Insomnia might just overwhelm this with the Adam. Forever gets the pick on DRP. The rocket ult going down, and Leaf gets nothing from that ult. The invis over the top. This Demon res, I think, has just won it. Insomnia might have done it with that one play. The cloak ult down, stalling it for everybody, giving them time to get back on this point, Peps. Nocta's got a res. This is not done. Oh, but the Emerald pushing everyone off. I think they've done it. Have Insomnia got the point? Beetle is stalling with this cap on the point. But look in the back line. This Wolverine is bullying the supports. There's no healing. It's no heals. The 2 tanks are stalling, but I don't think it's enough. I think Insomnia have done it. Oh my god, Insomnia have got the point.
But Insomnia have been able to pick up one tick, potentially two.
Play.
Even going out
doing the res strat, not to Lurkin, knowing that they were going to jump in and maybe get picked off. Just playing the numbers game. Double res from Lurkin, by the way, in that.
Slowly but surely.
Then the res from Nocta, as Nocta got picked off, then res is back. He's still got a res to hold on to. Insane read from Insomnia.
First point is in its entirety in what was a 30
and it is OT. Venom trying to get the pick but doesn't get it. The soul bond's out. I think they're going to keep going. There's too much. Demon with a huge ult. Oh, Demon. Hardest trying. Oh, Demon.
And Hardest, all they can do is float down gracefully onto the point.
Insomnia are on.
They are doing it. They do not want to go out without a fight.
Free strategist ultimates.
Holy shit.
The Comic Revival and the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier all going to be in the mix. Lurkin's also going to be able to have that PFE station on cooldown yet again as Beetle now swaps over to the Strange, potentially
any distance they get here is only going to be good.
Just a little bit longer. Everyone takes the elevator instead.
They want to get straight onto Nocta. It's not enough. You don't want to blow the Psy up because the res is just going to be there. There's the Adam pickoff. You wait out the rocket res. They see the Adam. They don't want to let him get the res off. And it's understandable. Can they get him again? They can't, though. The rocket healing over the top with the Adam. There goes the Psylocke ult. It's too many people. It's not getting value. Nocta finally goes down, but in the meantime, Demon and Lurky get everybody else. I think Insomnia are going to get 2 points. Do they get it all the way? Oh my god, they're going to get it all the way. 5. Insomnia are absolutely smurfing this. Nocta playing out of their mind. Demon on this Wolverine is just nailing. Beetle DRP could not get into this overtime.
All of those players, but also not anchoring onto that point. So someone else from Peps had to step up to the plate. Insomnia
2 ults, Larry Hardest. 3 ults, still holding on to this res Nocta. The sheer weight of numbers, I think, is going to overwhelm them. Peps trying to pop. No pings, though. Demon's got it. Massive Eye of Agamotto. Massive from Beetle, but the dive from Demon is better. Demon just completely cancels that out. The rocket is down, but they finally burst it. They could get all the way. Demon gets a double. He gets both tanks. This guy is unreal. Dragging Insomnia, kicking and screaming. Holy shit, they're going to do it. Holy shit, they're going to do it. 6-3. I don't think Peps have got anything left. I think we're going to a game 3. The Wolverine switch was absolutely S tier. The res strat overwhelming with numbers. They're still touching.
Coming back through. Damon desperately wants
It
to try
might
to
not
find
be
a
over.
mind-controlled target. Both Aura and Leaf are channeling
Look at the
their
healing
ultimates
duo in the
from
back.
Trying
Leaf
to
not
just
getting anything
stick
from it.
together. They
Pocketing
huddle
each
up for
other.
warmth and for protection, and Leaf is
And
grabbed
they
back in
get
by the
sick.
starting surge.
Oh my god. Insomnia, are you joking?
Unreal off the back of such an
Holy Peps have got the biggest mountain to climb. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's insane. We've very rarely seen even full pushes.
Demon
for symbiotic
just
surface.
I don't know what to say.
The entire time bank at your disposal.
Completely just walked it.
Insomnia literally just dangle Nocta as a flashy distraction.
They just completely walked it.
And in the meantime, everyone's playing Chase the
And
Adam
don't change it, man.
Warlock
Why
down
would you change
to the
it? The
theme of
Adam and the
Benny
Rocket,
Hill.
the reses, the numbers
Everyone
is
else
just
on Insomnia
overwhelming,
is just getting
Peps.
so much space to work with.
So here's the
only
question.
thing, if there had been even a
What do
smidgen
Peps
of
adapt
additional
with?
damage coming on from the
What
Dance of
is
the
your
Butterflies
adaptation?
onto Lurkin and Relaxing Nights,
Hardest
both of those
still
strategists
staying
topple
on this
over.
Psylocke.
But
I
no,
don't
the attention's so split.
I don't mind it if they can get onto this Rocket and Adam and disrupt this res strat.
Perfect human. Damon, by the way, sitting on a 64
But in the front,
right now.
someone needs to help peel for Beetle and DRP, and I think it needs to be Leaf.
I've got to congratulate
I
someone
think
on their
Leaf needs to be
huge
looking
car
out for
engine outside, my
Demon.
bad.
64 kills on Demon.
Obviously, a lot of our damage
This
was
is an
done playing on the
unreal
Punisher, but it seems like
performance.
Damon's kinda got their
I
bread
think
buttered
this is
now,
up to
playing
Leaf to
on
try and
the
disrupt
Wolverine
Demon's
and
pulls
really trying to
and
make sure that
taking
when
out these
Beetle
tanks,
goes
because they are
aggressive,
having a
to
rough
capitalise on Team Pepsi's
time on
smoke,
this
but he gets
one.
punished for that.
Yeah, this Wolverine has been a problem for Peps to have to deal with. They're having to split so many of their resources, tracking down the Warlock hits, meaning that they're behind
And
those
as
resources
always,
in being able
me and
to
the
dispatch
casters are
towards the
agreeing
Logan. The
completely
hardest on the Psylocke
with the
is gonna
same
go
game
all the way
read
around to the
because
left
I
side.
am a
Peps know
genius.
the task ahead of them. They need to
They're
pick
gonna
a
let
fade
them
in the first
have the
fight,
point.
and they're gonna go directly to the point, forcing Insomnia in having
Passy
to drop
on
from
this
the
cap,
high
just
ground,
trying to
but
disrupt
Insomnia
them,
have
be
the
really
one-sided
annoying, but
Adam.
look at
Out
this
comes
dive,
the
it's too
Soul
much.
Bomb. There's the aggression from the defense, and
Trying to
Peps
peel
doesn't
it
know who
out,
to
but
stand
look
up
at
to
Passy go. Hardest does get the Rocket. That is exactly what they needed. Hardest needed to get that kill. Can they finish off the cap? Finishes off the cap as well. There's no Rocket res. And they get the Adam. Hardest is carrying this on their back. Oh, Hardest gets everybody. Oh my god, they've done it. All they need to do is carry this momentum.
Yeah, Lurkin, unfortunately,
The
was one of
only
first
way they
players to
win
go
that
down
fight
on
is
the
if
side of
Hardest gets
Insomnia,
that
so
rocket
no
out
DRP
before the res can
getting
come
to
out.
be invested
Gets the
there.
rocket,
The good news for Lurkin
then
is
goes
that
on
if
to
the rocket
Nocta.
goes down to the respawn,
Insane
it automatically
from Hardest. The
refreshes your
only
VRP
way that they
cooldown,
could have
so it is a
won, and
genuine
Hardest
tactic
gets
for your
it
rocket
done.
to get taken out by the
4-6.
other team to have that reset rather than have to wait for the
Can
timer.
they take this
Peps
all the way
still
to
going to be counting
6-6?
the time.
We will have
Overtime
never
has
seen
begun.
a
They
game
have
like
to
this if this
continue
goes
to have a presence
6-6.
on this payload, and Insomnia with the Wolverine, with the Emma, with the Captain America.
I don't even know what happens at that point. Do they just keep going? Demon jumping in, has the ult, but goes down. DRP and Hardest, they get it done. Leaf over the top. And there we go. Leaf gets the reset. They're going to push this further. Peps will keep it going. Leaf has got it. Oh no! They can keep going. 3 ultimates still left.
Yeah, Leaf looking
2 once Leaf is out. Aura Hardest still have got theirs to work with. One support ult, Nocta is coming up on that. Insomnia are coming up to full 6 ultimates though. This is going to be a hard fight to win. Beetle with theirs. Here we go. This can make or break the game right now. Hardest has been marked. Looking for the back. Looking to go in. There we go. The Rocket and the Invis. Invis on both. Huge from Demon. Demon gets Hardest. That might be enough. Oh, Demon's done it again. Demon has done it again. Oh my god, what a game. We are going to game 3. Insomnia hold it with an unbelievable performance from Demon. That Wolverine is absolutely terrifying. Oh my god. This might be the best series yet. Holy shit.
To attack that second round. They fell for the portal play shenanigans. They had to wait for the respawn,
scoreboard.
and they had 30 seconds to make something work. They went with the Adam Warlock pick. They had the soul bond immediately at the beginning.
69 kills from Demon. 62k damage. Well, Demon just went fucking Demon mode. That was an unbelievable carry performance. Holy shit. That might be one of the best performances we've seen in this competition, and it's not even close.
78 damage done total. That Wolverine was a turning point.
God.
And we're just not able to get past the page.
How do you deal with this?
13, call that one a nice performance. Larry and Aura still are on the other side, dropping 79, by the way. 79k healing on the cloak and dagger, but honestly, Insomnia, just so many
I don't know about you guys, my voice is going, and we've got 4 more games left today. I don't know if my voice is going to last the day, to be honest. Is I can already feel it going.
This is a team that's got some seasoned competitors on it. They are not going to break under the pressure of maybe a misplay here or there. They know that they have the talent to bring it back, and well, hitting 6 points on Symbiotic Surface shows just that.
Yeah, and the macro.
Yeah, let's
well,
shout out the supports here as well.
To understand that because of how far they were able to
Lurking.
push on their own overtime, they could just
crazy.
pressure Peps into having to
The rocket play was so good.
They're done with the map. They had to commit ultimates to be able to keep the fight going. So Insomnia are more than happy of just taking fight after fight.
What an insane series.
Removing all of the resources from Peps' side, banking up 6. They wait for all 6
listen,
of their ultimates,
we have got another game in this series. I don't think I'm gonna get much of a break here.
Just shut down Peps entirely.
Insanity Riot, thank you so much for the gift again. I appreciate
all the teams
you.
have lost to a triple strategist ban now. Let's have a second look at that rocket character, shall we?
Man, my voice is already going.
Miraculous pick, by the way, there. Onto Relaxing Nice from downtown. I believe hits a headshot to get them under the culling threshold.
Absolute insanity
I think
in this game.
Out of it by like the Emea or something.
I mean, I'm stun locked. I cannot believe Insomnia pushed that all the way 6-3.
The headshot. That's crazy.
Peps just crumbled in that second defense. But then the fortitude for Hardest to come back and pull off something like this to make it competitive. Crazy work.
Fight in overtime, and then you have
someone pushes you 6-3 in overtime with 1 minute on the clock. That is a mental tilter, and that is a how the fuck do we pull this back? But to come back and still try and give it your best, like huge credit to Peps.
Give Peps B because it's an overtime push. They're not going to get more time.
Oh my word!
To the clock. Insomnia for them, it's just a matter of winning one specific fight. That's all they need, just one, before that card can hit the finish line. And that's exactly what they do.
It's good understanding of the win.
I don't know, guys. I don't know.
Macro game understanding. That's what we're looking
for
from
these teams
from the open qualifiers, to have those kind of higher level concepts to really convert into wins. And right now, Insomnia are bringing it to Team Peps, who have so much in terms of like pedigree from competition.
I'm gonna let you guys listen to these guys
of the guys on Team Peps before in other titles getting to like the top of their game. So I expect excellence from Team Peps. You know, they're an augur. I expect excellence. Insomnia, new on the radar, bringing it to Team Peps like this
played really well.
Has been an absolute joy to behold. Only one team can win though, Moxie, and we're gonna find out who after this break.
Oh my god, chat. What a fucking banger to end this set of 4 series. I'm going to run a quick ad to make sure no one gets spammed with ads in the middle of the game. We're going to run that now. It's so solid. So solid. Guys, I'm so tired. One more. We've got, I mean, we haven't even started on America yet either. We got some great games later. Whoo. I'm just going to let you guys enjoy for a minute while I reset myself. Crazy work. Thank you guys for hanging out. I hope you're enjoying the games. I hope you're enjoying the watch partying. Have a little Reddit browse. Oh, you guys can't see this. Fuck me. My bad. Nerf Emma Frost. Okay.
We're putting out email. Oh my god. Oh yeah.
Did I miss that? Was that
104? That's sad. We're putting out email. Oh
woof.
my god.
A lot of rocket clips.
Nice healing, bro. Nice healing. Kurva.
What do you mean, nice healing? You got fucking one shot by Petty Minds, you knobhead. Huh? What did I miss? What did I miss? Fuck it. If you use the color swap in mode of Mr. Fantastic, then it actually affects how he looks on the home screen. Oh, it changes on the home screen? Oh, that's dope. I like these like color changing skins. I think that's a really cool idea. Is he saying he thinks he should have got MVP? No, 29 assists. That's why they've got MVP here. They got nearly the same amount of kills, less deaths, 29 assists, 10k healing, and a good amount of damage. What are they talking about? All right, let's see where we're at, homies. All right. It's time.
30 seconds.
Who do we want, chat? Who do we want? Who are you voting for?
We see the Adam Warlock come out. We see Demon go over to
Do we want
Wolverine.
Peps? Do you want Insomnia? Who are you cheering for in this last game?
They do such a good job of being able to find the picks necessary. The ultimate economy
How you doing, by the way,
is
Sly?
amazing. Nocta playing on the Adam Warlock, not for the comic revival in that first fight where we see everyone just fighting on the point itself, but on the sidelines, so that he's just putting in pressure with the primary, chipping slowly through Peps' forces, trying to force a lot of their attention to divert to the Adam's direction, which would then free up things like the Wolverine to find more value. Really
yeah, I don't even know who I want either, to be
macro
honest.
Game sense coming on through from this team. Unfortunately for them, though, since Peps lost Symbiotic Surface, they are the ones that get to take us to a map of choice for round number 3, and it is no surprise.
I think I want Peps.
I'm gonna
go with Peps.
Is going to be the map that they take us to, the map that they are most famously known for having.
Nothing different here. Emma saves.
Over.
Luna Loki bans
Team Peps
probably.
actually the first team ever to take a map off of
The only
Virtus
question is,
Pro,
do they take out the Wolverine at some
winning
point?
out on Spider Island?
Do they take out the
during
Wolverine
Marvel
first
Rivals
before the
Invitational?
Loki?
It was almost a shock to the world.
So that they don't give that to a demon?
Up until then, they had been invincible. Up until today, they'd been indestructible. Anything can happen.
They take out
Team
the
Peps,
Punisher.
Going back to their stomping ground, going to be banning out the Punisher this time. They've had enough of this. No more of that.
Do they save the Loki now?
Punisher
Yeah, they've got to.
It'll be interesting to see where
What do you have? Because Leaf has been enjoying Winter Soldier, but
a potential Punisher
I wonder if that's the reasoning. They're thinking we can just play Soldier into it, right?
And
just get those resets
to get navigated through. No,
they saved the
thought
Wolverine.
about it.
They
but
saved
they
the
instead
Wolverine.
prioritized the Wolverine, and I would agree with this because
it was
Demon's
so
Wolverine
demonic,
has
right?
been instrumental in shutting Peps down. And
So what do you do
if
about
Peps
the
wants
tank
to try and make
pool?
a play for a
Because
Groot
Beetle is not going to want to play
over here, or
Groot
even
into this
potentially a
Wolverine
Captain
anymore.
America, that Wolverine
does mean
in
that
the
they
mix
don't
is
get the
going to
Loki.
give that Vanguard serious pause for thought on whether or not it's worth committing into a fight.
They save the
if you
support
protect
here.
Punisher for yourself here as well, or if maybe you protect the Captain America. There's a world where perhaps Beetle could still receive that target ban.
Punisher.
We saw Beetle having to play the Doctor Strange show was getting a lot of value out of those.
It makes sense if they're not going to be able to do the mirror match. You know, you ban the Punisher out for them and make sure you can still have that value on it.
For the Punisher, this is going to be very helpful for their attempted spawn hods, being able to set up on a turret elsewhere and suppress the
interesting here
enemy.
from Peps.
But Team Peps, are they going to go for Captain America ban is the question.
I mean, if you're Insomnia, though,
you just ban out a healer. I think you just ban out a healer, don't you? You ban out Cloak?
One of the Vanguards.
Or Invis?
Yeah, you could also, if you drop
you
Cloak
just
and
ban out
Dagger,
Cloak.
Yeah.
And you force them onto an Invis.
No Loki, no Cloak and Dagger, so a triple strategist
unless they want to do like a res comp.
Definitely going to be feeling an absence of survivability.
I think they're looking at res comp. Yeah.
Lineup,
but you force them into that, right? They know that that's what it's going to force them into. We've seen this a couple of times already.
Ultron. So still triple strategist, but instead of the Atom, we're going to be seeing the Ultron come on through, trying to utilize that prior position that's afforded to the defense, as well as all of the potential rooftops to play around. But no, it's over to the Atom we go instead.
This is spicy. And we're on Spider Island.
On the side of Insomnia. You can tell that this team.
We have not, by the way, we have not seen any team, I think, go all the way on Spider Island, if I'm correct,
to take down
in this tournament so far.
4 fights on
Someone will probably tell me I'm wrong, but I don't think we've seen a team go all the way to point 3 to the end on Spider Island. They've always been full health.
Could be good. Could be good.
Yeah,
That's changed how the game was played defensively.
You throw in a rocket BRB over the
now you're cooking. Of course, I'm not going to be defending.
Here we go, guys. Game 3
we're gonna have to wait to see
in this unreal series.
The spawn hold,
and let's see what both parties bring to the table.
Strategist lineup coming on through.
Insomnia are not even doing a res comp. They're just playing the Atom.
Which is very good news. But Damon, that there's no Wolverine on the other side.
But they're playing the Atom rocket, so there is a lot of just overwhelming numbers here.
Walking at the Captain America.
And Pep's playing a half res.
Melee points where he really wants to be. Yeah, you can see it. The second that you hear that Wolverine making a move, you're like, okay, I'm out of here, Buster.
Nice little play from
already
DRP.
taken down, sentient, seized, and crushed in the hands of Emma Frost. Not the
there
ideal
goes
grab
Demon.
Here. It's over going to get out using that rocket jump pack. Oh, nifty little tech there from Damon rather than using it for the extended kidnap. Am I seeing the Rocket Group team up in real time?
Yes, they are. They're utilizing the Rocket Group
both
team
invis
to
over
get
the top.
Damage reduction. So when Forever 774 is getting pulled in by the force physics,
there goes the Atom. I think Adam might res off of that. I don't know if they've still got it.
Try and make sure the Forever 774
here goes the first Punisher roll. They're dancing around. They're dancing around this point, but I don't think it's going to be enough. This is why they saved and banned the Punisher. That is huge from Hardest. Really nice first early usage of the ult.
Yep, they're going to be pepsing on the peps right now.
Looks like Nocta wants to fight this, though. If they lose this fight, they are in a bad spot. The counter TP as well.
Made his way in, managed to get on top of that Punisher, but the healing is good for now. Team Peps with that Soul Resurgence have a little bit of additional staying power as well.
Not
Don't
the
forget the
TP.
movement boost that Mantis gives over. Quite a multifaceted ultimate. What it doesn't have in healing, it makes up for in raw utility.
Jimmy getting a nice pick. DRP getting a nice double, though. DRP just going ham. Oh, shit. DRP just went absolutely nuclear. Demon coming back in, though. On that res, can you get leads? That Invis shield was so clutch. In the meantime, Peps just absolutely rolled the fight.
They just don't have enough follow-up damage.
DRP on this Emma has quietly been putting in an insane performance over all of these games and just got a 5k individually.
But Nocta is now going to be moving over to that Hela to have a pick potential, as well as potentially find a pick before an ultimate comes on through from the side of Team Peps. Beetle, though, playing havoc,
starting to look like they're coming back online. Hardest building up their ult as much as possible.
So much scouting information about where
with that turret nearly on it. He's got it again, actually.
He goes the Soul Drainer.
There's no support ult to back it up, though. Beetle going in with that cap. Just going on top of that Hela.
Oh, damage was the cap is scary, bro. Into the invisible.
There we go, 1-on-1, but here goes Hardest.
He's not taking too much damage off the back of this.
Taking out that rocket ult. That's big. Doesn't get a kill. Huge push. Huge push. Larry just absolutely saving the shit out of everybody with that one. And everyone's getting the pickoffs around it. Nocta does get a nice one. They might be coming back into this. Someone needs to take out Nocta. Passy's staying on, but Nocta goes up. They might be able to hold this. Nocta gets another one. Gets the second. Oh my god, Nocta might have just full health this solo.
DRP going to be able to come off most of the reinforcements here coming through from Insomnia. We'll be able to return the Punisher to the midst of this fight. Has to worry though about Damon, who's
they do get the TP in
on the other side.
Oh, they've been able to block.
Here goes Demon.
Coming through from Insomnia, but there's the
ooh, just gets taken out. That was so close. I love that attempt. And I think this is going to be a point take. But oh my god, they were so close. Insomnia putting up so much work.
Unfortunately, not going to be able to hold on for a Peps just before we hit
they
into
nearly
overtime.
2v4'd them to keep that point. That was wild.
The opening of B, starting to break away all of this terrain to just deny some of the angles, some of the ledges that Nocta can establish themselves on. And they're already looking for an early pick. Hold on a minute. Someone's a little bit too far forward.
Beetle.
Relaxing Knight was caught without any of their teammates and goes down immediately.
He's outputting so much pressure on this cap, though.
From Damon goes absolutely nowhere.
Look how far forward he's playing.
Walks away. Has the superpower of strong legs.
Hardest with another ult. The third ult of the game already. What the actual shit is this hero? Takes out the rocket res, which is big for Beetle. Passy trying to chase, but do we see any invis pushing off the map shenanigans? They chase to a Hawkeye. And here's the third ultimate. Oh, and Demon takes Larry off, but takes themselves off as well. That's hilarious.
And it's just a zip line directly.
Both assembles off. Nocta's getting some nice picks. This is where the Hawkeye could be really strong. Leaf is gone. Does Leaf have a res?
As both of their vanguards could fall here, could end up being a very high value card.
And I think that's a rude thing. Hey, Nocta putting in some work on this Hawkeye.
DRP as well before the ammo can hit that psionic seduction. Peps are going to have win conditions here. They've got that psionic seduction.
Oh my god, Nocta just railed in.
What they don't have is an intact
one shot that Adam. Use the res. It's done.
Gets picked. Nocta with the pick value. That insta burst of removing one of these players with
this is I like this. I like this from Insomnia. This is a cool idea. There goes the ult. Oh, gets the seduction though. That stops a lot of the damage. Is it enough?
The entire duration of the ultimate almost.
There goes the invis ult down. Nocta still gets Leaf again though. That's so unlucky for Leaf. DRP on this front line though. Oh, nice choke. Oh, kicks him off. Forever like holding this for quite a while. They have put the time down. They might be able to contest this last bit. 5 seconds left. They might be able to do this.
Team Peps having to play up aggressively to diminish the space available to Nocta.
Look at Nocta.
Got to keep your eye on
this
Damon.
Wolverine is lucking as well. You can see them above. You know that they're lucking. Leaf is waiting for it. They can contest though. We got one more fight left here.
And the opening will do. Moving into
nice try from Demon. Gets kicked out. Here we go again from Hardest. This needs to be big. Taking out the rocket ult, but not getting a kill. Manages to finally get Forever, but Nocta in the meantime. Here goes Leaf. Getting that res. This can undo everything that Nocta's trying to do right now. Passy does get Leaf. 1 for 1. No res? Here goes mind control. Need some big pings here. Gets the rocket. That could be huge. Is there enough time to TP in on here?
Just in case with that strange teleport.
Leaf switching to the strange to TP on. Here they go. DRP in that front. No rocket. Demon trying to take out DRP. Ah, he gets him. Goes down for it. Leaf. Larry. Oh, they hold it.
It's a big investment.
Huge from Peps.
But Insomnia, they thought they had a spark in their eye, a fire in their heart.
It's still going.
Team Peps quick to extinguish
it's still going.
Into third.
the Hawkeye is actually going to be swapped out yet again. Replaced but not coming through from the Hella has control of the window angle. Hardest already moving around that corner, getting
we mentioned DRP a few times, but
the Hella has access to,
consistently incredible performances across all 3 games.
Maneuvering up onto main ramp.
Nocta switching back to the Hella, not really sure what they want to do.
There by Forever, but it won't prove fatal.
Beetle falls off. Oh no, Beetle fell off.
A small misstep is all that it takes, and now Hardest feels the need to pop the final judgment.
Look at this dancing around the point, though.
In America, just using the payload for cover as best they can.
Oh my god!
The invisible
Forever just danced the fuck around that point. Hardest didn't get anything from it. Does get Demon though with the shotgun. And DRP once again getting a double. For the love of God, do not give this DRP Emma.
Insomnia, though, are about to hit a wealth of ultimates.
Holy
bomb,
shit.
Charge,
Aura coming up, DRP's ult coming up, Leaf's coming up, Beetle's coming up. How do you hold as Insomnia? This is going to be like a 6 versus 20 with all of these reses.
Before the defenders can find an opening. Out comes Psionic Seduction, starting things off for both.
There's the Emerald.
Aura Seal is going to overlap sustainability options for Team Peps, though, and Pasawo goes
Hardest gets the first pick. Demon trying to take on DRP, but not getting anywhere. Does have an ult, though. I think DRP's looking, it's looking like he's going to go for it. Demon goes big. Gets DRP. Is it going to be enough? The res is going to come out. But Passy's going crazy. Leaf is just rezzing everybody. Is it enough? I don't think it's enough. They might be able to touch, but the kills are coming in, and they finally held Insomnia at the last moment. Demon once again making the hero play to keep Insomnia in this game.
When given the context of
holy, strap yourselves in. This has the potential to be one of the craziest end rounds we've ever seen in Rivals to date.
Fight defense come through from the side of Peps. The question is, can
and my voice is done.
They were able to break through the entirety of Symbiotic Surface with 30 seconds in the pocket off of the back of an Adam Warlock and a Wolverine. Looks like they're going to be trying to do the exact same thing. Forever 774 actually going to be starting things off on the Squirrel Girl in anticipation of the amount of Vanguards that they're about to face down.
So Pep's looking down the barrel.
Oh, the Squirrel Girl. It's the go-to in many cases. We saw it yesterday in Pep's.
I'm gonna wait until we've got some of these locked before we start talking about picks.
Break through the absolute mass.
Don't want to get baited here.
And it seems like Leaf might well be sticking with this Adam Warlock. So we might actually see the 4-fight first point defense if you can get a full resurrection off.
The 5, as that's Aura Sealer on the Rocket Raccoon.
Oh, so it is. Well, no need to reset too early then.
Look at Hardest, 33 and 3.
Of resets coming on for this. Also going to be, well, danger. The floor is
I mean, this isn't even casting, Ricky. This is me just talking. I'm not even casting this game properly.
And David just decides to go directly over the top.
Oh, he gets Hardest.
Flying air Wolverine style.
Oh my god.
Oh, there goes Hardest. I'm not sure if the environmental
Smurfed
drop can be resurrected. Indeed, it will be.
There's the res from the rocket, but it's used the rocket res.
Already burned.
I love Forever 774 picking the Storm as well, because you just fly over the top of the spider nest.
We've got Passy on this Moon Knight, trying to get this first angle to get these ults off. Lurking also on this DPS. Playing this Squirrel Girl, they're just trying to mass DPS through these tanks. DRP on the Penny, we didn't talk about this, but they're getting railed. DRP is not going to live.
So many heals are being poured on into them, but the health
oh, this is huge from Insomnia. Huge. Beetle is going to attempt to TP, but I don't know.
True, but is it going to be followed up immediately?
Passy has the Moon Knight ready.
Yes, it is. Passy drops the Onks.
Oh, another steal.
Yeah,
Beetle's already gone.
Is already gone. Question is, can
Rocket Res gone.
In time? Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is right down.
Here goes the Storm.
Boundary is done. The Storm is going
Demon
to
with the double as well.
The most. And you're not too worried
oh no, you need to reset here, Peps.
If you're Insomnia, because of course you're going to
Demon is going bananas.
You know,
on this Wolverine once again.
was almost up to another ultimate with how stacked Peps are playing on top of each other. Plus the fact that they're on the triple.
Beetle is still like trying to contest. Gets a nice pick on the Storm.
Health pools for the Moon Knight to be able to chunk down. Lurkin.
Sticking with this Moon Knight though, this is kind of crazy.
Having Beetle Knight playing the Captain America since the teleport play has been removed. Hardest does have that final.
It seems to be working really well.
Revival, but Insomnia of the Hand of Khonshu.
Oh my god, he gets them. Oh my god, he gets them. Passy. Here goes the res. It's too late to contest though. They've already got the point. Demon going ham.
Larry might actually have just fed their team into a meat grinder here. They might get turned into glue, and they're still going to try and invest in this.
Leaf gets a nice pick on Passy though.
After bad, they need to turn this into another spawn hold.
They're looking for it. They're needing to hold close.
Another kidnap.
Is more than happy to play in the close and personal. The soul bond comes through,
and they've got to back it up. Oh my god, Demon. Someone deal with this Wolverine. There you go. Slam him, choke him, but he's still up. The rocket res over the rocket beacon over the top.
Slowing Insomnia's approach down.
Larry brings up the
Beetle stalling with the Capel, trying to get into the back line. Not enough. They've got nothing left to work with. Knocked it with a res. Another steal.
Goodbye to Beetle, potentially falling super low. The healing's going to be good for
Lurking with the cloak over the top.
By Leaf to just make sure that everyone gets that healing over time. Moving forward, so many players are going to find themselves.
Sorry for that.
They're going to be right into the claws of Damon. Adamantium strikes.
Oh, but Larry with a nice kill on Lurkin. They're pushing back. There's the bond again. DRP though is in the middle of it. They get Demon. Here goes the reses. And here goes Hardest. Gets one, gets two, gets three. Oh my god, Hardest just went absolutely ham with that ult. And they've pushed them back. Finally, some signs of life from Team Peps. And we have still got a fight in this. 2 minutes 45 left on the clock. Holy shit. One ult apiece.
Establishes themselves on that high ground. The Aegis directly in front of
3 ults for Insomnia.
Firing away at Insomnia's approaching forces.
And Insomnia looking to go straight back. They do not want to wait. Crazy steal. Oh my god, he gets Hardest. Is there a rocket res for that? It doesn't look like it. Demon. Oh, whiffs a little bit on that ult, unfortunately. But still gets the steal on Larry. Oh my god, someone stop this Wolverine.
100 rage to play with. And boy, when Damon goes to play, no one else is allowed in those sand pits.
Great stalling from the Cap, to be fair. But that's going to be all she wrote.
Peps's BRB brings back Leaf, but he gets taken out
my god.
By the rocket. Coming on first.
We are going all the way.
Comic Revival denied as an
I did not sleep great, hun. I'm going to be honest. My voice is fucked. I'm feeling a little bit sick.
And they don't have the ultimates to be
but we're about to take a break before the games this evening, and hopefully I can get some sleep and feel better. Forever with some big pings.
The final judgment to shut everything down.
3 players.
Watch out for Demon! Oh my god, gets DRP! Leaf does have a res.
Towards the back, gets Beetle slow. It's answered by
the rocket res is out.
Extra healing for everybody.
Leaf is dead. No res. There goes the cloak. Oh.
Desperately been looking for, but it's not before losing out on Beetle. I know everyone can simply move away and try to avoid.
Oh my god, Hardest needs to go bananas, but he's not really getting anything. He's just stalling. Someone needs to touch. Leaf goes in, gets the pick. Knocked against Larry. These Adams are picking off one by one, but they get point 2. And my god, they're just being rooted. 46 seconds on the clock, though. They're still not capped.
He's getting everything and more done.
Oh, like trying to hold
Demon cannot be stopped. 2 minutes. Insomnia need to stall this at the end game. What do you do?
To see Psionic Seduction, Comic Revival has been denied time and time again.
What do you do into this Wolverine? Hardest switch into the Winter Soldier in an attempt to deal. And again gets Beetle.
Nearly
100 charge.
The defense out of this attacking side.
There's DRP popping the ult. No kills from it. Hardest, one shot. Huge heal from the Adam. Knocked in a bad spot, though. The Emma's got him. Hardest has got Demon. This is going to take off the time. This is going to all come down to one fight. We've got 1 minute 20 on the clock. Insomnia needs to reset.
Almost got a Kraken impact. They're going to have to worry about the last stand. Passivo moving on to that.
Everybody strap in.
Telling his Wolverine where all of these players are going to be positioned.
Forever popping that ping. Huge pick off on Hardest, who's kind of out of position. They're really split right now. There's the rocket res. Leaf popping the res a little too early, a little preemptive, to be honest. I think Leaf got a little bit trigger happy. He might be screwed right now. Being completely sent on by the cap, and there he goes. Hardest does get the other pick on the backline, though. And here goes Demon. Hardest gets the kill on Lurkin. That's huge. Oh my god, they might have done it. Leaf's going hard. Leaf gets, Hardest gets another one. Sorry, not Leaf. Hardest gets a third. 24 seconds. This is going to be a TP play.
One more fight. Lurkin has the eternal bond, but
he's still going. I don't think he's going to get the reset, but look at their positioning. 10 seconds on the clock.
They've got 2 strategist ultimates, all of the sustainability.
It's all down to this. Kidnap on DRP does not get them off the map, but it might be enough.
DRP right next to the pit, but getting close to that Emma Frost is bloody scary. When
the Emma's down. Demon's got the pick.
DRP taken down.
Lurkin's got another one. Oh, they might have done it. Oh my god, they might have done it. Do they have time for one more fight?
It's a race. Shut Hardest down before Kraken Impact comes in.
Can they get back on this point? DRP, 1 ult left. No one else is close. Demon catches him in the air. Does he survive? The healing is crazy, but look at Demon go. DRP in the back gets taken out again. That's one down. Demon might have done it. He's gone. Oh, he goes in on the back. Gets a second. Demon has done this solo. There's no reses. I think Demon has done it by himself. This Wolverine is absolutely absurd. Hardest to get res, but I don't think it's enough. Demon has just gone absolutely ballistic. Leaf has got res, but it's not enough. The TP is on the point. They can contest. Everyone is back. The rocket is over the top. Beetle goes. They get the picks. Oh my god, Team Peps have done it. There's the Born again. Noctaves bring everyone back. This game is not over. Beetle has a couple of kills. Hardest with the kill as well. The Global is down. This is still all to play for. Can Demon do it? Insomnia, there's only 3 of them left. They need to survive. I don't know if they can get back in. Leaf gets the kill. Hardest gets another. The TP is not going to be in time. Hardest gets them all. It is in time. They all come back. Demon gets the kidnap. He gets 3 of them on the backside. Is it enough? Oh my god. Huge Eye of Agamotto. I don't know who is winning this fight anymore. Everyone is still in this. Beetle stalling on this point. There goes the Emma. All over the top. Knocked against Hardest. Beetle is still whacking away. The Invisible. I believe getting the pick. This might. I don't know who is winning this anymore. This is still anyone's fight. It's all to play for.
They're going to try and make it work with the freedom charge.
Passy just whacking away. Leaf staying alive. Leaf goes down. Leaf goes down. Oh, there's no way. I think they've done it. Oh, they get the picks. Can Beetle stall hard enough? Beetle needs to stay on this point. He doesn't. I think they get it. Insomnia with the most insane team fight I think I've ever seen for a 3-2 win. Oh my god. That might be the best game of Marvel Rivals I think I've ever watched. My voice is gone. Holy shit. What a series. That might be the best series I've ever seen. Oh my god. Tiresome, you're going to have to give me a minute here. Thank you for the raid. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Tyson. I don't know what you saw, how much you missed. But I have just seen the craziest game of Marvel Rivals that I've ever seen in my life, and my voice is gone. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Oh my god. That was absolutely ridiculous. CG, welcome in. Tyson, thank you so much for the raid. I was actually about to end myself after this. I hope that that's okay if we go raid out in about 5 or 10. Welcome in, everybody. If you haven't been here before, I'm Nick. I'm not normally this husky, but my voice is kind of blown.
And you're AFK and Spawn thinking that it's lost, you're already a loser.
I am a Marvel Rivals streamer, predominantly. We're currently watching the Marvel Rivals Ignite series, so if you're interested in Marvel Rivals Pro Play, we are watching all of the games from European, the Emea, and American regions. It's 8 best of 3s a day that I'm doing at the moment, so it's a lot of rivals, it's a lot of gameplay. This was the last game of the EMEA series today, and it was the craziest Marvel Rivals game I've ever watched in my life. It was unreal. You can hear my voice is going, so it's because I've been doing a lot of commentary over the top of it. But welcome, and it's lovely to have you all. Tyson, thank you so much for the raid. I super appreciate it. If you want to say hi, I'd love to get to know you, or maybe drop a quick follow. I will be back on later tonight once we kind of finish for the American games, where we'll be back on about 11:30. And I'm sorry to keep coming at the end of just the most insane. Life of Chai, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. It's lovely to have you. How was your stream, Tyson? What were you doing? Were you playing Rivals?
Nothing would top Virtus Pro from having their first defeat. And then
my
we
god.
had that overtime.
I don't know how to explain that game to you. I'm going to put it on YouTube for anyone that wants to watch what the fuck just happened, because it was absolutely insane. But man. Oh, you're playing BG3? Ooh. Is this the first time you played it? Is this your first run through?
I cannot wait to interview one of these players from Insomnia, because the comms...
I hope you don't mind, by the way, Tyson, if we show some love and pass on the raid once we've heard this interview. Because this was probably one of the best games I've ever seen. So we do want to hear what they've got to say, but after that we'll definitely pass on your love. Thank you. I appreciate you very much. And for any of my wonderful lot, please go show Tyson some love. Super nice. So please go drop a follow too.
I'm real proud of Insomnia.
No, but I never finished it. Me neither. I did a BG3 run a while ago on stream. I got to the last fight, and then just got bored and couldn't do it. So we're just going to listen to this, if that's all right, guys, for any of you that are new here.
It's insane.
Because we need to hear what's happened from their POV.
Yeah, that's putting it lightly. That overtime was absolute bonkers. I can only imagine how stressful it was as a player, because everything had to go correct. Talk us through a little bit of how it went down, because we knew that Hardest was coming up to a Kraken Impact.
Such a crazy game.
And I'm sure that was something that the team were very
I know this might not make
of.
sense to a lot of you.
And the second that the Freedom Charge came out of Passover, we were like, okay, is this going to go to Peps, or is this going to go to Insomnia? How did it start sliding into your favor?
I kind of want to hear Leg Day's commentary as well.
It felt like 5 stages of grief at some point. Like we were about to win at some point, and then they came back for the recontest, and with all these support ults, I hit a big wolf ult, but I just threw them all into a Captain America ult, and I just didn't know. I felt like we were about to lose. We had the TP back, and then I died straight away again. I had no idea. Like, it felt like it was all over at that point.
This series
and
took
I
like
came
an
back
hour,
on the
by the
thing,
way.
and I realized like my teams are still alive for like 3 minutes. I don't know what's going on.
If any of you are really interested in Rivals Pro Play, though, definitely come back and watch with me.
Was it like,
we're streaming every single game.
Were you Tokyo drifting?
We've got more games tomorrow, and we've got Thursday to Sunday over the next
like,
2 weekends as well
for
the rest of this
tournament.
tournament.
Really do a Wolf B off
so there's a lot of games
to get back from this point. So, and the thing is just such a good overtime hero. All the damage reduction and the cleave damage, especially like they're just playing on Adam comp. He's so good into Adam comp. You just get ult so quickly as well.
This
I was playing for that.
Craziest fight.
So who is the
I don't even know if I commentated this last fight well because my voice is just so fucked.
But then the target focus
I'll need to
that
watch
the team
it back
was
and have
still
a look.
able to have, where you were able to keep the really crucial health bars still full, keep guarding your strategist while also removing key players from the side of Peps. Was there someone specifically orchestrating that in the team comms, or was it literally just everyone trying to make sure that the team were able to find that win?
Yeah, it's usually like KP is a very strong IGL on our team. But
by the way, chat, what's the best way
like that, I think everyone was
heal my voice quickly?
Especially like,
what do I need to get?
I wouldn't say I'm the loudest in the team, but when I play Wolverine, I'm definitely
because we got 4 more series
more,
tonight,
and I was screaming the loudest I have playing this game. In the overtime, when I just grabbed DRP on Emea there, like I was just screaming for my whole team to turn around.
I'd love to hear
I knew it was winnable, and I didn't want us to give up at that point.
I mean, I think I was screaming the loudest I have as well.
His voice has got as well.
Okay, to roll back from Spider Islands, which was an event in itself, you guys, you've done a bit of Storm merchantry today. What's the deal with Storm? Like we've seen some teams go for the Jeff Nado. You guys are just going for kind of the unassisted Storm. What's our use case to Insomnia?
We played for the Storm Punisher comp. We know like. We saw some of them playing it yesterday. They were playing Storm Punisher. We tried to ban it out so we can play it ourselves. It's very strong. Like, Punisher just got so much DPS, and you just adding on top of that, it's insane. And the Storm ult is very good at like baiting out support ults and stuff. So we use that.
I've got Strepsils.
That's like our strat.
Would that help?
And from one crazy overtime to another, I can't believe that we're saying that a 30-second full
Oh, please do, Tyson. Please do. I'm gonna pass on your raid and pass on your love. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm sorry that you kind of came in towards the end, but I super appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much.
Did not open up the greatest.
It's just because I've only got a few hours now for me to go and have a quick nap, try and rest a little bit, because I'm starting again at like midnight until 5 a.m. for another 4 series. So. I really do need to try and have a little bit of a break for a couple of hours. But,
just to swap it in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, please do.
It was a comp we were planning to play. We practiced on my map. We saw like Alcacia play this triple res.
We just become
Wolverine
best
comp.
friends.
It's something I thought of like a long time ago.
I assume your visions, right?
Never, like, played
you just
it
changed
well
your name
enough to actually
or
execute it.
Have I mixed it up?
But
hi, Aso.
I've been playing a lot of Wolverine in tournament games now, and I know people would say I was the Star-Lord guy when I was on EXO, and now I'm worried I'm gonna get Wolverine banned every game.
As you fucking
They don't know about your Hela, man. They don't know about your Hela.
That was a demonic,
we're gonna wrap up soon,
performance.
Damon. Any words to the audience, to the other teams, to sponsors?
Just look out for us. I think we're a bit of an underdog. Not as many people know us. Like maybe some people remember us from EXO, the core, but picked up a couple of new players like Relaxing and Lurkin are amazing. Like Relaxing is Luna is.
We've had some.
I can never beat him in a Luna 1v1. This guy is insane.
Great to hear you have so much faith in your new teammates, Damon, and you guys are going even deeper into the winners bracket now. I think you're basically guaranteed to get to playoffs off the back of this, but don't trust me on that.
He looks as fucked as I feel.
We're into playoffs, so that's why we're so hyped about that. Like we're into stage 2, I think.
Nice.
And I think we have to play Rad next.
You got your PC visions? Let's go.
They beat VP, and I think we played Rad.
Love that
on
for
their
you.
Previous roster, and even like when we were next, so I think we played them in Fight Night, and it was a very close game. We haven't scrimmed them as much recently, but I think they've improved quite a lot. So obviously, they beat VP, but I think that's a game
How is this guy
we could
so
contend for if we play
Dude,
well.
If I was in his shoes doing that fight,
thank you so much for joining us, Damon. We're
doing those
go,
games, I would be shaking like a shitting dog.
Yeah, I need to go lie down. I've been sick all week.
GG's, everyone.
Yeah, that's exactly how I would feel. It's like, I need to fucking go lie down.
Just coming off a 2-1 victory versus Peps Moxie.
Oh my
what
God.
a match it was.
Oh my goodness, we've been treated today, Harry. We've been absolutely spoiled
like,
for choice.
No doubt in my mind, if you guys only ever watch one game of Marvel Rivals in your life, make it this series. It was an absolute. We could not have asked for anything better from these games.
Because it really has felt like it's been
just
Virtus Pro, just here, and then everybody else all the way down here, but now it very much feels like
I'm gonna put it up on my YouTube. If you missed the game, if you just came in with Tyson, or you just come into the stream, I'm gonna be putting the game on my YouTube as soon as I can. Probably I won't get it done now, I don't think, because I need to sleep. I need to try and have a nap before starting all the games tonight, but we'll try and get it on there tomorrow. Just the most insane series.
That does mean Peps is unfortunately going to be populating further on into our lower bracket over there. They're going to be going up against the winner of
Alrighty,
versus
we are going to let these guys kind of waffle away, and that is going to be it for the night for this stream. If you guys enjoyed it, please do drop a follow on this stream. I also post very regularly onto my socials, so make sure you go follow my socials too. We're going to just drop a quick raid and run with all of Tiresom's lovely people as well. Unless you guys have someone you would like us to raid. If you've got a streamer friend or something you would like us to raid, otherwise I will choose someone to go hand you wonderful people off to. If you want to see more games, we will be back in about 3 hours. 2.5 hours. I'm going to come back at 11:30, where we will be doing all of the series from the Americas, and we have got some banger fucking series. Let me show you what we've got tonight. I mean, just today, by the way, I need to go rest my voice. Holy shit. Just today, Rad Virtus Pro was an insane game. Insomnia Team Peps, insane series. Both of these are definitely worth a watch. Tonight, we've got 100 Thieves and Jobless Bums, both great teams. That is going to be a great one as well. Ego Death versus Envy is also going to be a great game. Sentinel CTG, huge. Shroud Team Nemesis. This is what we've got tonight. These 4 banger games. So if you like Rivals Esports, if you think you might be interested in it, if you just like Rivals and want to learn a bit more, then definitely come back at around 11:30. For now, let's go to... let's go to some... who is playing Rivals. There we go. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. Tyson, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you very, very much. To everyone who hung out, watched the games with me, I really hope you enjoyed. I'm loving doing these watch parties. I'm really enjoying watching these games with y'all. I hope you guys are enjoying it a lot as well. If you are, let me know. It's always nice to know if if you're enjoying it. Let's go say hi to some. I'll be back at about 11:30. Have a great night if I don't see you later on. Otherwise, I'll be back tomorrow for the final day of this weekend. We'll be doing all the same next week and the week after, but it'll be the final day for this weekend, where I think maybe we'll take it a little bit more chill, because I don't think I'm going to have a voice after tonight with the games that we've got in store. So I appreciate you all. Have a fantastic night, whatever you decide to do, and I will see you guys soon. Much loves. Ciao, ciao.